Yi Lingwei, what's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're walking? Fortunately, Tang spilled on you. If it had gotten on a customer, would you be able to pay for the damage? The stern and blunt landlady accused her without reason. Startled by the sudden situation, Yi Lingwei stood there blankly. It wasn't until intense pain hit her and she saw her hands turn red from the burn that she truly believed she had been reborn. She had returned 3 months before the end of the world, on the first day of summer vacation. To earn money for living expenses, she worked part-time at a small restaurant next to her school whenever she had free time. Earlier, while serving food, she was tripped by a customer's foot and some soup spilled from her hands. In her past life, she said nothing and simply turned to get a mop to clean up. She was kind-hearted, never quick to judge others maliciously, and always reflected on herself when things went wrong. But her kindness was not rewarded. Instead, it caused her trouble and hurt those who loved her. Before Yi Lingwei could recover, the landlady pushed her, causing her to stumble. Are you made of wood? Hurry up and clean the soup on the floor. Why are you just standing here like an idiot? Oh, come on, stop scolding her. Can't you see Xiao Wei got burned? Lu Shu, a simple and honest man, gently tugged at the landlady's arm. Xiao Wei, don't bother cleaning anymore. Go next door to the pharmacy and buy some burn ointment. Rest for a few days, and when you're healed, come back to work. He then handed Yi Lingwei 200 yuan. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Looking at this man who was like a father to her, Yi Lingwei bowed deeply. In her past life, Yi Lingwei knew from a young age that she was not her father's biological daughter, but was adopted. Growing up eating food from many families and wearing clothes from many sources, her life was somewhat hard. But her father was very kind to her and most villagers were honest and warm, so her childhood was still happy. Later, she got into university, but her family was too poor. Her father scraped together money from neighbors to pay her tuition. She had to find part-time jobs to support herself during her studies. She remembered that when she first started university, her limited experience and abilities, along with her shy personality and poor communication skills, made it difficult to find work. Just when she was feeling discouraged and helpless, Lu Shu, who understood her situation, offered her this precious opportunity to work at the small restaurant. The restaurant was conveniently located next to the school, so she could study and work at the same time. It also provided free food and drinks, saving Yi Lingwei a lot of money. Even though the boss's wife was often rude and difficult to deal with, she endured it silently. Lu Shu also took good care of her and treated her like family, which made Yi Lingwei cherish her job and be truly grateful to Lu Shu. In her previous life, when the apocalypse first happened, she went to find Lu Shu, but unfortunately, the restaurant had already been destroyed. Later, she heard that Lu Shu had been killed while protecting his family. Hearing this news, Yi Lingwei was very sad for a long time. Now, seeing Lu Shu alive and standing in front of her, she felt very happy and just wanted to say, "It's so good to be alive." Even the boss's wife, who wasn't very likable, didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain, and the memories of her death in her previous life flashed back. The fear of being bitten by zombies and the intense pain seemed to spread through her body again. Yi Lingwei, if you weren't useful, you would have died long ago. Bai Wolin stood on the tall city wall, looking down at her arrogantly. Yi Lingwei was pushed off the wall suddenly. She looked at Bai Wolin, who hadn't yet pulled back her hands, with disbelief on her face. Bai Wolin's face was twisted with rage as she shouted loudly, "Yi Lingwei, go to. Why are you born a princess and loved by others? Why do I have to be despised? No matter how much I try to please the Yi family, I am not accepted." This was her best friend, someone she considered a sister. Confusion, resentment, and anger mixed together, flooding toward Yi Lingwei. Looking at Bai Wolin's distorted, jealous face, Yi Lingwei finally realized that her usual gentle, kind, and understanding image was fake. Tonight, Bai Wolin's plan to kill her was long set in motion. First, she poisoned her so she couldn't use her special abilities, then she used words to anger her, making her grief-stricken and losing her mind. "Do you really think I would treat you as a good sister?" Bai Wolin sneered. You'll never guess that it was me who made your mother, your real aunt, send you to the human traffickers. As Yi Lingwei approached the wall, Bai Wolin's cruel words hit her like a bomb, causing her to temporarily lose her ability to think. I actually didn't awaken any space powers. I just took your jade pendant. I accidentally unlocked the storage function of the jade pendant, pretending it was a space ability. Thanks for that. At this point, Bai Wolin smirked proudly. You're so naive. You believe everything I say. I really don't understand why so many people love someone so foolish like you. But no matter who they are, anyone who treats you well deserves to die. Bai Wolin suddenly glared with bloodthirsty eyes and said hatefully, What did you say? Did you cause their deaths? Hearing this, Yi Lingwei stepped forward excitedly, gripping Bai Wolin's shoulders tightly, and asked loudly, with disbelief. Yes, I spread false news that your family had lots of supplies. I also deliberately attracted the zombie horde to attack the village. After saying this, Bai Wolin laughed wildly, then suddenly pushed Yi Lingwei off the city wall with force. Now it's your turn to die, ha ha. When the bloody truth was revealed before Yi Lingwei, her heart was pierced with pain like a sharp knife. Her eyes turned red with sorrow and hatred, reaching their peak. Bai Wolin, may you never have a good life. If there's a next life, I will peel your skin and drink your blood. Yi Lingwei, now among the zombies, cried out heartbrokenly, her blood-red eyes full of hatred and pain. Her body was torn apart by the zombies. But she seemed to no longer feel pain, as her intense hatred and regret had already overwhelmed her body and mind. It was her poor judgment that caused her own downfall, as well as her father's and the villagers. It was her fault. If there is a next life, I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. I will never again be blind to people's true nature or unable to tell good from evil like in this life. Xiao Wei, what's wrong? Why are you bowing to me so properly? Uncle Lu quickly stepped forward and helped Yi Lingwei up. His voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and smiled slightly, saying, It's nothing, Uncle Lu. I just want to thank you. I'll leave now. See you in a few days. With that, Yi Lingwei headed toward the door. She needed to return to her dorm quickly and study the jade pendant around her neck. Her father said that when they found her, she was already wearing this jade pendant. Father believed that this jade pendant might be related to her family background. He often reminded her to keep it safe and not lose it. So, since she was young, Yi Lingwei always wore the pendant around her neck. Except when bathing, she would take it off for a short while, but otherwise, she kept it on all the time. However, Yi Lingwei never expected that the pendant concealed such a big secret. If what Bai Wolin said was true, then in the face of the coming apocalypse, she would have a powerful card in her hand. Ignoring her burning hands, Yi Lingwei hurriedly ran to her school dormitory. For her, who had struggled through 10 years of the apocalypse, these small burns were nothing. She ran up 6 floors quickly, found her key, and opened the door. Her hands trembled slightly, showing her inner unease. Inside, as expected, no one was there. Probably, her roommates had left yesterday during the holiday. Since Yi Lingwei had to stay behind to work, she was now living alone in the dorm. Thinking of this, Yi Lingwei no longer hesitated. She quickly moved to the window, pulled the curtains closed, and then locked the door tightly. Only then did she take the pendant off her neck. What she was about to do was very important, so she had to be extremely careful. Recalling stories she had read before, treasures often needed blood to recognize their owner. Yi Lingwei picked up a fruit knife from the table and decisively cut her finger. A drop of bright red blood appeared on her delicate, fair finger. Without even frowning, she pressed the wound directly onto the pendant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yi Lingwei held her breath, staring at the pendant without blinking. The wait felt unusually long. It seems the blood has really been absorbed. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered in shock. At that moment, a flash of white light streaked across, and Yi Lingwei vanished, without warning. Her figure was gone from the dormitory. After a dizzy spell, Yi Lingwei slowly opened her eyes. What she saw first was a strange scene. In front of her stood a small wooden house, 2 stories tall. It looked modest, probably with 5 or 6 rooms. Next to the house was a small spring, only about the size of a plate, with very little water, just a thin layer. Yi Lingwei walked over, crouched down, and muttered to herself, "Could this be the spiritual spring often mentioned in stories? If I drink it, will I really live longer and cure all illnesses?" As she spoke, she reached in and scooped a little spring water, gently bringing it to her lips. "Hey, this water actually tastes pretty sweet," Yi Lingwei said with a smile. "But there's so little spring water, it probably won't last long if I take a few sips, right?" To test her guess, Yi Lingwei drank several more handfuls of the water. Of course, she wouldn't admit that she kept drinking because the water was so delicious she couldn't stop. Fortunately, her worries were unnecessary. The spring water didn't seem to decrease. It still looked the same as before, a thin layer. Now, Yi Lingwei's tense heart finally relaxed. Pure, unpolluted water is very precious and important for someone who has survived in the end times. She withdrew her thoughts and was about to stand up when something surprising happened. The finger she had cut with a fruit knife earlier now showed no sign of a wound, healing completely. Even the back of her burnt hand had returned to a fair, delicate color, as if nothing had happened. Faced with such a miraculous scene, Yi Lingwei was overjoyed. This incredible healing ability is extremely important for her survival in the end times. In her previous life, many people died because they couldn't get timely treatment for injuries and infections, including her loved ones. Now, with this magical spring water, she would never let the tragedies of her past repeat. She suppressed her excitement and prepared to continue exploring this magical space, wondering what other surprises awaited her. Yi Lingwei slowly stood up, rubbed her legs that had gone numb from crouching, and began to walk around. The space didn't seem small. It was at least as large as 10 school campuses. Its height was unclear, and it seemed unrestricted. The sky looked gray and dull, with no visible sources of light, but the area she could see wasn't dark. Looking around, the ground was vast and seemingly abandoned, dry, cracked, and barren, with no grass or crops, which made Yi Lingwei feel very sad. In the previous life, after the apocalypse arrived, all the land on Blue Star was eroded and polluted by acid rain, making farming impossible. Food supplies for humans sharply decreased, and many people starved to death. Now, Yi Lingwei has this magical space and a large piece of land that won't be affected by acid rain. How could she not feel excited? Once she goes outside, she must quickly find ways to restore this land and grow enough food. She can't waste such a good opportunity. Although she plans to gather supplies and stockpile food before the apocalypse, there are only limited resources available, and eating even a little reduces her stock. If her space can constantly produce food, that would be the best. Having enough to eat and drink means she could survive the end times without worries. Stockpiling enough supplies and having a safe space to escape means she could simply relax during the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Yi Lingwei suddenly realized something was wrong. She remembered that in her previous life, Baiwolin's space seemed very small, only able to hold about 1 truckload of supplies each time she went out to gather resources. Even so, as a rare space ability user, Baiwolin still held a high status in her team. During missions, Baiwolin often saw mountains of supplies but only took some of the most valuable items, leaving the rest behind. At those times, Baiwolin always acted noble and told the team, "We can't take all the supplies. We should leave some for other survivors." Living means not being too selfish. Because she could pretend well, looked beautiful, and always appeared innocent and harmless, Baiwolin became a shining star in the base for many men. But Yi Lingwei often saw that when Baiwolin turned her back, her eyes revealed greed, frustration, and jealousy. She also overheard Baiwolin muttering to herself, "If only all the supplies could fit into my space, then I wouldn't have to worry. It's just that my space is too small and useless." Looking back now, many events from her previous life made sense, and Baiwolin's true nature was exposed to Yi Lingwei long ago. But back then, She was too naive and willing to believe she had misunderstood or misheard, unwilling to suspect Bai Roland. As for the spiritual spring, Bai Roland probably didn't have one. Otherwise, how could she allow herself to have scars on her face, given how vain she was? But why was there such a big difference between the two spaces? They were both made from the same jade pendant. The only difference, I think, is who opens the space of the jade pendant. In a last life, it was Bai Roland, but this time, it is her, Yilingwei. Yilingwei looks again at the small wooden house. Now, the entire space has only that place she hasn't entered yet. She wonders what's inside, and if it holds the answer she seeks. With a nervous yet hopeful heart, Yilingwei walks to the wooden house. She gently lifts her delicate, fair hands and pushes the door open. Creak, the door opens, as if calling across the long river of history. The small house finally waits for its new owner. Yilingwei doesn't rush inside. Instead, she stands quietly at the door, looking into the house. The first thing she sees is a living room. The floor is a bright white, like marble, very clean and shiny. It doesn't look dusty from being unused for a long time. At the back of the room, against the wall, there is a table with a few items on it. On each side of the table, there is a chair. They seem to be made of simple wood. Though not fancy, they give a feeling of old-fashioned elegance. There are doors on both sides of the room, leading to other rooms. Near the front door on the right, there is a wooden staircase going up to the second floor. Apart from these, there are no other items in the room. It looks very spacious and tidy. Looking up, Yilingwei suddenly widens her beautiful eyes and whispers in surprise, "What kind of divine beauty is this? Who is the person in the portrait? Why is he here?" Above the table, there is a portrait of a strange man. He wears a moon-white robe, with long hair high, with a hair crown. He stands tall and handsome. His appearance is so striking, as if he's not from this world. At least in Yilingwei's eyes, she has never seen anyone so elegant and free-spirited. The man in the portrait is quietly watching Yilingwei with calm eyes. Although it's just a painting, not a real person, it makes Yilingwei feel a strong presence, and she feels a sense of awe and respect. Could he be the original owner of this space? Thinking of this, Yilingwei quickly walks to the portrait. She bends her knees and kneels down, bowing 3 times firmly in front of it. Then she raises her head and speaks sincerely to the portrait. "Although I don't know your name, Senior, I, Yilingwei, sincerely thank you today. Without this space, even if I lived again, it would still be very difficult to seek revenge or protect my family so they don't repeat past mistakes. Therefore, I will always remember and cherish your kindness in my heart." Before Yilingwei could stand up, a beam of white light shot out from the portrait and quickly entered her forehead. Suddenly, a large amount of unfamiliar information flooded her mind. It turns out that the elegant man in the portrait is their family ancestor, Yi Xian, and the jade pendant was also left by him for the descendants of the Yi family. During the ancient period on Blue Star, spiritual energy was abundant. People with spiritual roots could absorb spiritual power to cultivate and ascend to the higher realm, becoming immortals. At that time, the Yi family was a cultivation family. Yi Xian, who had a chaotic spiritual root, naturally had strong talent for cultivation and quickly reached the tribulation stage. Just as he was about to ascend, he sensed some danger. Worried about the future of the Yi family, he hurriedly left this space jade pendant, hoping to give his descendants a chance for survival. As for why the space opened differently twice, the answer was also given in the information left behind. Everything is predestined. Yi Xian could not forcibly interfere with others' fate, so he could only go with the flow. Therefore, he did not leave much information about the jade pendant, nor did he specify how to recognize its owner. He only instructed that the jade pendant must be carefully preserved and passed down, regardless of gender, as long as they are descendants of the Yi family. However, for those who activate the jade pendant, Yi Xian set conditions. Only those with Yi family bloodline could recognize it by blood. If the person recognizing the pendant has no spiritual root or only a common one, they could only open a small storage space by chance. People cannot enter or store living creatures inside, so it functions only as a portable storage bag. Items inside the space cannot be sensed or taken out, and naturally, the existence of the wooden house cannot be perceived. After all, if one cannot protect themselves, the principle of an innocent man bearing guilt for possessing treasure is well understood. But if a descendant with a chaotic spiritual root like him encounters the space, they can enter it. If this person has noble character, they can fully unlock the space and gain the opportunities left by him. There is more information about the entire space, including the purpose of each room in this wooden house and how to use the items left inside. After processing all the information, Yilingwei stood up and faced the portrait of Elder Yi Xian. She bowed deeply with gratitude. Then, her eyes turned to the items on the table, a jade slip, a moon-white magic robe, and a water-blue sword. Yilingwei picked up the jade slip and, following her ancestors' instructions, placed it on her forehead. Inside, it recorded a cultivation technique called Chaos Technique. She guessed this was Elder Yi Xian's cultivation method. Unfortunately, since the end of the spiritual era on Blue Star, spiritual energy has disappeared. Even if she had great skills, she couldn't cultivate now, especially since she is just an ordinary person. Reluctantly, Yilingwei put the jade slip back in its place. Then, she picked up the moon-white magic robe. It was made from a mysterious, soft, and comfortable material, with faint patterns shimmering on the fabric, making it look extraordinary. The information said this was a defensive magic robe that repels dust, deflects blades and arrows, and resists fire and water. It could withstand attacks below the golden core stage. It didn't need to be bound to a master. Once worn, it could automatically adjust to fit the wearer's shape.
Wow.
I can finally use this. With this robe, I at least have some self-protection. I don't need to worry about being attacked suddenly. That's great. Yilingwei cheered happily. Although she could hide in her space during danger, she didn't want to rely on it too much. Strength comes from oneself. The space is just a helper and shouldn't be relied on too heavily or become an obstacle to her growth. In her previous life, Yilingwei awakened multiple elemental abilities, making her a formidable fighter. Otherwise, Bai Ruolin wouldn't have tricked her for over 10 years, needing her protection. If she hadn't been poisoned that night, and if her abilities hadn't been blocked, how could she have been easily pushed off the city wall and died from zombies? Now she realized that her chaotic spiritual root was probably the reason she awakened multiple abilities at the start of the apocalypse. What about others with awakened abilities? Why did they awaken? And why couldn't ordinary people awaken abilities? What caused so many people to turn into zombies? The reason behind the mutations on Blue Star during the apocalypse remained unknown until Yilingwei's death. But now, Yilingwei had a bold guess in her mind. She calmed her thoughts, put down her robe, and looked at the long sword beside her. The sword's blade was long and shining blue all over. The hilt was embedded with a black gemstone. The scabbard was decorated with detailed patterns, making it look very beautiful. From the information she found, this sword was personally made by Elder Yi Xian. It could maximize the fighting power of the Chaos Spirit Root and was a spiritual treasure. On Blue Star, there was nothing that could destroy it. It needed blood to recognize its owner. Yilingwei picked up the sword and hesitated for a moment before biting her fingertip. When the red blood bead appeared, she dropped it onto the black gemstone on the sword's hilt. Instantly, the blood sank into the gemstone and disappeared. After a moment, Yilingwei felt as if she had a faint connection with the sword. But because she couldn't cultivate and had no divine sense, she couldn't activate the sword's full power. How about giving you a name? Let's call it Qingming. What do you think? Yilingwei said playfully to the spirit sword. As she drew the sword, a humming sound and a flash of bright light appeared. It was like the sword was happily greeting its new owner. She picked up the sword and swung it a few times, feeling very happy. What a wonderful spirit sword. I really like you so much. In her previous life, Yilingwei never had a reliable weapon. In this life, she wanted to carry Qingming and travel the world with her sword. In the dragon country, whether young or old, male or female, many probably dream of martial arts, haha. Shaking off her wandering thoughts, Yilingwei turned to look at the rooms on both sides. On the left was a pill-making room, on the right was a storage room, and upstairs there were 2 more rooms. Although the information she found gave a rough layout of the house, it didn't specify what was inside each room. To say Yilingwei wasn't curious would be a lie. She was just pretending to stay calm. But now, which room should she check first? Yilingwei hesitated for a moment. I have it. I'll point at the red flower, and whoever I point to is the one. Haha, it's you. She mischievously smiled and turned toward the door on the right side of the living room. This was a storage room, which was also a small universe about the size of 100 football fields. Rows of shelves were neatly arranged inside. Looking from the outside, she couldn't count how many there were. Unfortunately, the shelves were empty now. Nothing was on them. In a hurry, the elder probably didn't leave many things behind. Moreover, in life, one should rely on oneself to create their own future. It is not right to depend on others for everything. Yilingwei is not a greedy person. She is already satisfied to have this space. Furthermore, having these shelves makes collecting supplies later much easier. When the time comes, she can organize the purchased items on the shelves, making it easy to find what she needs. The only problem is how to solve the money issue for stockpiling supplies. Before the end of the world, buying things still costs money. And the money she needs is not small. It will probably be a huge sum. Never mind. When there's a way, there will be a way. After finishing the house and freeing up space, I will think of a solution. Yilingwei sighed and walked out of the warehouse, then turned back to the stairs nearby. Descend or footsteps, da, echoed in the empty room. After turning a corner and walking a few more steps, Yilingwei reached the second floor. Connected to the stairs was a study room. A dark red wooden desk took up most of the room, neatly arranged with pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Behind the desk was a matching carved wooden chair, and further back was a long wall of bookshelves. The shelves were full of books that looked very different from modern ones. Materials, genres, content, and writing styles all varied. The words on the books were very old. Yilingwei had never seen them before. Strangely, she recognized all the characters. She guessed this was related to Yi Xian, the old ancestor. Anyway, knowing more types of writing couldn't hurt her, so she wasn't worried. Next to the study was the bedroom. The 2 rooms were connected by a semicircular carved arch. The bedroom was covered with a white carpet. And then there was nothing else. The room was empty except for the carpet. You might ask, is it surprising or exciting? Yilingwei feels that her ancestor, being a cultivator, probably doesn't need to sleep, so there's no bed or similar furniture. She can see what she needs and buy it later after going out. Arranging the room according to her preferences also sounds like a nice experience. Knowing there's nothing much to see upstairs, Yilingwei turned to go downstairs. Only the room on the left downstairs remains to be explored. But from the information she had, Yilingwei already knew it was a pill-making room. After going downstairs, she pushed open the door and immediately saw a large alchemy furnace standing in the middle of the room. The simple and grand appearance of the place is very impressive. I wonder what it looked like when the old ancestor used it for alchemy. Around the walls, there are many medicine cabinets. Each cabinet has many drawers, and each drawer has a label. On 3 walls, the cabinets hold precious Chinese herbs and seed materials, which ordinary people can use. There are also some rare spiritual plants and seeds used by cultivators for alchemy. Additionally, there are various finished pills. Because the entire wooden house is set with a time-stopping formation, only the space owner is unaffected. Any items placed inside remain unchanged and do not decay over time. For example, even after countless years, the herbs stored in this alchemy room still retain their original vitality. The medicinal properties of the pills also do not diminish. Thinking of this, Yilingwei happily ran to the medicine cabinet. She excitedly opened drawers one after another, exclaiming, "Centennial Lingji, Millennium Polygonum, 10,000-year ginseng." Most excitingly, Each drawer is a small space about 10 square meters in size. The herbs inside are abundant, countless in number. These are priceless treasures. If I took them outside, how much could I sell them for? With this thought, Yilingwei's suppressed emotions finally eased after her rebirth. She no longer worried about lacking resources. She was so happy she ran around shouting, "I've made a fortune. I'm rich now. From now on, I'll be the queen. I can buy whatever I want as much as I want." Ha ha ha. After about 10 minutes, Yilingwei finally calmed down. When she turned to look at the spiritual medicine cabinet, she saw that the herbs inside looked unfamiliar, with names she had never heard before. She felt heartbroken but had no other choice. Since she can't cultivate now, she can't use these herbs either. Yilingwei went to the area where pills were stored. She saw rows of jade bottles filled with pills, neatly arranged on shelves. Some pills were for ordinary people, others for cultivators. There were small pills, large pills, and 9 revolution resurrection pills, among others. The effects ranged from weak to strong, with many different types of pills. But because she had already seen the healing power of the spiritual spring before, she was less excited when seeing these pills now. As for the medicinal seed, I can only wait until the land in the space is suitable for farming, then try planting it again. What a pity.
Yilingwei sikhet.
The ancestor planned everything carefully, but he never expected that Blue Star could no longer cultivate. Without spiritual energy, practicing immortality has become just a distant legend. Yilingwei touched her chin, looked around, and with a clever smile, muttered to herself, "I think I'll turn this alchemy room into a kitchen later, so everything can be used well. I just wonder if the ancestor would be angry enough to want to hit me if he found out, haha." Now, Yilingwei has explored the entire space, learned what she needed to, and finished what she had to do. Next, she decided to do something big inside the space. Yilingwei slowly walked back to the pill area, carefully searched around, and finally found the kind of pill she wanted. Although she can't practice cultivation now because she has a spiritual root, she can still use some of the pills that cultivators use. For example, the mind-cleansing pill in front of her. It is said that the mind-cleansing pill can help wash away muscles and bones, strengthen the body, and transform the person. But the process is very painful, and after taking it, few people can stay conscious and endure it. However, enduring hardships makes a person stronger. Yilingwei had no hesitation. She opened the bottle, took out a mind-cleansing pill, and swallowed it in one go. The pill dissolved instantly in her mouth. After a few seconds, she felt a warm sensation rising from her lower abdomen. Then, a pain like cramping and bone-breaking struck her. Yilingwei collapsed to the ground, curled up, and clenched her teeth tightly to stop herself from screaming. She didn't know how much time passed, but cold sweat soaked her hair and clothes completely. Just as she was about to give up and faint, the pain finally receded like a tide. Crawling on the ground, Yilingwei smiled. She had persisted clearly and successfully. She had won. But before she could be happy for long, a foul smell suddenly filled her nostrils. This smell was even more disgusting than the stench of an old sewer, hitting her forehead directly. Oh my God! Why does it smell so bad? Even with Yilingwei's good manners, she couldn't help but curse at this moment. She opened her eyes and looked around. It was still the same alchemy room. Nothing seemed wrong. Yilingwei supported herself with her hands, just about to get up from the ground. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the sky. Yilingwei looked at her hands, covered in black dirt, in disbelief. She looked down at her clothes, which were now unrecognizable, and sniffed lightly. Ugh! Get out of the space! With a loud shout, Yilingwei suddenly disappeared into the space. At the same moment, a dark figure appeared out of nowhere in the dormitory, carrying a foul smell, and quickly ran into the bathroom like the wind. Forcing herself to ignore the nausea, Yilingwei threw her clothes directly into the trash can. Then she turned the water to the maximum. Holding a bath sponge covered with body wash, she started scrubbing wildly. She washed for nearly an hour, using what seemed like 5, 6, or even 8 bottles of body wash, until she finally cleaned herself thoroughly. After putting on her pajamas, she stretched her limbs. Yi Lingwei immediately felt as if her body had undergone a fundamental change. During her 3 years in college, due to long hours of intense work and study, her health had been in poor condition. The long-standing discomfort and fatigue had now completely disappeared. Her body, which had been malnourished and lacking energy since childhood, no longer felt weak. A new, light, and comfortable feeling flooded over her. Yi Lingwei felt as if she had endless strength flowing through her. Standing on the ground, Yi Lingwei instinctively jumped lightly. Her feet instantly lifted off the ground, nearly hitting the ceiling, which startled her greatly. Wow, this pill's effect is too strong. Now my jumping ability must be crazy. I could probably jump over a 3 or 4 meter high wall without any problem.
Yi Lingwei ekleimet inamazement.
But I wonder if my strength has really increased? She said, then moved her hand toward the table. The table, which normally required 2 people to lift, was now easily raised above her head. The heavy table felt weightless in her hands. Next, Yi Lingwei tried lifting a metal wardrobe and a 2-layer single bed. Yes, after testing, Yi Lingwei finally confirmed. She had become a strong person. Probably, the strength of 4 or 5 adult men combined might not match her current power. Now, Yi Lingwei could truly rest easy. As long as she didn't deliberately seek trouble, her safety was guaranteed. After all, before the apocalypse arrived, Yi Lingwei wanted to stay low-key. She had no intention of going outside dressed in a magic robe, holding a spiritual sword, and becoming the center of attention. There were 3 months left before the end of the world. While gathering supplies, Yi Lingwei also wanted to enjoy a peaceful and orderly life. Because in the future, she might never see such a prosperous world again. She also wanted to spend time with her family and make up for the regrets of her past life. As for Bai Wolin's grudge, Yi Lingwei was determined to take revenge. Bai Wolin's life was also hers to take. Although she was eager to go and confront Bai Wolin immediately, Yi Lingwei kept her composure and stayed rational, at least for now. First, because it was still a peaceful time, with social order stable. Yi Lingwei's upbringing taught her to obey the law, and she believed in being a good citizen who follows rules. This was her principle and bottom line. Second, because she had more important things to do now. 3 months might seem short or long, but she needed to plan carefully for what's next, so she couldn't waste time on useless matters. Third, because after the apocalypse, society would collapse completely, and then she could act without worries. But before that, she could still earn some benefits. She couldn't let Bai Wolin die too easily. That would be too kind to her. Pulling her thoughts back, Yi Lingwei picked up a mirror to tie her hair, but when she saw her reflection, she was stunned. Is this really me? In the mirror, a young girl with delicate features, a high nose, and slightly parted red lips appeared. Her long, shiny black hair flowed over her shoulders. Her slender neck revealed skin as smooth and white as fine jade. The girl looked indifferent, with a noble and cold expression that felt distant, making her seem more beautiful than ordinary people, almost untouchable. Is this a real-life version of the ugly duckling turning into a swan? But she's really pretty. I never realized I was such a beauty lover before.
Yi Lingwei admiret her stunning appearance happily.
In fact, her original look was also very good. At least better than Bai Wolin, who was called the school beauty. But Yi Lingwei was usually busy with studies and work, so she didn't bother to dress up. She also didn't want unnecessary trouble, so she never spent much effort on her appearance. At that moment, Yi Lingwei noticed a leaf-shaped mark on her left collarbone. Could this be the mark of the space within the jade pendant? She touched the mark and silently thought, "Enter the space." Sure enough, she appeared inside the space once again. Yi Lingwei immediately felt very happy, as she no longer had to worry about losing the jade pendant. As long as she silently thought enter space or exit space in her mind, Yi Lingwei could freely go in and out of her space, which was very easy. Yi Lingwei took some items from her dorm and did a few experiments. She found that as long as she could touch an object, she could put it into her space, but she couldn't take things from a distance. However, once an item was inside her space, she could control it with her mind, so she didn't have to handle everything manually. This was really very convenient. Her biggest backup plan was ready, and now she just needed to stock up on supplies. Yi Lingwei sat at her desk, thinking carefully. She knew she had to make a good plan. Right now, the most important thing was to save enough money. Without enough funds, stockpiling supplies was just talk. But Yi Lingwei's total savings were less than 2,000 yuan. That's why she went to work for Uncle Lu on her first day of vacation instead of going home. She didn't even dare to go back. Although her space contained many rare medicinal herbs, each worth a lot, she didn't dare sell them casually because they were too valuable. Otherwise, it would be like carrying gold bars in her arms while walking down the street. She was just an ordinary college student. Even if she found a good buyer, suddenly having a large sum of money in her account might raise suspicion. Years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world taught Yi Lingwei, before becoming truly strong, she must stay low-key to survive longer. She decided she needed to find a powerful supporter to rely on, someone to help her stay safe. The Yi family naturally became her best choice. If not for hearing Bai Roland say she was the third child of the Yi family just before she died, Yi Lingwei wouldn't believe she was connected to such a wealthy family. Of course, she didn't fully trust Bai Roland's words, but she still needed to go to the Yi family to confirm. After 10 years of living in a post-apocalyptic world, even if she was out of the loop, Yi Lingwei knew that the Yi family was one of the 4 major bases, the Qinglong base's ruling family. Earlier, she only knew that Bai Roland's father was a member of the Yi family's extended branch. And Bai Roland didn't use the Yi surname because she was raised by her mother's family, Bai, as an illegitimate child, so she wasn't favored by the Yi family. It was only by chance, overhearing Bai Roland drunkenly talking to herself, that Yi Lingwei learned this. But besides her, most other people at school probably still didn't know. At that time, she was still naive and felt very sorry for Bai Roland, thinking it was all the adults' fault and that the grudges shouldn't be blamed on Bai Roland. So, whenever Bai Roland boasted in front of Yi Lingwei about how rich and powerful the Yi family was, how well she was treated there, and how much her grandfather liked her, Yi Lingwei would cooperate eagerly, acting very envious. She made Bai Roland very happy, greatly satisfying her vanity. Looking back now, Bai Roland was deliberately showing off in front of her. Seeing her innocent and foolish, she must have thought it was very funny. In the past, because of her personality, Bai Roland exploited her, which ultimately hurt her, her family, and even the villagers. In earlier times, even if Yi Lingwei knew her background, she wouldn't have gone to recognize her relatives willingly. She was afraid her father would be upset and worried about others saying she was vain or craving wealth and status. But now, things are different. She no longer hesitates or fears when making decisions. If a choice benefits her, she will do it without hesitation. In her previous life, less than 3 years before the apocalypse, Dragon Country quickly established 4 major bases: Qinglong Base, Baihu Base, Zhuke Base, and Xuanwu Base, located in the north, south, east, and west respectively. These bases attracted many mutants to fight against zombies together. They gave surviving humans hope and allowed smaller bases to breathe. As the family that built and controlled Qinglong Base, the Yi family's strength was undeniable. If the Yi family was trustworthy, Yi Lingwei would sincerely cooperate with them to fight the apocalypse. But if the Yi family was greedy and oppressive, regardless of whether she was a Yi family member, she would stay away and cut ties with them. She would never be exploited again in this life. Time was urgent, so she acted quickly. Yi Lingwei stood up, changed into a white dress, packed her bag, put on a sun hat, and headed out the door. At the school gate, she called a taxi and headed straight to the airport. It wasn't until she boarded the plane to Donghai that she realized she knew only that the Yi family was the most powerful family in Donghai City. Everything else was still unknown to her. Forget it, I don't want to think about it now. I'll find out when I get to Donghai. Leaning her head on the seat, she closed her eyes, ready for a short rest. The flight took about an hour from takeoff to landing. As she followed the crowd toward the exit, suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Next to Yi Lingwei, an elderly man with white hair suddenly collapsed, clutching his chest and looking very distressed. People quickly scattered, seeming afraid of being scammed or causing trouble. However, some kind-hearted individuals contacted medical staff at the airport and called for help. It looks like a heart attack. If someone has quick-acting heart medicine, that would help. Otherwise, this person might not make it until the ambulance arrives. Yi Lingwei overheard the whispering of the people nearby. Without thinking, she immediately prepared to leave. She originally didn't want to get involved. Her kindness had been used up in her past life. But as she was about to leave, Yi Lingwei glanced back at the fallen man. Seeing him grimacing in pain, biting his teeth tightly, and remaining silent, for some reason, her heart suddenly clenched painfully. It reminded her so much of the pain she felt after taking the washing marrow pill. Don't look, don't think, don't care. Yi Lingwei warned herself silently as she walked away. She took out a bottle of water from her bag, took a few sips, and tried to suppress her thoughts. Such a pity, this person probably won't make it. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed. Please make way, I have medicine. Suddenly, a cute girl pushed through the crowd and ran to the elderly man. She helped him up, placed a pill into his mouth, and fed him several sips of water. After a few minutes, the man's complexion improved, and he looked less painful. The girl finally relaxed and let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, she's saved. Thanks to this girl having medicine, it was almost too late. Yes, this girl is truly kind-hearted and beautiful inside and out. Such a good person. The crowd whispered and discussed excitedly, seeming to celebrate the rescue of a life. Just then, the ambulance arrived and medical staff carried the man onto the vehicle. Since the man had no family with him, they asked the girl who helped to accompany him to the hospital. Sitting in the ambulance, Yi Lingwei lowered her head and whispered to herself, "It's all my fault, this sense of morality. Why can't I get past my conscience? I promise this will be the last time, or I'll punish myself by not eating for 3 days." Yes, the girl who went to help was none other than Yi Lingwei, who had returned after going out. She was sure she didn't want the man to die, nothing else. So she quietly replaced the water in the bottle with spiritual spring water and took a vitamin pill from her bag, disguising it as quick-acting heart medicine, then ran back to help. An elderly person lying on a stretcher looked at the girl with her head drooping in front of him, feeling regretful and guilty. He couldn't help but smile softly. Haha, little girl. Thank you for saving me.
Huh?
No need to thank me, no need. Yi Lingwei, lost in her own thoughts, was startled by the sudden sound. Little girl, can you tell me your name? Yi Lingwei. Wow, what a coincidence. My surname is also Yi. Maybe 500 years ago, we were family. From now on, you can call me Grandpa Yi. Okay, Grandpa Yi. Seeing Yi Lingwei, Grandpa Yi wore a kind smile on his face, feeling a bit emotional. If my granddaughter hadn't been lost, she might be about your age now, he thought. Grandpa Yi, do you want me to help you contact your family? Yi Lingwei asked softly while looking at the old man. Good girl, no need. I already sent a message to my family just now. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Dad, how are you? Where are you now? I'll come right away. A middle-aged man's anxious voice came from the phone. Why are you shouting? I'm not dead yet. I'm now on an ambulance at the city hospital. Just come and wait for me there. Grandpa Yi hung up and looked at Yi Lingwei, who was staring at him in surprise. He quickly changed to a smile, a bit awkwardly explaining, Little girl, I hope I didn't scare you, right? I usually don't talk like this. It was just an accident, haha. No, you didn't scare me. Yi Lingwei quickly shook her head. She just didn't expect Grandpa Yi to have 2 different faces. The ambulance sped quickly and soon arrived at the hospital emergency room. As soon as the door opened, a man in his 30s shouted loudly, Dad, is that you? It's me.
Grandpa Yi responded.
Grandpa Yi, since your family is here, I'll go now, Yi Lingwei said, jumping off the ambulance. Hey, little girl, don't go yet. I haven't thanked you properly for saving me. Grandpa Yi hurriedly tried to stop Yi Lingwei. No need, Grandpa Yi. Take good care of yourself, and next time you go out, find someone to accompany you. Yi Lingwei said with a light step, walking away into the distance. Dad, are you okay? Who is that girl? The middle-aged man asked as he approached Grandpa Yi, glancing at Yi Lingwei's departing figure. Ask questions, ask questions. All you do is ask silly questions all day. The old man said this and then patted the man's head gently. That is my lifesaver. If it weren't for that young girl saving me today, what you're seeing now would probably be my corpse. Dad, don't talk nonsense. You're in good health. That slap just now made my head hurt. The man, with tears in his eyes, said nervously. I'll go find her and thank her properly. No need. The young girl doesn't seem to expect thanks, the old man replied. Besides, she looked in a hurry to leave, probably busy with something. You can find her another day and invite her to our house to thank her properly, the old man advised. At this moment, Director Zhou from the city hospital, leading a group of hospital officials, hurried over. He loudly called out to the nurse beside the old man. Why are you all just standing here? Hurry up and take old Yi for a checkup. Arrange a special ward in the inpatient department quickly. Old Yi, how do you feel now? Do you want us to arrange a special plane to send you to the capital hospital? Director Zhou looked at old Yi carefully and asked cautiously.
Little Zhou, I'm fine.
Don't make such a fuss. The old man waved his hand. All right, I got it. I'll do as you say, as long as you're okay. Director Zhou wiped his cold sweat until he saw the old man being taken into the examination room and received the test results. His tense back finally relaxed a little. This is strange. Why is this happening? It's just too unscientific, he muttered, examining the report carefully, frowning deeply and looking puzzled. Director Zhou, how is it? Has my dad's condition worsened again? A middle-aged man nearby asked nervously. According to the test results, the old man's condition hasn't worsened. In fact, there's some improvement, Director Zhou explained seriously. From a theoretical point of view, it's already good that his condition is stable and not worsening. It's impossible for it to get better. This was what puzzled him the most. It turned out that Olji had fought in battles in his early years, participating in many small and large fights. He had experienced several crises, leaving behind many scars and hidden illnesses. A few years ago, he was diagnosed with a heart condition, which could have been treated with a transplant, but Old Yi firmly refused. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. Living a life depends on its breadth, not its length. I absolutely disagree with transplanting someone else's heart into my body just to live a few more years. Old Mr. Yi is known for being firm and straightforward. His family members dare not disobey him, so they can only respect his wishes and rely on traditional medicine. But clearly, taking medicine only maintains the condition and slows down deterioration. It doesn't truly cure the illness. I suggest we do a full-body checkup for the old man immediately, said Director Zhou. Okay, please arrange it. How long will it take? About 2 or 3 hours. Then please take my father for the checkup, Director Zhou. I'll go home and inform my family, then come back to stay with my father. Don't worry, I will take good care of Old Yi, nodded Director Zhou. After speaking, the man quickly left the hospital and drove home. Meanwhile, as Yi Lingwei just left the hospital, a taxi pulled up. Beautiful lady, where are you going? Do you need a ride? Asked the driver. Do you know where the Yi family lives? Yes, hop in. Yi Lingwei opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The driver stepped on the gas and headed toward the Yi family. Beautiful lady, are you from out of town? Is this your first time visiting the Yi family? The driver asked casually.
Yes.
That makes sense. The Yi family's villa on the hillside is well known locally, but only a few are allowed inside. How is the Yi family regarded? Yi Lingwei asked curiously. The Yi family has a good reputation in Donghai City. I haven't heard of any of their members showing off or bullying others. The driver scratched his head and smiled. But it's all hearsay. We're just ordinary folks, so we probably won't get close to them.
So we don't really know what they're like.
Leaving the city and heading into the suburbs, after about half an hour, the car stopped at the gate of the hillside villa. Yi Lingwei got out of the car. As the taxi drove away, a security guard approached to ask, Miss, hello. May I ask what brings you here? If there's no special reason, we don't allow casual visits. I'm here to see someone. Can I go in?
Ye Lingwei'yi repliğe et.
Do you have an appointment? If so, I can call and confirm, then let you in.
No.
Sorry, I don't have an appointment. I can't let you in. Please leave quickly. The security guard extended his hand and made a gesture, asking Yi Lingwei to leave. Yi Lingwei looked up at the large villa complex on the hillside. The impressive villas were spaced out neatly among the trees, giving off a sense of nobility. A clear, small river flowed around the base of the hill, like a pretty belt around a waist. The air was fresh, and the environment was elegant, truly a rare and beautiful place. Seeing that Yi Lingwei remained unmoved, the security guard reminded her again. Miss, please leave quickly. Yi Lingwei didn't respond. She was quietly thinking of a plan. No matter if by Roland's words are true or not, I need to see the person to find out.
I don't have much time left.
I must think of a way quickly. Maybe I should force my way in? Or sneak in quietly? While Yi Lingwei was still figuring out how to get in, a bright pink sports car sped past her and stopped at the gate. The security guard hurried over, saluted, bowed, and greeted smoothly. Yi Lingwei watched in amazement, thinking, it's not easy to do any job. Fourth young master, hello. The security guard's loud voice rang out. What's going on? The man driving the car asked. That young lady came to see someone, but she didn't make an appointment, so she can't come in. I'm asking her to leave now. Call her over, the man said. Miss, the fourth young master requests your presence, the security guard told Yi Lingwei. When Yi Lingwei reached the car and looked at the man driving, she smiled inwardly. She now had a way. It's you. Is it you? Both Yi Lingwei and the man's voices sounded almost at the same time. Seeing the tall, burly middle-aged man driving such a bright pink car, Yi Lingwei felt uncomfortable. Did you save my father? The man looked at the girl in front of him, dressed in a white dress and wearing a large sun hat that covered most of her face, making her difficult to see clearly. Yes, I did, Yi Lingwei replied. Seeing that the girl didn't seem to care much about the rescue, the man chuckled softly. He got out of the car and bowed seriously to Yi Lingwei. Thank you. If you need any help in the future, just ask. No need to thank me. I was just doing my small part.
No need to worry about it. Ye Lingwei'yi repliğe et.
She looked again at the man in front of her and suddenly had a bright idea. The Yi family? The villa on the hillside? Old Master Yi? Could it be such a coincidence? Shocked by her own thoughts, Yi Lingwei stared with wide eyes. Her hand trembling slightly, she pointed at the hillside villa and asked, What is your name? Is this your home? I'm Yi Zhenan. Yes, this is my home. Who are you looking for? I can take you inside, he said with a smile. Yi Zhenan was sure that the girl in front of him didn't really know the Yi family, or she wouldn't be unaware of who he was. He felt a small relief. Although the Yi family wasn't afraid of people who might repay kindness with betrayal, for some reason, he didn't want the girl to be that kind of person. Who is your relation to Grandpa Ye's third son? Yi Lingwei asked urgently. Yi Zhenmin? He's my third brother. Are you looking for him? You don't seem to know him, Yi Zhenan said, touching his chin, looking curious. Take me inside to find him, and you'll see for yourself, Yi Lingwei said, opening the car door and sitting directly in the front passenger seat. You really are quite polite, Yi Zhenan said as he got in the car. Let me call my third brother first and see if he's home. Hello? Is there something? If not, I'll hang up.
I am Buse.
A few seconds later, a deep voice of a middle-aged man came from the phone. Can I call you if I have nothing to say? You're all busy, and I'm just free, right? Yi Zhenan said casually, acting carefree. I think you're getting bored. I'll deal with you when I get back. If there's nothing, I'll hang up now. Hey, don't hang up. I need to talk to you. Where are you now? Yi Zhenan asked hurriedly. I'm out of town. What's the matter? If it's not urgent, I'll tell you when I get back. Actually, it's not me looking for you. It's a young girl. She's sitting in my car right now. Yi Zhenan looked like he was just here for fun and wasn't afraid of trouble. What young girl? I don't know her. Stop causing trouble for me. You're asking for trouble. Suddenly, there was a click sound. The call was hung up. You see, it's not that I won't help you. Third brother isn't home now, so you won't find him inside, Yi Zhenin said, shrugging helplessly. Yi Lingwei thought for a few minutes, determined not to give up easily, and said, I really have something very important. I need to see him today if possible. Maybe you don't know my third brother well. He is a workaholic. Nothing is more important to him than his job. Moreover, he is currently on a business trip out of town. Unless the sky falls, he will never come back. Yi Zhenin looked at Yi Lingwei and advised, I think you should wait a few more days. Call him and tell him that whether he comes back depends on his own decision, Yi Lingwei insisted. All right, I'm really convinced by you. If it weren't for Yi Lingwei saving the old man, Yi Zhenin wouldn't be so patient.
Ye Zenan.
Are you done? After the call connected, a suppressed angry voice came through. You lost a daughter many years ago, right? Someone said I might be your daughter, so I came to confirm it with you. Yi Lingwei's calm voice sounded like a bomb exploding, reaching the ears of Yi Zhenmin and Yi Zhenin brothers. What did you say? Say that again. Yi Zhenmin's voice trembled slightly. I said I might be the daughter you lost. Yi Lingwei replied. Do you have any proof? Yi Zhenmin tried to stay calm as much as possible. I have a jade pendant shaped like a leaf. I don't know if it can be used as evidence, but we will need to wait until you return to do a paternity test to confirm the truth. Before Yi Lingwei finished speaking, Yi Zhenin suddenly took off her sun hat and stared blankly at her face. She looks just like him. Third brother, she really looks like you. Looking at the girl with delicate features and extraordinary beauty, Yi Zhenin loudly shouted into the phone. All right. Come to my house and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Yi Zhenin, you must take good care of her. Wait for me. Usually calm and composed, Yi Zhenmin's voice choked with emotion as he urgently instructed. Okay, third brother. I will take good care of her. Don't worry. After hearing the call end, Yi Zhenin turned around and stared at Yi Lingwei with wide eyes. Is this true? You're actually my niece? Oh my god, this is so sudden. Are you trying to scare me to death? Maybe? Possibly? Probably so? I'm not sure either. Let's wait until we do a paternity test, Yi Lingwei said. Yi Zhenin found Yi Lingwei quite interesting. Having such a little uncle might not be so bad. They say daughters resemble their fathers. You and my third brother look almost identical, so it shouldn't be wrong. Perhaps Yi Zhenin was worried that Yi Lingwei might feel nervous, so he comforted her by saying, If you are my third brother's biological daughter, then of course you are the best. But even if you're not, it's okay. Just because you saved the old man's life, we will all thank you sincerely. Yi Lingwei responded softly, I'm not worried. Then I'll take you to my third brother's house to wait for him. He'll be back in a few hours. Yi Zhenin stepped on the gas and drove toward the villa area. Okay, you decide what to do. I trust your judgment.
Ye Lingwei nodded gently.
The car slowly traveled through the layered forests, and the evening breeze blew her long hair. The beautiful sunset reflected on her delicate face, making the moment seem so wonderful. Although everyone in the Yi family lives on this mountain, they don't live in the same house. Once they become adults, each person has their own villa. Since everyone is busy most of the time, they don't see each other often. Yi Zhenin parked the car in front of a villa near the mountaintop, opened the door, and helped Yi Lingwei out. My third brother often goes on business trips and doesn't come home much. He doesn't like others to serve him, so besides someone coming to clean, no one else visits. After entering, Yi Zhenin poured her a glass of water and said, Feel free to sit down. Can we chat for a bit?
Sure.
Yi Lingwei sat down and glanced around. The decor was very simple and modest, with only essential furniture and appliances, no extra decorations. After talking for so long, I still don't know your name. Yi Zhenin's previously excited mood had calmed down a bit. Yi Lingwei, she replied politely. Your surname is Yi too? Wow, what a coincidence. Yi Zhenin looked at her in surprise. Yes, it is quite a coincidence. My father's surname is Yi, so I naturally have the same surname.
Ah.
I mean my adoptive father, Yi Lingwei said calmly. Then I'll call you Wei Wei from now on?
Ye Zenan grinned confidently.
Sure, you can call me whatever you like.
Ye Lingwei responded indifferently.
Wei Wei, I heard you might be my niece.
Who told you that?
Yi Zhenin directly asked about the key person behind this information. It's not convenient to say right now. We'll talk after the paternity test. Anyway, you'll find out sooner or later. Yi Lingwei refused to answer. All right, then can you tell me about your childhood? Yi Zhenin quickly changed the subject. I was picked up by my father. I don't know the exact details. My father treats me very well and loves me very much, so I am happy and lucky. When mentioning her father, Yi Lingwei's usually calm face clearly showed a smile. Wei Wei, why have you never asked me about third sister-in-law? Yi Zhenin asked with some confusion. I don't know. I don't understand any of you well, including her.
I don't know what to ask.
Yi Lingwei looked out the window and said indifferently, whether she has any relation to me now is uncertain, so there's no point in asking more. Wei Wei, you really don't sound like a girl your age when you talk. Yi Zhenin looked at Yi Lingwei with curiosity. Really? Maybe. Yi Lingwei didn't give any explanation. By the way, Wei Wei, I need to go handle Grandpa's affairs first. You can stay here for a while. Yi Zhenin stood up as he spoke.
How is Grandpa?
Yi Lingwei also stood up. Thanks to you, he's fine. No big problem, don't worry. That's good. You go ahead and handle your work. I'll be fine on my own. I'll come over as soon as I finish arranging things. Okay. Yi Lingwei watched Yi Zhenin walk away confidently, her cold and indifferent eyes hiding unknown thoughts. She came to Ye's family to find out about her background, but more than that, she also had plans to use the situation. In her previous life, Yi Lingwei was innocent and cheerful. Even after struggling in the end of world for 10 years, witnessing death and human ugliness, she still kept a kind heart. But now, Yi Lingwei is different. She came for revenge, for protection. She would no longer trust others easily or give her heart freely, not even to her biological parents. Bai Wulin's mother was her biological mother's sister. Her aunt handed her niece over to human traffickers. No matter the reason, Yi Lingwei didn't think the person who was her mother was completely innocent. Even if she was her biological mother, after so many years apart, they had no love or hatred. To Yi Lingwei, she was just a stranger, and she preferred to ignore her. As for Yi Zhenmin, unless the end of world was coming and he still had some use, Yi Lingwei probably wouldn't have come to see him. In her heart, only her father was truly her father, the person she loved most. Yi Lingwei never thought that blood relations were very important. Without companionship and effort, how could there be true feelings or love? As night fell, all the lights in the villa automatically turned on. Yi Lingwei sat comfortably on a soft sofa, looking at the spacious, bright hall in front of her. She thought about her home with her father and couldn't help but chuckle. Really two completely different worlds. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Hello, Miss Yi. I am the housekeeper of the Yi family. The fourth young master asked me to come. May I come in? A slightly aged voice came from outside the door.
Come in.
Yi Lingwei looked toward the door. An elderly man with some gray hair, followed by 5 or 6 staff carrying dishes, entered. Please place the dishes on the dining table. You may leave now, the housekeeper instructed. After that, he approached Yi Lingwei and smiled politely, explaining, Hello, Miss Yi. The fourth young master had to be called back to the hospital for an emergency. He asked me to apologize on his behalf. These dishes were ordered by the fourth young master for you. Please take a look and see if they suit your taste. If you need anything else, just let me know. It's fine.
I don't need anything. You don't have to worry about me.
Go ahead and get busy, Yi Lingwei replied as she sat at the dining table.
Alright, monsieur.
Once you finish your meal, I will have someone clear the table, the housekeeper said. No need to send anyone. I'll clear it myself after I eat, Yi Lingwei said, already used to cleaning up after herself and not feeling it was a big deal. Okay, I'll leave now. Enjoy your meal, the housekeeper responded neutrally. As he left, he gently closed the door behind him. Yi Lingwei watched his figure leave and thought to herself, at least so far, whether it's old Master Yi, Yi Zhenin, or even the staff working here, Everyone has been polite and respectful to her. No one looks down on her or acts arrogantly. In the past, whether on TV or in novels, she often saw scenes of wealthy young men being irresponsible, arrogant, and bullying ordinary people. Before coming here, she was prepared for that. But now, it seems the Yi family doesn't have such behavior. It feels pretty good. She picked up her chopsticks and looked at the more than 10 dishes on the table, sea cucumber, abalone, lobster. Well, some of these she didn't even know what they were, had never seen or eaten before. After taking a few bites and tasting the food, I can say that the dishes are truly delicious in appearance, aroma, and flavor. Each dish is very tasty. Instantly, Yilingwei felt her appetite open wide and decided to eat a good meal. Anyone who has experienced the end of the world has a deep obsession with good food, and their desire for food reaches its peak. Half an hour later, seeing all the plates empty, Yilingwei was amazed at her own eating capacity. She touched her bloated stomach and said, "Wow, I ate so much. It's incredible. When did I become such a big eater? Am I going to hurt my stomach? Maybe it's because my strength has increased and my appetite has grown too. I should get up and walk around a bit to stay active." Yilingwei quickly stood up, tidied the table, and washed all the dishes. She then walked around the living room for a while. Looking at the clock, it was already past 10 at night. She wasn't sure when Yi Jinmin would return, so she took out her phone notes. She planned to record major events she knew of for the next 10 years, so she wouldn't forget and could use them as references for her future plans. After finishing the notes, Yilingwei felt a little tired and exhausted. She curled up on the sofa to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, she fell into a deep sleep. Time passed unknowingly, and the villa's door was opened again. A handsome, elegant middle-aged man hurried inside, his face full of worry and fatigue. But when he saw the little figure curled up on the sofa, he slowed his steps, held his breath, and tried not to wake the small figure. A strong instinct told Yi Jinmin that this girl was his daughter, his lost daughter from many years ago, the little girl he had thought about day and night for so long. Seeing her face almost identical to his heart started pounding faster, and he could no longer stay calm. Every midnight when he dreamed and tears wet his clothes, he thought about her countless times. As long as his precious girl appeared before him again, no matter how many years had passed or how the world changed, he would recognize her at once. Because she was the person he loved with his life. Every day, every second, he pictured his daughter's face in his mind, unable to help but wonder, where is my little girl now? Is she doing well? Is she eating properly? Is she wearing enough clothes now that it's cold? Has anyone held an umbrella for her in the rain? Has she grown taller again? Does she still remember her dad? I remember when my daughter was born, so tiny and soft, cuddled in my arms. She was so adorable. At that time, I told myself I must become the best father in the world, a source of support and confidence for my daughter. Watching her grow each day, from her first dad to her first turnover, sitting up, crawling, walking unsteadily, and finally sitting on my shoulders, I never missed any of her firsts. But later, I missed her first day at preschool, her first day of elementary school, middle school, and college. To stay with her and not miss her growth, I dedicated all my free time to her, leaving behind social events and gatherings. There was no socializing, only a father whose heart and eyes were full of love for his daughter. Because of love, it was all worth it. Dad, I love you so much. A little girl about 3 years old, comfortably snuggled in my arms, sweetly said, "Dad loves you the most, and will love you forever and ever." I pinched her little nose affectionately and said, "What if I have a little brother or sister someday? Will Dad still love Nan Nan?" The little girl frowned slightly, worried, and asked, "Dad will always only love Nan Nan, just her, only her. Let's not have a little brother or sister, okay? Really? Really?" "Dad promises," I said, extending my little pinky. "Pinky promise, cross my heart, never change for 100 years. Are hooked together, looking very cute. All right, don't worry. Smile for Dad." I suddenly started joking around with her. He. Her clear, Cheerful laugh echoed far and wide. That was the day before my daughter went missing. At that time, I never imagined anything would happen. But just a day later, I could no longer see my precious girl, the one I held so close to my heart. For many years afterward, I kept thinking about that day, feeling guilty and regretful for not protecting her well, wishing I could see her again, even if only in a dream. To me, my daughter was more important than my own life. So when I found out she was lost, I went crazy. For days and nights, I didn't eat or sleep, desperately searching everywhere for her. I wished I could turn the whole city upside down until I couldn't go on anymore and fainted on the street. For a whole year, he used all his connections to keep searching for his daughter's whereabouts. But when he finally found the 2 human traffickers who kidnapped her, they had already died in a car accident 6 months earlier, and the leads were cut off. Although he didn't find his daughter, he did uncover some clues. He believed his daughter's disappearance was related to Bai Wanner. Unfortunately, the traffickers were dead, and he couldn't find solid evidence. Bai Wanner is his sister-in-law, his wife's younger sister. During that time, the person who hurt him the most was his wife, Bai Qingshuang, his daughter's biological mother. When his daughter first went missing, Bai Qingshuang was very sad for a while. But soon after, she brought Bai Wanner into their home. She said it was to keep her company, hoping it would make everyone feel better. Whenever Yi Jinmin came home, he could hear Bai Qingshuang and Bai Wanner playing and laughing. Bai Wanner even ran up to him, pretending to be obedient by helping him carry slippers or pour hot water, asking if he was tired. Then his wife would smile happily and praise Bai Wanner for being so good and caring. At that time, Bai Wanner was only 5 years old, but her eyes showed no innocence or naivety, only a desire to please and manipulate. Having worked in the business world for so many years, Yi Jinmin had seen all kinds of people, but a 5-year-old who didn't know how to hide her intentions was unusual. He couldn't understand why Bai Qingshuang could forget her own daughter so quickly. And Bai Qingshuang would never understand that, in his heart, his daughter was irreplaceable. Bai Wanner was not even worth a single hair of his daughter's head. Once, Yi Jinmin shared his suspicions and clues with Bai Qingshuang, but they argued fiercely. Bai Qingshuang even accused him of being obsessed with finding his daughter and doubting her own sister, Bai Wanner, who was her closest family. But how could Yi Jinmin let Bai Wanner go so easily? He had people break Bai Wanner's leg and spread rumors that she was having an affair with someone, making her hated by everyone in Donghai City. People called her a street rat, afraid to go outside. He also warned Bai Wanner's lover to cut ties with her. This forced Bai Wanner to secretly leave Donghai and move elsewhere. Because of this, Yi Jinmin and Bai Qingshuang argued repeatedly, and their marriage almost fell apart. Bai Qingshuang once thought that if she had another child, their relationship could return to how it was before. But how could that be possible? Yi Jinmin promised his daughter that he would love only her for his whole life and would not have any more children. If he broke his promise and his daughter got angry and refused to come back, what would happen? Moreover, the problems between Yi Jinmin and Bai Qingshuang couldn't be fixed just by having another child. He never truly understood Bai Qingshuang, and she would never understand him. 2 people with different values could never stay together forever. After that, Yi Jinmin rarely went home. That place, full of arguments and cold silences, no longer had the little girl running over to hug his leg and calling him dad sweetly. Such a home was no longer a home for him. 3 or 4 years passed, and Bai Qingshuang finally couldn't endure it anymore and asked for a divorce. He agreed without hesitation and gave Bai Qingshuang 50 million yuan. He was grateful she had given him a good daughter and that their relationship was finally over. On the day they got the divorce papers, Yi Jinmin thought he might never marry again or have more children in his life. He decided he would find his daughter and love her even more, taking good care of her. Soon after, Yi Jinmin heard that Bai Qingshuang remarried. She married a recent college graduate who was very talented, and they quickly had 2 children. The family moved abroad to live. Yi Jinmin and Bai Qingshuang never contacted each other again, and Bai Qingshuang never asked about their daughter. Over the years, Yi Jinmin kept working hard, using his busy life to distract himself. He wanted to earn a lot of money so that when he found his daughter, he could buy her many clothes, take her to see many beautiful places, and enjoy lots of delicious food with her. He would give her anything she wanted. Every year on the day his daughter went missing, Yi Jinmin donated a large sum of money to the orphanage. He played with the children there all day long. Perhaps he had his own selfish reasons. He just hoped to accumulate some good karma for his daughter. He wished she could live happily somewhere he couldn't see, be loved by someone, and return to him sooner. Looking at the girl sleeping peacefully on the sofa, tears blurred Yi Jinmin's eyes. He knew that his long-held wish had finally come true. His daughter had come back to find him, right in front of him. "Baby, thank you for coming to find Dad. Sorry, it was Dad's fault. Dad didn't protect you well. Dad promised he would never lose you again." Yi Jinmin gently covered Yi Lingwei with a thin summer quilt. He sat on the ground, watching her with unwavering eyes, full of happiness. In the 10 years after the apocalypse, Yi Lingwei had never slept peacefully. Her nerves were always tense, so even a small breeze would wake her up. But today, her sharp senses failed her. She didn't hear Yi Jinmin come home, nor did she notice someone else nearby. Maybe she was too tired, or perhaps because she had lived here for 3 years, she subconsciously felt safe. So, Yi Lingwei fell into a deep sleep, until the morning light appeared, filling the eastern sky with rosy clouds. She woke up feeling refreshed, having slept soundly without dreams. She stretched lazily and opened her sleepy eyes, suddenly sensing something was wrong. She looked around carefully. Yes, a strange man was sitting in front of her, looking at her affectionately.
"Ah, who are you?"
"Why are you here?" Still groggy, Yi Lingwei almost got scared out of her wits. "Baby, don't be afraid. It's me, I'm Dad." Seeing his daughter frightened, Yi Jinmin quickly became anxious. "Dad?" Yi Lingwei's fuzzy mind cleared instantly. Could this person be? Is he Yi Jinmin? The man in front of her was about 40 years old, over 1.8 meters tall. He had a tall, upright posture, calm and elegant demeanor, with a strong, handsome face. If you ignored the slight greenish stubble on his face and his red eyes, he could be considered a handsome uncle. Looking closer, his features and appearance were very similar to hers, so it couldn't be mistaken.
"Hey."
Yes, I am your dad," Yi Jinmin said excitedly. "Don't get too excited first. Whether I'm your dad or not, we need to do a paternity test first." Yi Lingwei looked at him with some confusion, wondering why he was reacting this way. Hadn't they not done the paternity test yet? "Baby, you are my daughter, and I am your father. I am very sure about that. We don't need a test," Yi Jinmin said seriously. "Let's trust science. I don't want any mix-ups in the future." Yi Lingwei remained calm and firm. "You are my most beloved daughter. I've looked for you for so many years. How could I not recognize you? How could I possibly be mistaken?" Yi Jinmin looked at Yi Lingwei's cold and distant attitude, and at this moment, he felt a deep pain in his heart. His beloved daughter had forgotten him and no longer remembered her father. Seeing the man in front of her, his red, swollen eyes, his tired face, and his overall exhaustion, she thought he must not have slept all night. For some reason, Yi Lingwei felt a little bit of pity in her heart. "I'm not being unkind. I just think this is best for all of us," she said more softly. "All right, Dad, I trust you. We'll do the DNA test as long as you're happy." Yi Jinmin didn't want to make his daughter uncomfortable. Whatever she asked for, he would agree. "Okay, when shall we go?" "The sooner we solve this, the better." Yi Lingwei didn't want to waste any more time. "I'll take you upstairs to wash up first. After breakfast, we'll leave." Yi Jinmin forced down his sour feelings and tried to stay cheerful. "All right, thank you so much." After speaking, Yi Lingwei followed Yi Jinmin upstairs. Nan, this is your room. I don't know if you still remember." When they reached the second floor, Yi Jinmin opened a door at the corner. A pink, cute room came into view. A large crystal chandelier, pretty wallpaper, a pure white European-style big bed, and pink curtains hanging beside it. The bed was filled with lovely dolls, and a soft white carpet covered the floor. There were many photos on the wall. Pictures of a little girl smiling happily, looking very joyful. Some photos showed her alone, others with Yi Jinmin, from when she was a baby up to about 3 years old. At that moment, the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the big floor-to-ceiling window, filling the room with a beautiful, dreamy glow. This room's decor was completely different from the downstairs hall, clearly designed just for the girl. It showed how much Yi Jinmin loved his daughter. He wondered how happy she might be now if she hadn't been lost. If you don't like it, I can have someone redecorate it right away. Just tell me what style you prefer and I'll do it. Yi Jinmin looked carefully at Yi Lingwei's expression, worried she might dislike it. No need, maybe later, she replied. Yi Lingwei felt a strange feeling inside. Was it envy or regret? All right, over here is the walk-in closet. All the clothes inside are new, and they've all been cleaned and disinfected, so you can wear whatever fits. There should be sizes for you. Yi Jinmin carefully explained to Yi Lingwei, this is the bathroom and shower room. The toiletries inside are all new and suitable for your age. You can use them first. Later, Dad will take you shopping for more. Whatever I use is fine, thank you. Yi Lingwei politely said. All right, then wash up now. Dad will go downstairs first. Hearing her polite yet distant words, Yi Jinmin felt a little sad but told himself repeatedly, being able to safely have her back by his side, what more could he ask for? As long as the little one is well, whether she recognizes him as her father or not, he doesn't mind. His whole life, he just wants to stay by her side, accompany her, protect her, and have no other demands. Yi Lingwei could see that Yi Jinmin was sad and trying to smile, but she thought it was too soon to say anything. She had no memories of Yi Jinmin, and in her life over the years, he was a stranger to her. She simply couldn't empathize. When she arrived at the walk-in closet, she was stunned. It was nearly 100 square meters, with 3 walls filled with beautiful clothes in large wardrobes. In the middle of the room was a huge jewelry table with a glass top. Through the glass, she could see small compartments underneath, filled with various jewelry and watches. The sparkling gems almost blinded her eyes. On the side of the closet were many wooden compartments holding different brand-name bags. She didn't know much about them, but they looked very expensive. Is this what rich people live like? She wondered. Thinking about the only 500 plus yuan left in her pocket, she sighed. Ugh. Comparing myself to others really makes me angry. First, I should take a shower to wake myself up so I don't get blinded by wealth. Yi Lingwei hurried to the bathroom. Half an hour later, after drying her hair, she sat at the makeup table. Looking at the many skincare and makeup products she couldn't name, she felt overwhelmed. Besides knowing they were big international brands, she knew nothing more. Forget it, I don't need these. With my good skin and beautiful face, who needs all this stuff? Anyway, my sister is naturally beautiful and can't be ignored.
Haha.
She couldn't help but laugh. Now I should find a dress to change into and go downstairs for dinner. Perhaps Yi Lingwei didn't realize that in this home, she feels relaxed both mentally and physically, with no sense of unfamiliarity or restraint. Again, Yi Lingwei entered the wardrobe room and walked around the 3 walls of the closet. The doors are made of clear glass, bright and transparent. Through the doors, she could see the clothes hanging inside, covering all seasons and ages. Yi Lingwei opened the door on the side, revealing some baby clothes, some worn, some new. Her hand gently stroked these clothes, which were very soft and comfortable, with a faint fresh scent, showing they were well cared for. At that moment, Yi Lingwei noticed a sticky note on the side of the closet, filled with writing. The handwriting was strong and sharp, likely written by a man. Usually not very curious, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but pick up the note and read it carefully. My little girl is already 1 year old. I want to keep all her clothes from when she was a baby. That way, when she grows up, she can see these clothes and remember her childhood. Yi Lingwei then opened the second closet, filled with tiny baby clothes, also with a note attached. Today, my little girl is 2 years old. Every day hearing her sweetly call me Dad makes me feel so happy. Having such a lovely daughter is my luck, and that's enough for me in this life. She opened the third closet, where many pretty little dresses hung on the racks. Yilingwei thought to herself that the owner of these clothes must be a girl who loves beauty very much. A note was also stuck on the side of this closet. My little girl is already 3 years old. Soon she will start kindergarten. On the first day I send her off to school, I know I will probably cry before she does. I'm just a father who's not very strong, a true daughter's. Yilingwei continued walking forward and reached out to open the fourth closet. The clothes inside seemed even more numerous, but they all looked brand new, as if they had never been worn. The same notes were attached, but this time they looked a bit wrinkled, as if soaked in water. My little girl turned 4 today, but I have lost her. I bought her many new clothes, but she never wore any of them. I don't know where my precious girl is. I wonder if she's doing well. Is she in kindergarten? Is someone loving her for me? The fifth wardrobe still holds many new clothes, with the same sticky notes. The sixth wardrobe contains beautiful new clothes and an elementary school uniform. Same sticky note, same handwriting and water stain. My little girl is 6 years old today. It's time for her to start elementary school. I wonder what she looks like in her uniform. Dad really wants to see her with his own eyes. Her teachers and classmates must like her a lot. After all, my little girl is so cute and charming. In the 12th wardrobe, there is now a middle school uniform, clearly indicating that her little girl has started middle school. Today my little girl turns 12. She is now a teenager. But I still haven't found her. I didn't get to celebrate Children's Day with my precious one. She has quietly grown up somewhere I don't know. I really feel like a failure as a father. Unsurprisingly, in the 15th wardrobe, there is a high school uniform, marking the 13th year since the girl lost her childhood. Today is my little girl's 15th birthday. I wonder if she remembers her special day. Did she eat cake, out candles, and make a wish? I think her wish probably doesn't include me. She must have forgotten about me long ago. For some reason, the more Yilingwei walks forward, the heavier her steps become, and her mood grows more and more sad. In the 18th wardrobe, there is a very delicate and luxurious evening dress and a crown decorated with many diamonds. This time, the sticky note is filled with words, as if there are 1,000 things to say, but no one to hear them. Today is my little girl's 18th birthday. From now on, she is an adult. She has grown up. I prepared a coming-of-age ceremony for her, but she, the main character, was absent. Without her, what is all my effort for? The girl missed her coming-of-age ceremony, but I missed her childhood, adolescence, and youth. I missed her entire youth. The most beautiful years of a girl's life, the days when she needed her father's protection. I was not there. I only hope that somewhere my daughter can grow up healthy, happy, and joyful. Thus, Yilingwei opened all the wardrobes one by one, carefully reading each sticky note. It was like walking alongside the person who wrote the notes, reliving the past 20 years. If anyone says Yilingwei was not touched, they are definitely wrong. She is not an emotionless machine. Who can truly ignore a father's deep love for his daughter? Remember, this is not just for a day or a year, but for many, many years. Year after year, her daughter was not by her side. She opened the last wardrobe, which was filled with clothes in the style Yilingwei liked, simple, elegant, yet lively and girlish. There was still a familiar note with familiar handwriting. My dear girl has grown into a 20-year-old young lady. I am also slowly getting older. Time is passing, but my love and longing for my baby only grows stronger. Perhaps the less I have, the more I fear missing her wedding, missing her becoming a wife and mother, missing out on her entire life. I'm afraid that in my lifetime, I may never see my girl again or have the chance to love her properly. When she read the last line, Yilingwei couldn't hold back her tears, and her eyes turned red. She kept telling herself not to give her heart easily, not to trust anyone too quickly, and not to repeat the mistakes of her past life. But, facing such silent yet profound fatherly love, even a stranger would find it hard to stay unaffected. Yilingwei didn't want to deceive herself. She had no memories or feelings for Yijinmin. But her intuition told her she was his daughter, and this was the place she had once lived. Moreover, Yi Jinmin was clearly different from her. He remembered her and loved her. Although he hadn't been able to accompany her as she grew up over the years, his heart had always been with her. In any relationship, be it family, love, or friendship, the person who stays until the end, whom you can't bear to part with, is always the one you love most, and the one who refuses to let go is often the most tortured and pained. Yi Lingwei had never blamed Yi Jinmin. She just felt unfamiliar and distant. Maybe she could try to change that someday. Once she understood this, she felt more at peace in her mind and body. She quickly found a white dress from the wardrobe. This dress looked very similar to the one she wore yesterday, but the material was noticeably higher quality. Yi Lingwei put on the dress, let her long hair down, and headed downstairs. "Girl, you go sit in the dining room first. The food will be ready soon," Yi Jinmin called out from the kitchen when he heard her. Seeing him in an apron, sweating profusely as he personally cooked for her, Yi Lingwei didn't know how she should feel at this moment. Father's love is silent, but often unnoticed, yet it can feel deafening at times. "Sweetheart, this is the vegetable and shredded meat noodles I made for you. Try it and see if it suits your taste. When you were little, you loved eating this the most. You would always cling to me, asking me to make it." Yi Jinmin brought the freshly made noodles with shredded meat and placed them in front of Yi Lingwei, feeling both nostalgic and a little nervous as he spoke. "Yes, sit down and eat with me."
Yi Lingwei softly replied.
"Come on, let's eat together." Tears, hot and uncontrollable, fell into the bowl as Yi Jinmin looked down, but he held back his sobs, not daring to cry out loud. He had waited 17 years for this breakfast, 17 long years. During these years, the kitchen was always stocked with fresh noodles, vegetables, and meat, just so he could make his daughter's favorite shredded meat noodles when she came home. No one could understand how tough these years of waiting had been for him, such constant suffering, but today, that pain finally ended. Yi Lingwei came home, and Yi Jinmin's life also found new hope, and the father and daughter could be together for many, many more years. After breakfast, Yi Jinmin drove with Yi Lingwei to the paternity testing center. Once there, he went straight to the manager and arranged for an urgent test. In just 2 hours, they received the results. Based on current data and DNA analysis, it confirms that Yi Jinmin is the biological father of Yi Lingwei. The clear, black and white report finally eased Yi Jinmin's worried heart. He had always believed he wouldn't mistake his daughter, but since she insisted on the test, he chose to respect her decision. Luckily, everything was finally settled. "Sweetheart, look, I really am your dad." Yi Jinmin excitedly hugged Yi Lingwei, holding her as if she were his most precious treasure. The joy of finding her again seemed almost tangible. Everything seemed predictable. The paternity test was just a formality to clear things up and avoid future trouble. So, Yi Lingwei didn't have many thoughts or feelings about it. But she accepted the hug and didn't push away Yi Jinmin. This was the father who had waited for her for 17 years. "Sweetheart, I want to hold a grand homecoming celebration for you, to tell everyone that my daughter, Yi Jinmin's daughter, has returned. Our most noble little princess of the Yi family is home," Yi Jinmin said excitedly. "No need, I don't like those kinds of events," Yi Lingwei replied without hesitation. "The end of the world is near. Who still cares about status? Being too showy will only bring her trouble. All right, since you don't like it, we won't do it." Yi Jinmin paused, then continued, "I'll go bring your father here. I heard from your little uncle about your childhood. I want to thank him properly for raising you." "No need. My dad doesn't know I came to see you yet. I will find a chance to tell him later. Until then, please don't bother him."
Yi Lingwei firmly declined.
Okay, Dad will listen to you. What I mean is, your father took good care of you, and your name is nice. Yi Lingwei, what a lovely name. Yi Jinmin was suddenly surprised. Was he too anxious? He quickly explained, feeling a bit uneasy. "I didn't mean anything else. You don't need to be so cautious with me. Just treat us normally." Seeing Yi Jinmin look so anxious, Yi Lingwei felt a little sad and softened her voice. "Hey, Dad knows now." Then let's go shopping now. See if there's anything you need or like. Whether it's food or fun. Dad will buy it for you, Yi Jianmin suggested. Didn't sleep all night. Don't you want to rest for a while? And your work, do you need to handle anything? Yi Lingwei looked up at Yi Jianmin's bloodshot eyes. Dad isn't tired. As long as I can stay with Nan Nan, Dad can stay awake for 3 days and nights without a problem. Is this her caring for him? Yi Jianmin thought so, and felt very happy. Just then, Yi Jianmin's phone rang. Third brother, where are you now? Can you come to the city hospital? What's wrong? I'm with my daughter, Yi Jianmin replied. Daughter? Is it Vivi? Have you done a paternity test? On the other end, Yi Jianmin asked curiously. Yes, we just got the results. Vivi is my daughter, your niece. From now on, you need to treat my daughter well, Yi Jianmin said happily. Don't worry, I will definitely treat Vivi well. Congratulations, third brother. Yi Jianmin already had a good impression of Yi Lingwei, so he was happy with this result. Thanks. By the way, why are you going to the city hospital? Did you cause trouble again?
Yi Jianmin asked.
Can't you think of me? It's about Dad. Dad was hospitalized yesterday. I forgot to tell you, he replied. But it's okay now, don't worry.
Yezenan akartli similet.
Can you be more reliable when you handle things? How could you forget something this important? Yi Jianmin was speechless. Dad was fine yesterday, thanks to Wei Wei. If Wei Wei hadn't saved Dad, the situation would have been serious. Yi Jianmin said, feeling a bit scared. Wei Wei saved Dad? Yi Jianmin turned to look at Yi Lingwei, who nodded gently. Yes, didn't Wei Wei tell you? You should go to the hospital first. I'll explain everything to you later. Yi Jianmin looked a little anxious. All right, I'll go right now. Yi Jianmin hung up the phone and looked at Yi Lingwei, seeming unsure of what to say. You should go to the hospital quickly. Yi Lingwei stepped in to help. Where are you going? Are you going with Dad?
Yi Jianmin asked.
No, I'm going to buy some things. After I finish my work, I'll go back to the villa. I have something important to tell you then, Yi Lingwei explained her plans. Okay, then save Dad's contact info. Call me if anything happens. Later, Dad will take you shopping when he has time. He took out a black bank card from his bag and handed it to Yi Lingwei. Nian Nian, there's 2 billion on this card. Spend it first. Buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, Dad will give you more. Yi Lingwei took the card, feeling a mix of emotions after hearing Yi Jianmin's words. A big part of her reason for coming to see Yi Jianmin was indeed for money. But originally, she just wanted him to help sell medicinal herbs to raise funds, since she didn't have good channels. She had also thought before that Yi Jianmin might give her money, but she never expected it to be so much.
2 billion.
That's an astronomical amount she couldn't even imagine in her lifetime. Looking at the black card in her hand, Yi Lingwei decided to accept it first. At worst, she could just hand over the herbs to Yi Jianmin later, and she was sure he wouldn't suffer any loss. Thinking this way, she felt a bit more at ease. I really need money now, so I won't hold back. All right, just take it and spend it. All the money Dad earns is yours. You can spend it however you want. Seeing her accept the card, Yi Jianmin was very happy. He had worked hard for so many years just for this moment. Then go to the hospital quickly. I'll be leaving now, Yi Lingwei said. Little girl, once you're done with your errands, remember to come home early. Dad will be waiting for you to have dinner together, okay? Yi Jianmin still hesitated to ask Yi Lingwei for her opinion. Got it, I will come back for dinner. You go ahead and get busy. Drive slowly on the way. Yi Lingwei, who had already turned to leave, waved her hand behind her and said, Okay, see you tonight. Losing his daughter over the years had left an unhealable wound in Yi Jianmin's heart. Even now, with his daughter right in front of him, he still felt anxious and worried, afraid that if he turned away, she might disappear again. Perhaps some pain can only be healed by enough love, and some emptiness can only be filled with time. Until one day, when Yi Lingwei called out Dad with full care and affection, Yi Jianmin finally felt his life was complete, without any regrets. I said I'm fine, so why won't they let me leave the hospital? As Yi Jianmin reached the door of the ward, he heard his father's strong voice. Dad, can you be reasonable? When did I say I wouldn't let you leave? I said that once my third brother talks to Director Zhou and understands the situation, I will handle your discharge right away. Yi Jianan leaned against the window, looking helplessly at the old man. Third brother, hurry up and get the discharge done. I want to go home. Third brother, you finally came. Dad is so difficult to deal with. When Yi Jianmin pushed the door open, both of them looked over at once and spoke together. Dad, are you really okay now? Yi Jianmin approached his father's bed and asked worriedly. Is there any problem? Not at all. I can run 3 kilometers easily. The old man said confidently. Dad, rest for a bit first. Jianan and I will go talk to Director Zhou. Once the discharge procedures are done, we'll go home together. Yi Jianmin advised. Yes, go quickly. I'm a grown man, there's nothing to worry about. The old man waved his hand, signaling Yi Jianmin to get on with his work. Jianan, come out for a moment. Let's go see Director Zhou together. Yi Jianmin called Yi Jianan to leave the ward together. Jianan, what exactly is wrong with Dad's health? Why does Dad seem to be much better than before? After walking a bit further, Yi Jianmin asked. I don't know the details either. Even Director Zhou isn't clear. Yesterday, I stayed up all night to give Dad a full-body checkup. The results were surprisingly good. Although they are still far from the standards of a healthy person, Dad's results are much better than before. Yi Jianan scratched his head, looking confused. What did Director Zhou say? Asked Yi Jianmin. He said he couldn't find the exact cause either, said Yi Jianan. He also couldn't understand it. It was clearly a very dangerous illness. Dad not only avoided danger, but also improved without any treatment. It's like a medical miracle. Yi Jianan repeated Director Zhou's words. Did the hospital give Dad any treatment at all? Not even injections or medicine? Asked Yi Jianmin again. No, actually, when Dad arrived at the hospital yesterday, he was already fully recovered. If he hadn't needed the overnight checkup, he could have been discharged early.
Yi Jianan explained.
Now tell me in detail about Dad's illness and how Vivi saved him? Asked Yi Jianmin, seeming to seek confirmation. When I mention Vivi, I have to say, brother, you are really lucky. Vivi is so beautiful, kind, and talented. If he hadn't gotten lost that year, Vivi would definitely be the most loved little princess of our Yi family. Yi Jianan felt a bit envious and a little regretful. My daughter is definitely the best in the world. No need for you to say. Losing Vivi has always been a scar in my heart. You really shouldn't bring up that topic now, just get to the point. Yi Jianmin looked eager to act. Brother, I was wrong. Don't get so excited.
Yi Jianan begged.
Dad said he went to the airport yesterday to pick someone up. He asked the driver to wait in the car and went inside alone. He didn't expect his heart to suddenly attack. The medicine was in the car, but he was in so much pain he fell to the ground and couldn't speak, so he couldn't call the driver. The more Yi Jianan explained, the stranger his expression looked. You don't know. Dad said he saw his great-grandmother come to pick him up, feeling like he was about to leave with her. Just then, a little fairy quickly rushed over. She gave him a pill and a few sips of sweet water. Soon, he felt his body recover and managed to take himself back from his great-grandmother's hands. That little fairy who saved him was naturally Vivi. Yi Jianan spoke excitedly about the wonderful part, with a happy expression and full of energy, gesturing with his hands and feet. So, from our dad falling ill to his recovery, he only took 1 pill given by Wei Wei and drank the water she provided? Yi Jianmin pointed out the key issue sharply. Yes, no wonder this seasoned business veteran quickly caught the main point.
Why didn't I think of that?
Could it be that Wei Wei is really a fairy? That she's giving our dad some kind of magic pill? Yi Jianan had to admire his own wild imagination and quickly pulled back his wandering thoughts. Looking at his third brother, he asked seriously, Third brother, what are you going to do? Should we find Wei Wei and ask her directly?
Don't worry about it.
Just remember, whether or not this is related to Wei Wei, you must not tell anyone. Not even our dad. You can't say a word about it. Let everyone believe it's just a coincidence, a medical miracle. Understand? Yi Jianmin looked at Yi Jianan seriously. I promise I won't tell anyone. Rest assured, Yi Zhenin said firmly, patting his chest to guarantee. What did Director Zhou say? Is there anything else about Dad's health we should watch out for?
Je zemin noddet, trusting je zenans promise.
Director Zhou said that although Dad's heart condition hasn't fully healed, it shouldn't worsen anymore. So as long as he takes his medicine on time and nothing unexpected happens, he can live a normal life until the end. Yi Zhenin said happily. That's good. Our dad has truly been blessed in disguise. It's a good thing. Yi Zhenmin also felt happy for their father. Our family is truly double lucky now, right? You found your biological daughter, and Dad's health has improved. And both good news are related to Wei Wei. Dad was right after all. Wei Wei is our family's little fairy.
Hihi.
The more Yi Zhenin thought about Yi Lingwei, the more he liked her, and he couldn't help but smile. Of course, our Wei Wei has always been the most beautiful and adorable little fairy. From the moment she was born, I knew she was special. Thinking of his daughter, Yi Zhenmin's face was filled with happiness. Oh, I get it. You're the only one with a daughter, so your little fairy is the best and most beautiful, all right?
Je zenan repliet sorli.
Jealous? Then you should find someone to marry and have your own kid.
Je zemin respondet bluntly.
I don't want to get married. I like being free and don't want anyone to control me. Even if I do get married, I might not have a daughter. Look at my older brothers, they've had a bunch of noisy boys, and it's so annoying. 30-something Yi Zhenin is most afraid of his family pressuring him to marry. I'll go find Director Zhou to handle Dad's discharge paperwork. You should stay in the ward and keep Dad company, Yi Zhenin said quickly as he hurried away. Yi Zhenmin watched his brother's childish behavior and shook his head with a smile, then went back to the ward alone. Third brother, is the paperwork done?
Can we leave now?
As soon as Yi Zhenmin entered the ward, the old man asked eagerly. Dad, don't worry, it will be ready soon. Once Zhenin comes back, we'll leave. Yi Zhenmin patiently reassured him. How can I not be worried? Yesterday, I almost got taken away by my great-grandmother. The hospital feels so gloomy. I can't stay here even for a minute. The old man's words made everyone feel both amused and sad. Dad, I have a big surprise for you today. You won't believe it. Seeing the worried look on his father's face, Yi Zhenmin had to think of a way to distract him. What surprise? I've lived so long, I've seen everything. Nothing can surprise or shock me, the old man said proudly. Don't worry, I promise it will surprise and make you happy, Yi Zhenmin said confidently. All right, I'll wait to see what kind of surprise it is. The old man's curiosity was piqued. Hello, do you need any help? A sales assistant dressed professionally looked politely at Yi Lingwei, smiling warmly to show her good manners. Do you have packaging boxes for medicinal herbs? Yi Lingwei asked. Yes, we have all kinds, different sizes, materials, whether simple or high-end, the assistant replied. After separating from Yi Zhenmin, Yi Lingwei took a taxi directly to a wholesale market. She found a large, reputable gift packaging wholesale shop. There were many precious medicinal herbs in the shop, but none had packaging. Yi Lingwei wanted to buy some boxes first, to sort and pack the herbs carefully before handing them over to Yi Zhenmin. She didn't think too much about whether it might raise suspicion. Now she had some ability to protect herself, and her time was limited. So when doing things, you don't always have to hold back. Since we are working together, Yi Lingwei can't just appear as an ordinary university student. Having some special qualities and a bit of mystery makes it less likely for others to look down on her. Can I see the sample? Yi Lingwei asked. Of course. The samples are over here. Please follow me. The sales assistant gestured politely and led Yi Lingwei to the display area. Looking at the various packaging boxes of medicinal herbs in different materials and sizes, Yi Lingwei, who is new to this, didn't understand much. She decided to take everything and sort it out later. Once she had the space, she would find suitable boxes based on the types and sizes of the herbs. Each type needs 500 units, made of the best materials. Do you have them in stock?
Yi Lingwei asked.
Yes. I'll prepare them right away. The sales assistant nodded quickly and smiled, though her eyes didn't show her teeth. She thought to herself, it would be great if a few more big clients like this came in a day. All right, Then calculate the total for me. Yilingwei nodded slightly to indicate she agreed. The sales assistant took out a calculator and started typing rapidly, fingers flying so fast it looked like a blur. After 10 minutes, the assistant finally took a deep breath, seeming to have finished the calculation. Hello, the total is 158,000. We will waive 800, so you only need to pay 158,000, the assistant said with a smile. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card. Yilingwei took out a black bank card and followed the assistant to the checkout counter. Hello, please insert your card and enter your PIN. The cashier saw the black bank card in Yilingwei's hand and looked slightly surprised. Having worked as a cashier for over 10 years, she had seen only 2 other cards of this color before today. This was the third. Is everything okay now? Yilingwei entered her PIN, which was her birthday. Her father, Yi Jinmin, told her he had set all her bank accounts, credit cards, and passwords to her birthday. Yes, here is your receipt. Please keep it safe. The cashier handed Yilingwei the bank card and receipt together with both hands. Thank you. Yilingwei politely expressed her thanks. You're welcome. It's what I should do. The cashier didn't expect the beautiful woman in front of her to be so courteous. She felt truly lucky, beautiful, wealthy, and well-mannered. Please tell me your delivery address, and we will send the goods to you right away. The shopping guide quickly stepped forward and said, I'll go with the driver. I will talk to him myself later. At that moment, Yilingwei remembered she hadn't arranged a pickup location. She felt a bit careless. Okay, follow me. I'll take you to find the driver. The goods should be loaded almost completely. The shopping guide turned around and led Yilingwei toward the warehouse at the back of the store. Sure enough, a fully loaded truck was parked at the warehouse entrance, and some workers were tying the cargo with ropes. Master Wang, this is our customer. She will go with you now and tell you where to unload the goods. The shopping guide explained to the truck driver. Got it. Let's go then. Master Wang opened the truck door and got in, followed by 2 workers who sat in the back. Seeing this, Yilingwei casually opened the passenger door and sat inside. Safe travels, and welcome to come again next time. The shopping guide bowed slightly and said goodbye to Yilingwei. Okay, I'll come again if I need anything. Thank you for your help today. As the truck started, Yilingwei waved goodbye. Miss, which way should we go? Master Wang asked as he drove. To the suburbs along the mountain villa road. Yilingwei had no other options. She only knew about the mountain villas in Donghai City. Okay, no problem. With a press of the accelerator, the truck sped quickly along the highway. Half an hour later, they reached a fork in the road. Yilingwei quickly signaled the truck to stop. From here, turning another corner, she could see the mountain villas. Master Wang, just stop here. You can unload the goods now. I've already arranged for someone to pick them up, and they'll be here soon. Yilingwei made an excuse. Sure. Master Wang agreed without hesitation and didn't say anything more. In their line of work, customers' instructions were final. Less questioning, less talking. 20 minutes later, Yilingwei watched the truck drive away and looked at several stacks of boxes taller than herself. For the first time, she felt that she was too reckless and hadn't thought things through carefully. Fortunately, when she arrived yesterday, she noticed there were few vehicles and pedestrians on this road. Yilingwei took advantage of the empty surroundings to quickly store everything into her space. She then hurried to the bushes at the foot of the mountain and slipped into her space. Standing in the space, Yilingwei touched her rapidly beating heart and muttered to herself, just this once. From now on, whether I'm collecting items or entering the space, I must find a safe place. I can't be so careless again. After calming down, Yilingwei took out a box for each size of packaging. She brought all of them into the alchemy room and arranged them by size. Then she went to the medicine cabinet, took out a ginseng, looked at it, and thought, besides the size, I don't understand anything else. So she picked out some of the smallest ones, found suitable boxes, placed the ginseng inside, and straightened the roots. The ginseng, wrapped in red velvet inside the box, looked high-end and impressive, giving an impression of great value at first glance. It really shows that good packaging can enhance the product, worth every penny. Yilingwei was so happy she almost couldn't keep her mouth closed. She hurriedly went to organize the remaining herbs. Following her usual routine, she chose the smallest herbs to pack into boxes. She worked tirelessly like a machine, constantly busy until her hands trembled and her back ached, then finally stopped. She lay on the ground, looking at the neatly organized shelves of herb boxes that almost filled the entire alchemy room. Though exhausted, she felt a strong sense of achievement. Suddenly, her stomach made a loud protest, reminding her of her hunger. Yilingwei checked her phone and realized that a whole day had passed. It was already past 7 o'clock. Thinking of Yi Jinmin asking her to come back for dinner, she quickly stood up with a flash. She found a large cardboard box, packed each type of herb into a separate box as a sample, and prepared to show it to Yi Jinmin. After leaving the space, she noticed it was getting a bit dark outside. The surroundings were quiet, with no one in sight. She hurriedly took out the box and carried it to the villa. "Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? You brought me back this morning, and then just ignored me. No surprise, but I've had quite a shock." Old Master Yi looked at Yi Jinmin, who was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron after a whole day of work, and complained, "You first bought a bunch of groceries, then disappeared into the kitchen, and didn't come out. You didn't even eat lunch, and didn't let the chef help. I think you're out of your mind." "Dad, wait a moment. Once I finish cooking the chicken, I will tell you the surprise." Yi Jinmin responded without looking up. "You won't tell me the surprise is this big table of dishes you made yourself, right?" The old man rolled his eyes and said, "We are only 2 people. We can't eat so much food. It would be a waste to leave it. Even though we are now wealthier and life is better, we shouldn't waste food." "Got it, Dad." "No waste. It's not just the 2 of us eating." Yi Jinmin wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen while speaking. "Who else will come? Besides Zhenin, that greedy one. Who else could it be?" The old man looked puzzled. Since the little granddaughter was lost years ago, his son's spirit seemed to have disappeared too. After all these years, he only focused on work and earning money. Nothing else or anyone else caught his attention. Looking at Yi Jinmin walking confidently with a file in hand, the old man felt like his son was alive again today. Yi Jinmin's eyes showed a smile, and he seemed full of energy, no longer like a lifeless, emotionless zombie. "Dad, look at this. But let's agree beforehand, you can't get too excited." Yi Jinmin handed the file to his father. "You underestimate me. I've lived more than half my life. I've seen all kinds of storms." The old man remained calm, took the file, and started reading. Parentage test report. Based on current data and DNA test results, it supports that Yi Jinmin is the biological father of Yilingwei. There is a biological blood relationship between them. The old man read and widened his eyes, looking at Yi Jinmin with shock. "What does this mean? Has my little granddaughter been found? Is that what it means?" "Dad, it's just as you thought. My daughter, your little granddaughter, has been found." Yi Jinmin's eyes reddened, but he smiled as he told his father. "Where is she? Take me to see her right away." As he spoke, the old man was about to stand up. "Dad, don't be in such a hurry. Nwan is out running errands now. She'll be back soon. She promised me she would come back and have dinner with me." Yi Jinmin quickly held his father's hand to stop him from getting up. "Really? That's wonderful. Heaven is watching over us. You've finally come through. After all these years of waiting and searching, it was all worth it." The old man felt a slight sting in his nose and said with deep emotion, "As long as the girl is happy and well, I am willing to wait for any number of years," Yi Jinmin said firmly. "Don't just stand there, go make a few more dishes. I don't know if your cooking is good or if it suits my granddaughter's taste. Maybe we should ask the chef to prepare more types of food? Then my granddaughter can eat whatever she likes," the old man suggested. "Dad, you just said I was wasting food earlier. Now you're worried I haven't cooked enough or that it might not taste good." Yi Jinmin looked at his inconsistent father and felt both amused and helpless. "So what? My granddaughter eats delicacies every day, and I can afford it. This is the first dinner my granddaughter and I are having at home after she returned. I wonder how she's been all these years. Has she suffered or been happy? Just thinking about her made him feel very worried. The old man truly cared about his granddaughter. She was the first girl in their Yi family, and the only one. She was once the beloved child of the whole family. All right, I understand you love her. I'll prepare more food. As for the chef, there's no need. As long as my granddaughter is at home, I will cook for her myself. Yi Jinmin continued, after missing so many years, I want to spend quality time with her and love her properly. It's only right to make up for it. No matter what, losing the child back then was partly our fault as family members. Regardless of the facts, the old man always believed that losing the child was due to poor supervision, and there was no need to make excuses. I will treat my granddaughter well. All the money I earn these years belongs to her. From now on, I will support whatever she wants to do, Yi Jinmin promised. Good, I believe you can do it. You will definitely be a good father. The old man patted Yi Jinmin on the shoulder. Oh, I must go back quickly to change clothes and prepare a gift for our meeting. I want to leave a good impression on my precious granddaughter on our first meeting. Before Yi Jinmin could react, the old man had already stood up and headed outside. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Yi Lingwei? Why does that name sound so familiar? Right, the girl who saved me yesterday also has that name. Wow, what a coincidence. Her name is the same as my granddaughter's. It's really fate. I will make sure they meet and get to know each other someday. Watching the old man walk away, Yi Jinmin didn't stop him. He took the paternity test report back to his room and put it away, then turned and went into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yi Lingwei was holding a large cardboard box and appeared again at the entrance of the villa on the hillside. It was about the same time as yesterday, and even the security guard was the same. Miss, welcome home. The security guard quickly opened the gate when he saw Yi Lingwei. Miss, give me the box, I'll help you carry it. No, thank you. I'm worried you might not be able to lift it. Yi Lingwei looked at the outstretched hands and refused. Just trust me, I can definitely carry it. The security guard saw that the delicate-looking young lady could lift the box, feeling underestimated. He didn't believe he couldn't do it. All right then, be careful. Yi Lingwei had to hand the box over to him. Oh. The security guard suddenly leaned forward, nearly losing his balance but managing to steady himself, avoiding falling with the box. Are you okay? Or should I carry it myself? Yi Lingwei quickly stepped forward and took the box back. I'm fine, I just didn't expect it to be so heavy. The security guard blushed and apologized. Maybe you should put the box in the car, and I can drive you to the villa district? Thinking about how the person who was stopped outside the gate yesterday had now become the young lady of the Yi family, it was truly unpredictable. Look at her, she's not only beautiful but also luckier than him. Now she's even stronger than him. It's really frustrating to compare oneself to others. That would be great. Thank you. Yi Lingwei was worried about how to get to the villa district, as the distance wasn't short, and she couldn't just carry the box all the way. You're welcome. It's my duty, the security guard said as he drove up in a patrol car, which they usually used for patrols. Miss, shall I take you directly to the third master's villa? He asked after starting the car. Yes, how did you know? Yi Lingwei asked with curiosity. Third master told us this morning that you are his daughter and the young lady of the Yi family. He told us to always respect you and even showed us your photo to avoid any trouble if we didn't recognize you. The security guard said enviously, Miss, third master really cares for you. Is that so? Maybe, Yi Lingwei replied, somewhat uncertain. Yi Lingwei turned to look out the window at the scenery outside, remaining silent. No one knew what she was thinking at that moment. Dad, could you please sit down first? You've been coming and going for half an hour. If you keep walking around, you'll make me dizzy. Yi Jinmin watched the old man, who had changed clothes and was pacing around the living room. How would I know? It's almost dark now. My granddaughter is outside alone. Of course, I worry. The old man glared at Yi Jinmin, feeling a bit annoyed. Just give her a call and ask. You haven't even tried. Dad, Nan is an adult now. She has her own things to do. Once she's done, she'll come back for sure. Yi Jinmin smiled as he explained, Young people today are very independent. They don't like their parents interfering too much. I have to respect Nanan's wishes. Actually, Yi Jinmin wanted to see his daughter sooner than anyone. Since they met, they had spent less than a day together. He was eager to be with his daughter every moment she was back home. But he was also afraid that if he did, she might get tired of it. So he had to suppress his feelings. Humph. You think you're so good, always doing the right thing. Fine. I'm just meddling, right? The old man snorted in frustration and said stubbornly, Dad, I didn't mean that. I know you're worried about Nan and want to see her sooner. I feel the same way. Yi Jinmin looked at the old man, who was throwing a childish tantrum, and helplessly explained, right now, it's past 7. I promise, if Nanan isn't back by 8, I'll call her. Deal? That's more like it. The old man said proudly, I'm going to check how the food is coming along. I don't want it to get cold or be too hot, so my granddaughter can eat comfortably. Yi Jinmin watched as the old man went into the kitchen, about to follow when suddenly, the doorbell rang. That must be Nan. Yi Jinmin hurried to open the door, his steps quick and anxious. Nan, what's going on? When he opened the door, he saw Yi Lingwei holding a huge cardboard box. He was stunned. Hurry, give it to Dad. I'll help you carry it. No need. Stand to the side so you don't bump into it. I'll take the box upstairs to the bedroom first, then come down for dinner. Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Jinmin's outstretched hands and refused, not wanting a repeat of what had just happened. Oh, be careful when you go upstairs and watch your step on the stairs. Yi Jinmin didn't insist but kindly reminded her, a little worried. No rush. Dad has prepared all the food. You can come down to eat whenever you're ready. Okay. Yi Lingwei nodded and carried her box upstairs. Jinmin, I think I heard the door open. Has my granddaughter come back? At this moment, the old man hurriedly walked out of the kitchen, looking anxious. Yes, Dad, Nuan is back. She went upstairs to put some things away. She'll come down soon. Yi Jinmin said happily. That's good. That's good to have her back. The old man's tense heart finally relaxed. Look at my clothes. How do they look? Is this kind of smile okay? Will my granddaughter like me? The clothes are nice and your smile is also quite good. Actually, you don't have to force a smile. Yi Jinmin looked at the usually stern-faced old man, who was forcing out a smile, and felt a bit uncomfortable. What are you saying? You don't understand at all. I want to be a kind and friendly grandpa in the future. I can't scare my precious granddaughter. The old man spoke with a tone of someone who believed children shouldn't be spoiled. You weren't like this before. When you faced your son and grandson, you always had a stern face. People say strict discipline produces obedient children. Only a strict teacher can teach good students. You have to be strict with kids. Yi Jinmin reminded him. Can it be the same? You kids are naughty. If you don't set strict rules, how can you grow up to be strong men? The old man naturally had his reasons. My granddaughter is different. She's well-behaved and adorable. We're too busy loving her to keep a stern face all the time. How can we scare her? Yes, you're right. You're really becoming more unreasonable as you get older, Yi Jinmin muttered softly. But seeing how much the old man cared about his daughter, he felt happy inside. Isn't it what he wanted? To have more people love his daughter? Let's quickly bring the food to the table and set everything up. My granddaughter has been busy all day. She must be hungry. The old man thought of this and started making arrangements again. Okay. Yi Jinmin agreed and went to the kitchen with him, beginning to work together. Yi Lingwei went upstairs, placed her suitcase in the bedroom, and tidied herself up a bit before coming down to eat. As she entered the dining room, she saw a large table full of dishes, shiny and fragrant, making her very hungry just by looking at them. Young girl, why is it you? Could it be that you are my long-lost granddaughter? The old man came out of the kitchen and saw Yi Lingwei standing in the dining room. He was extremely surprised. Yes, Grandpa Yi. Seeing the old man's shocked expression, Yi Lingwei found it a little cute. Oh my, what a coincidence. I knew you shared the same name as my granddaughter, but I never thought you could be the same person. What a big fate that is. The old man was very excited. His lifesaver turned out to be his own granddaughter. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence either. Yilingwei smiled. Good girl, from now on in this family, Grandpa is the boss, and you are the second. With Grandpa backing you up, if anyone dares to bully you, we'll fight back and make sure they don't know what hit them. The old man quickly stepped forward, holding Yilingwei's hand proudly. All right, I'll take you seriously then. Yilingwei looked at the playful old man and cheerfully agreed. For some reason, Yilingwei liked the old man quite a bit. She didn't feel much unfamiliarity or distance. It has to be taken seriously. Grandpa never tells lies, the old man said happily, inviting Yilingwei to sit down. Girl, sit down quickly and eat. You've been busy outside all day. You must be hungry. Not too hungry, but you should eat too, Yilingwei said to the old man sitting beside her. Stop working so hard. Come and eat too. After a busy day, I don't know if these dishes will suit your taste, the old man called out to Yi Jinmin, who was still tidying up in the kitchen. All right, I'll come now. You all eat first. Yi Jinmin took off his apron, carried a big bowl of chicken soup, and came over. Thank you for preparing such a wonderful dinner for me. But in the future, don't make it so complicated. It takes up too much of your time and rest. Yilingwei looked at Yi Jinmin seriously. Dad doesn't work hard. Whatever he does for you, Dad is happy. It won't interfere with work or rest. I hope Nanny can give Dad this chance, Yi Jinmin said cautiously, looking at Yilingwei. Then do as you wish. I have no objections. Seeing Yi Jinmin act so eager to please, Yilingwei's heart softened unconsciously, and she found herself unable to refuse any longer. You're a grown man. Stop hesitating and wasting time. You're delaying my granddaughter's meal. The old man looked at his third son with a worried feeling in his heart and quickly changed the subject. Come on, girl, eat quickly. If you like something, eat more. If you don't want it, don't force yourself. Don't feel wronged. Yes, girl, try my homemade chicken soup. It's made from farm-raised mountain chicken, very healthy. The vegetables are all natural and pollution-free. Try them and see if you like them. Watching the old man keep serving food to his daughter, Yi Jinmin also hurried to fill a bowl of chicken soup for her. No need to serve me. I have enough to eat. Everyone eat quickly too. If I eat more, I won't be able to finish it all. Seeing the overflowing dishes in her bowl, Yilingwei had to stop her family from piling more food. Although her appetite was surprisingly large now, she didn't want to reveal it during her first meal with the old man. All right, we'll eat too. Later, after dinner, Grandpa has a gift for you, the old man said mysteriously. Really? I also have something to tell you all, Yilingwei responded with a smile. Yi Jinmin looked at the two most important people in his life with a full smile. At this moment, the grandfather and granddaughter sat beside him, happily eating the meals he prepared. A feeling called happiness filled his long empty heart. Girl, are you full? Don't be shy. Eat as much as you want. This is your own home. The old man looked at Yilingwei, who was about to put down her chopsticks and leave, and asked with concern. I'm full, but there are still many dishes left. Would it be a shame to waste them? Actually, Yilingwei wanted to say that if she wasn't afraid of scaring them, she could finish all the food herself. No waste. Later, I'll ask the housekeeper to pack everything and send it to your uncle's house. He eats everything and doesn't picky. The old man looked confident and assured. Is that really okay? Will your uncle be upset? Yilingwei was stunned by her grandfather's words. Is there really such a father who would be so unreasonable? He'd be upset if he wasn't happy to have food. As long as he has something to eat, that's good. Does he even dare to complain? The old man said with a stern look. Girl, you don't need to worry about these small things. Come on, let's go. See if you like the gift I have for you. The old man reached out and took her arm, then walked away. Yilingwei could only smile and follow him. The old man really looked like a playful child, saying and doing things that made people both laugh and feel a bit helpless. Come on, girl, open it quickly and take a look. Yilingwei sat on the sofa, watching as the old man took out a long, red velvet-wrapped object from behind him. She took it and opened it. Inside was a beautifully carved wooden box, heavy and exquisite. The wood was smooth and shiny, with carvings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects that looked very lifelike. It seemed quite valuable and probably quite old. Gently, Yi Lingwei unlocked one side, revealing a set of deep green jade jewelry. There was a necklace, a pair of bracelets, and a pair of earrings. Sorry, Yi Lingwei's eyes are not very good, and she doesn't understand much about jade quality or types. But as long as she's not blind, she can tell this jewelry set is worth a lot. I can't take this. It's too precious, she said, closing the box and quickly handing the jewelry back to the old man. Girl, keep it, the old man said kindly. This set of emerald jewelry is your grandmother's heirloom, passed down for over 1,000 years. It's only given to daughters, not sons. The old man seemed lost in memories. When your grandmother saw you born, she was so happy, saying our family finally had a little princess. Back then, she told me that when you grew up, she would give you this jewelry set. But unfortunately, after your little uncle was born, your grandmother's health started to decline. Until the year you went missing, she was deeply affected and fell ill. Within less than a year, she passed away. The old man choked with emotion. When your grandmother was dying, she held my hand and said she had no regrets in life, except for not seeing you come home with her own eyes and not being able to give you this jewelry set herself. At this point, the old man couldn't hold back and his eyes reddened. Grandpa, don't be sad. Yi Lingwei quickly held his hand and comforted him. Girl, you call me Grandpa? You're willing to acknowledge me? After many years, hearing his granddaughter call him Grandpa again made the old man feel very emotional. Grandpa's not sad. Grandpa is happy. He could tell Yi Lingwei was being polite and a bit distant, and he also noticed her somewhat cold attitude toward Yi Jinmin. He also understood that since his granddaughter had just returned home, and they hadn't lived together for many years, they were all unfamiliar with each other, so her behavior was understandable. He believed that feelings between people are built over time. As long as they sincerely treat and care for his granddaughter, she would accept them someday. What surprised the old man was how quickly his granddaughter accepted him. Feeling a bit proud, he couldn't help but give Yi Jinmin a teasing glance, as if saying, Look, she calls me Grandpa now. I'm the better one. You're still far behind. Yi Jinmin saw and heard this, feeling both helpless and a little envious. But now, he dared not say or do anything, since he couldn't offend either of them.
Sigh.
Yi Lingwei also noticed the old man's small move and thought it was nice to have such a grandfather. Grandpa, I want you to know that emerald is one of the 4 most precious gemstones recognized internationally, also called the King of Green Gems. The old man picked up a bracelet and put it on Yi Lingwei's wrist. Her delicate, white wrist was highlighted by the deep green, making her look especially beautiful and slender. Emerald is also seen as a symbol of love and life, representing vitality and hope in spring. So, when a mother passes it to her daughter, or a grandmother to her granddaughter, it's a sign of the elder's love and blessings. The old man's words were also what his wife had told him years ago. Now, he was passing them on to Yi Lingwei. What he didn't mention was that someone once offered over 10 million yuan to buy this jewelry set, but he refused. Not to mention that the Yi family was not short of money, and even if they faced difficulties, he would never sell his wife's heirloom, especially since it was a gift from his wife to his granddaughter. Thank you, Grandpa, and thank you, Grandma. I will cherish it well. Yi Lingwei was surprised to realize that there were 2 elders in this world who cared about her and loved her. Good girl. One of these days I'll take you to visit your grandma's grave. Tell her you're back, so she knows in the afterlife, the old man said emotionally. Okay, when you arrange a time, let me know. I'll go with you. Yi Lingwei nodded seriously. Your dad told me you don't want a big banquet. How about we find a day to hold a family dinner ourselves? Invite everyone back, so you all can get to know each other, the old man asked Yi Lingwei. Sure, I have no objection. Yi Lingwei didn't care much about these things. All right, once the time is set, I'll ask your dad to inform you. Seeing Yi Lingwei agree, the old man was very happy. Grandpa, sit for a while. I also prepared a gift for you. I'll go upstairs to get it," Yi Lingwei said as she stood up carefully, took the jewelry her grandfather gave her, and quickly went upstairs. "Girl, don't rush. Take your time. Whatever you give to Grandpa, he'll be happy." The old man didn't expect his granddaughter to prepare a gift for him and couldn't help but smile widely, straightening his posture. "Oh, my granddaughter is not only beautiful, like a little fairy, but also kind and sensible. I'm so proud." Seeing Yi Lingwei go upstairs, the old man looked at Yi Jinmin, who was looking gloomy and couldn't help but start showing off again. "Dad, please be nice. Can you say fewer things? I know your son is pitiful, but you keep hurting my feelings." Yi Jinmin's heart felt like it was soaking in vinegar, bubbling with sourness.
Ha ha ha.
"Seeing you look so silly, I just want to laugh." The more Yi Jinmin spoke, the more the old man laughed happily, leaning back and forth. Seeing that Yi Jinmin finally stopped looking so gloomy, Yi Jinmin now had joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. He had become more lively, and the old man was genuinely happy. They say parents' hearts are full of pity. As a father, the old man watched his son become more and more depressed. Who knew the hardships he endured over the years? Fortunately, his granddaughter returned. Not only did she save his life, but she also made his son look more like a person again, no longer living like a walking corpse. Upstairs, after locking the bedroom door, Yi Lingwei slipped into the space. First, she went to the second floor and gently placed the box containing the emerald jewelry on the desk in the study. Then she hurried downstairs to the alchemy room. She opened the drawer with ginseng and picked a medium-quality ginseng. Although it wasn't the largest among ginseng, this one had grown into a perfect human shape. With the roots at least 1.6 meters long, it should be enough to give to the old man. Thinking of Yi Jinmin giving her a black card and the gray hair on his temples, Yi Lingwei also found a very good quality Polygonum multiflorum. This one had also grown into a human shape and weighed about 50 to 60 pounds. Yi Lingwei found 2 suitable boxes and carefully placed the ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum inside. Looking at the 2 precious medicinal herbs in front of her, ginseng that looks like a wise old man with an immortal aura, and Polygonum that resembles a chubby middle-aged person with a simple look, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but smile more and more. These 2 gifts are quite fitting for the old man and Yi Jinmin's father-son relationship. Yi Lingwei stood up, holding the ginseng in one hand and the Polygonum in the other, then stepped out of the space. Luckily, her strength had increased now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to carry so much at once. Just as she reached the staircase, she heard the old man laughing heartily. Her mood naturally lifted as well. Maybe this is why she could accept the old man so quickly, because he is optimistic, sincere, honest, and easygoing. She decided to prepare gifts for the old man and Yi Jinmin for 2 reasons. 1. Yi Lingwei didn't want to owe favors. 2. She truly felt the sincerity and care from the old man and Yi Jinmin. Although in her previous life, she was betrayed and deceived by Roland, making her wary of people, that didn't mean she couldn't recognize kindness and evil. She understands clearly who is the enemy and who is the friend. Even in a world ending, humans cannot live alone. Imagine if only Yi Lingwei were alive. What would be the point of her existence? Humans are social animals. They have family, friends, rivals, and enemies. A life full of love, hate, betrayal, and challenges is complete and exciting. So in this life, Yi Lingwei just wants to live freely and follow her heart. If someone treats her sincerely, she will respond with sincerity. If someone harms her, she will fight back fiercely. Little girl, wait a moment. Daddy will come, help you carry it. Young lady, stand still there. Grandpa will help you carry it. Watch the stairs carefully, don't fall. The old man and Yi Jinmin spoke almost simultaneously, both quickly walking to Yi Lingwei. Seeing them take the ginseng and Polygonum, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Being cared for all the time felt pretty good. In her previous life, perhaps she lacked love too much, which allowed Roland to take advantage of her. With just a few false words of concern, Roland tricked her into working for her, and in the end, she died tragically. Young lady, what's inside this big box you brought back today? Why is it so long? The old man asked curiously. Later, you'll find out, Yilingwei said mysteriously. Little girl, isn't the big box you brought back just filled with these things? Just this one box weighs nearly 50 pounds. Such a large box must be very heavy. Yi Jinmin looked at Yilingwei with concern and asked, Does your arm hurt? Did you hurt yourself? I'm fine, it's not heavy. I can carry it, Yilingwei replied. I need to check quickly. My precious granddaughter has brought me a good gift. The old man placed the box on the coffee table in the living room and eagerly opened the lid.
Wow, wow, wow.
The old man's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Son, you saw it too, right? I'm not mistaken, am I? Suddenly, the old man grabbed Yi Jinmin's arm, looking incredulous. Dad, does it hurt? Yi Jinmin suddenly pinched the old man's arm.
Ouch.
That hurts so much. Are you trying to hurt your own father? You unfilial son. The old man cried out in pain, jumping and slapping the back of Yi Jinmin's head. That hurts. You hit so hard, afraid you'll make your son stupid. Yi Jinmin rubbed his sore head and smiled foolishly. If I can feel the pain, it means I'm not dreaming. The ginseng in front of us is real. In a wealthy family like the Yi family, the old man and Yi Jinmin naturally had sharp eyes and good judgment. They could tell almost at a glance whether the ginseng was real or not. My goodness, this length must be about 1.6 meters, and it probably weighs close to 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. Plus, it looks so perfect in human form. Hearing this, the old man exclaimed in surprise, Millennium Ginseng. This is a Millennium Ginseng. Fortunately, the old man had previously drunk spiritual spring water, which improved his heart condition. Otherwise, he couldn't handle such excitement. A few years ago, I attended an auction held by a noble family in Manhwa and saw a wild ginseng about 500 years old. But that ginseng was much smaller than the one in front of us and looked much worse. Still, even so, that ginseng caused a rush among the major families, and it was sold for a high price of 102 million yuan. Yi Jinmin recalled, I also wanted to buy it then and give it to you for health, but in the end, the Nangong family made a move, and the major families decided to give them face. You know, the Nangong family is a 1,000-year-old medical family. No one wants to offend them. Yi Jinmin said regretfully. Actually, this is probably the second time I've seen a millennium ginseng. Many years ago, I saw a 1,000-year-old ginseng in our country's treasure vault, kept as a national treasure. The old man never mentioned this to anyone. Because it was so valuable, no one dared to touch it all these years. This ginseng, in terms of age, appearance, and processing method, far surpasses that one. The old man said seriously, this can't be measured by money. Saying it's worth a fortune isn't an exaggeration. Yilingwei looked at the serious expression on the old man's face and carefully picked up a thin root. She examined it closely, cautious not to damage the ginseng. She really wanted to say, you don't need to be so careful. This ginseng is meant to help you improve your health, so there's no need to worry about breaking it. We're not short of things, I have plenty of this kind. Dad, come look. Yi Jinmin, thinking about the box he was holding, quickly moved to the other side of the table, put down the box, and opened it quickly. Suddenly, a loud exclamation rang out again. Why are you making such a loud noise? Don't you know to speak softly? If you break my roots with such a loud sound, can you pay for it? The old man, who was carefully examining the 1,000-year-old ginseng, was startled by Yi Jinmin's shout. This is. The old man, who was cursing as he approached, suddenly became stammering. Looking at the contents inside the box, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief once again. Boy, is this 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum? The old man asked in surprise. 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum is ranked fourth on the 9 great herbs list of our country, just after the 100-year-old wild ginseng in value. Such a large human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum, this is the first time I've seen one. It's truly valuable. Yi Jinmin felt like he was opening his eyes wide today. The medicinal value of Polygonum multiflorum is recorded in many precious traditional Chinese medicine texts, and ancient people highly praised it. When combined with other herbs, Whether boiled in water, cooked in soup, or soaked in wine, it has excellent health benefits. It can boost energy, improve vitality, slow aging, and is especially effective for early gray hair. Thinking of this, Yi Jinmin had a faint suspicion in his heart. Could it be that because he had gray hair on his temples, his daughter specially gave him Polygonum multiflorum to help with hair growth and health? Does this mean his daughter is starting to care about him? Realizing this, Yi Jinmin suddenly felt very happy. This feeling seemed stronger than the shock he felt from the 1,000-year-old ginseng.
Girl, come sit beside Grandpa.
Grandpa won't ask where the ginseng and Shou came from. But you must tell Grandpa what you had to do to get these things. Did you encounter any danger? The old man looked at Yilingwei with a serious expression and asked. Although a 1,000-year-old ginseng is rare, a 100-year-old human-shaped Shou is also hard to find. But the old man, having lived through many storms and now only half of his body in the ground, has a calm and strong mind. Plus, he is not a greedy person, so he wouldn't be blinded by desire. His granddaughter's foster family isn't wealthy, and she is only a college student now. He knew that with her current status and ability, she couldn't possibly have such precious items. Everyone has their own fate and secrets in life, and the old man doesn't want to pry. The fact that his granddaughter gave him such a precious gift shows she is sincere. He naturally wouldn't want to disappoint her filial heart. But he also knows that some things are not given for free. The more valuable they are, the higher the price paid. He fears that his granddaughter might take risks or endanger herself for these things. Yes, girl, Dad can support you. You don't need to work so hard to earn money, and you shouldn't put yourself in danger. Thinking carefully, Yi Jinmin also felt scared, worried that Yilingwei might get hurt. I really can't say how I got these things now, but I can promise that I didn't have to pay much or face any danger to get them. Yilingwei looked at the old man and Yi Jinmin, whose eyes were full of concern and care, without any greed. She felt a slight relief in her heart. Perhaps the third reason she gave these things was a test? Fortunately, the result didn't disappoint her. Some might say Yilingwei was cautious, or that she used a villain's mind to think like a gentleman. After all, people's hearts are hard to read, and how many can truly withstand a test? In her previous life, she paid with her life to gain this rebirth. So she had to keep testing, slowly trusting and accepting. Girl, Grandpa doesn't lack money now, and he doesn't care how long he lives. Grandpa just wants to see you happy and living a good life. In the past, because of our mistakes, you lost so many years. We are sorry for you. The old man looked at Yilingwei with deep regret. It was our fault that you endured so many hard years. Fortunately, you met a good father who loves and protects you on our behalf. The old man continued seriously. I must personally thank your father and also see the place where you grew up. I have never blamed you or felt that life was hard, so you don't need to feel sorry for me. Yilingwei calmly said, My dad is really good. He loves me very much. Because of me, he still hasn't married or had children. If I owe anyone, I think I owe my dad the most. Nan, don't be sad. Dad promises, I will repay your father someday and thank him for raising you. Seeing his daughter look lonely, Yi Jinmin felt a pain in his heart and quickly promised, Yes, girl, from now on, you'll have not only your dad but also your grandpa, your biological father, and many family members to be with you, love you, and support you. When you face setbacks and difficulties, you don't have to carry the pressure alone. We are all your support and can share the burden. The old man gently hugged Yilingwei and softly patted her back to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yilingwei quickly adjusted her emotions. Now time is tight, and she has no time to be sad or sentimental. What I want to tell you is about this matter. I currently have many precious medicinal herbs. Although their appearance and value are not as good as these two plants in front of us, they are definitely rare and hard to find in the market. Yilingwei looked quietly at the old man and Yi Jinmin, speaking very seriously. Nan, are you saying that you still have many of these kinds of medicinal herbs? Yi Jinmin's surprised voice sounded again. Could it be? Are all those big boxes you brought back today filled with them? Not exactly all of them. Before Yilingwei finished speaking, She was interrupted forcibly. That's good. I knew there couldn't be that many precious herbs. Having one or two is already a huge luck. There can't be more. Yi Jinmin took a deep breath and automatically ignored the earlier statement about having many precious herbs. What I mean is, the boxes only contain samples. I only prepared one plant of each kind of herb, so there are many types but not many in quantity. Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Jinmin, who seemed a bit flustered, and helplessly explained. Yi Jinmin's face turned red as he stammered. Nan, you should take us upstairs to see. Dad needs to calm down now. Okay. Yi Lingwei cheerfully agreed, helping the already stunned old man to stand up, and they slowly walked upstairs together. Nan, let's carry the boxes to the study, Yi Jinmin suggested. Once upstairs, Yi Jinmin proposed, now that you're grown up, there's no special reason, but as an elder male, it's better not to enter your daughter's bedroom freely. Right? Your dad is right. Let's go to the study. It's spacious there. The old man also regained his composure and quickly agreed. Yi Lingwei could feel that Yi Jinmin was always thinking of her and respecting her personally. He spoke and acted with clear boundaries, never forcing her in the name of love, nor using it to manipulate her morally. Okay, I'll carry the boxes myself. You guys lead the way, and I'll follow behind. Unfortunately, Yi Lingwei had spent less than a day in the villa. Apart from her bedroom upstairs, she hadn't been to any other rooms and naturally didn't know where the study was. All right, take your time and be careful not to hurt yourself, Yi Jinmin said, though he was still worried. He had to follow his daughter's lead. The study was at the corner of the second floor, diagonally opposite Yi Lingwei's bedroom. After entering, Yi Lingwei looked around. One entire wall was a wooden bookshelf. There was a huge desk and a leather chair. Across from the desk was a Chinese-style sofa and a coffee table with tea sets, probably for entertaining guests. Looking outside through the large floor-to-ceiling window, which offered a 270-degree view, the room felt very spacious and bright. Although it was night now, and she couldn't see the scenery clearly, just imagining it made her feel how wonderful it would be to work in such a study. Then, Yi Lingwei placed the boxes on the ground and began taking out the medicinal herbs, neatly arranging them on the desk, box by box. That's a lot? Seeing the full desk, Yi Jinmin wiped his sweat and thought, luckily, the desk was big enough. It's not much. These are just samples of some herbs. I didn't bring all of them. Yi Lingwei's tone was always very calm, but the shock she brought to the old man and Yi Jinmin was like a thunderclap in their ears. Tibetan snow lotus, deer antler, reishi mushroom, dendrobium, cordyceps. The old man carefully opened the box of herbs while repeatedly exclaiming in surprise. A fist-sized deep-sea pearl. Over a meter-long ginseng. At least 20 gene of Polygonum multiflorum. The old man could no longer describe his feelings with words. Each one is a rare treasure that money can't buy, hard to find in the world. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Besides amazement, Yi Jinmin was now only stunned, truly a feast for the eyes. Because I don't know much about Chinese herbs, the ones I picked are the smallest, and of the worst quality. Yi Lingwei's words were light, but like dropping a heavy bomb. Girl, can we not scare people? Such rare and precious medicinal herbs, and you say they are the worst? The old man covered his chest, looking as if Yi Lingwei had scared him to death. That's right. Yi Lingwei blinked her innocent big eyes and smiled. Girl, are you perhaps a reincarnated fairy? The old man spoke seriously, making a nonsensical remark. No wonder, the first time I saw you, I felt you looked like a little fairy. Or maybe I have sharp eyes and saw through your true form at a glance. Dad, what are you talking about? Aren't you afraid Nanan will laugh at you? Yi Jinmin saw the old man acting silly again and helplessly reminded him. What nonsense are you talking about? If she's not a little fairy, who could produce so many precious herbs? The old man glared at Yi Jinmin in protest. I'm not a little fairy, nor a reincarnated deity. I have my reasons for bringing out these herbs. Anyway, that's not important. Watching the two argue endlessly, Yi Lingwei had to speak to stop them. What's important now is that I need a lot of money, so I want to exchange these herbs for cash. Yi Lingwei said confidently. Girl, you want to sell all these herbs? The old man looked at Yi Lingwei with shock. Yes, not just these. I have many more, and I plan to sell them all for money. Yi Lingwei emphasized again. How many do you want to sell in total? The old man suppressed his rising emotions and looked at Yi Lingwei seriously. About 500 boxes, like these large ones. Yi Lingwei thought for a moment and said. Suddenly, there was a loud clattering sound. Li Lingwei and Yi Jinmin almost acted at the same time, helping the old man who was about to fall. The noise earlier was caused by Yi Jinmin accidentally kicking a chair in his hurry. The two quickly helped the old man onto the sofa and laid him down. Yi Jinmin hurriedly found some quick-acting heart medicine for him to take. He also helped the old man breathe more comfortably, busy with the task. Dad, please don't get too excited. Take deep breaths and calm down first. Grandpa, are you okay? Both Yi Jinmin and Li Lingwei asked worriedly. I'm fine. Just help me up. My heart doesn't hurt. It's just that after so many years, I've gotten used to reacting strongly when stimulated, and I just fall to the ground. I didn't expect it's become a reflex now, haha. The old man, seeing his son and granddaughter looking so scared, quickly explained with some embarrassment. Oh my, Dad, you scared me to death. Why are you suddenly so unreliable? Yi Jinmin looked at the old man with a resentful gaze. What are you looking at? Can you blame me? 500 boxes of medicinal herbs, 500 boxes. Do you dare say you weren't scared? The old man looked as if he would crush him if he dared to say otherwise. I was also surprised, but I didn't have time to get excited before you collapsed. At least I'm a bit better than you. Yi Jinmin boldly retorted. You're quite something. If it weren't for my granddaughter, I'd be ready to scold you now. The old man snorted coldly. Girl, how much money do you need? Grandpa will give it to you. There's no need to sell these herbs. You can keep these good things for yourself. They'll be very useful in the future. The old man turned around with a kind smile and said to Li Lingwei with a grin. Your attitude changes faster than flipping a book. Yi Jinmin lowered his head and muttered softly. A grown man like you, stop mumbling and bothering me and my girl to talk about serious matters. The old man shot a disdainful look at Yi Jinmin. The money I need isn't small. Hundreds of billions, thousands of billions, more is better. Li Lingwei thought about the coming apocalypse. Of course, the more money and supplies, the better. When the end comes, all money will turn to waste paper. So keeping it is pointless. Right now, the only thing I can offer are these herbs. So, either help me sell them or exchange money directly from you. Anyway, I can't take your money for nothing. Yi Lingwei clearly expressed her firm attitude and thoughts. Daughter, if it's just a few billion, Grandpa can give you all his private savings. The old man looked a bit uncomfortable as he spoke. But the amount of money you need now is too large. The Yi family can provide some, but it's not just Grandpa's decision. The Yi family isn't only mine. Don't worry, daughter. Dad has money. Over the years, Dad has been working hard to earn money. All his assets add up to hundreds of billions. I'll give it all to you. These are all earned by Dad himself, not related to the Yi family, so I can decide how to use them. For the past 10 years, Yi Jinmin had been working tirelessly day and night, just for this moment. He wanted to be able to stand up for his daughter when she needed help and be her strongest supporter. Tomorrow, I will transfer all the money in my account to your name. If it's not enough, I will sell shares and companies to get more money. These things were meant for you anyway. It doesn't matter whether I give them now or later. Yi Jinmin continued without hesitation. Keep the medicinal herbs for yourself. I will help you solve the money problem. Seeing how willing Yi Jinmin was to give everything for her, how could Yi Lingwei not be moved? That was hundreds of billions, not tens of thousands, not millions. It was a man's lifelong career, handed over selflessly without expecting anything in return. All because he was a father, with pure and sincere love for his daughter, free of any selfish interests. Daughter, I have no other intentions. I won't ask you for money, or anything else. I just want you to be happy, and not worry about money. Yi Jinmin hurriedly explained when Yi Lingwei didn't speak. Take the medicinal herbs, consider it as you've paid for them. Although these herbs might not be worth that much, whatever is short I'll owe you.
Yi Lingwei thought about it.
She urgently needed money now and didn't have time to sell these herbs slowly. As for owing favors, she could repay them later. Moreover, after the apocalypse, Yi Zhenmin's money and assets became worthless. Yi Lingwei couldn't bear to see his years of hard work go to waste. Okay, whatever you want to do, I'll support you. As long as her daughter could accept his help, Yi Zhenmin was willing to do anything. Anyway, the medicinal herbs are still in his hands, but they belong to my daughter. He is just temporarily keeping them for her. Where should I put the herbs? Yi Lingwei asked. It's not urgent. When you have time, bring them to the villa and store them in the storage room. I have to say, Yi Zhenmin is always thinking about Yi Lingwei. Tomorrow, let's transfer all the money to your name first, then consolidate my assets, so you won't be delayed. Okay, thank you. Yi Lingwei sincerely felt grateful. This time, her visit to Yi Zhenmin was mainly for her own benefit. Before meeting him, she didn't believe that anyone she hadn't seen in over 10 years could truly have genuine feelings. Just like her biological mother, Bai Qingshuang, who quickly remarried and had another child, forgetting her completely. But in this world, there are always exceptions. Some people are different, like Yi Zhenmin. His love for his children isn't affected by time or distance. As long as his heart beats, his love remains. Fatherly love is silent, but as steady as a mountain. Not every father is like this, but Yi Lingwei feels lucky. Her adoptive father and biological father are both good and responsible men. Her wounded heart once again feels that true kindness still exists in the world. Nan, don't be shy with Dad and don't feel any burden. No matter what you do, Dad will support you unconditionally. Don't worry if the money runs out. Dad will earn more for you. Dad is still young and capable. Yi Zhenmin rubbed his hands and looked at Yi Lingwei with full affection. Oh, such deep father-daughter love. It's making my skin crawl. The old man sitting on the sofa joked while rubbing his arms.
Dad.
Look at you doing this again. Yi Zhenmin looked at the old man with a mixture of frustration and disapproval. He and his daughter had finally started to get along better. Was it easy for him? Are you upset with me? Old and useless, just a bother now? I think I should go back to my own house and get some rest. The old man stood up and staggered toward the door. Since his granddaughter's issue was settled, it was time for him to take his ginseng root home. The shock he received tonight was too intense. He needed time to digest it. Dad, let me see you off. Yi Zhenmin hurried forward. No need, just tidy up the study and hide everything well so no one finds it. The old man nodded without turning his head and said softly, Girl, come here. Let me see you off. I have something to tell you. As she passed by Yi Lingwei, the old man smiled and waved at her. Okay. Yi Lingwei helped the old man onto his arm, and they slowly walked downstairs together. Girl, I know you're naturally kind, but I still want to tell you. Be careful of trusting others too easily. You've had a lucky break and gained great wealth, but you shouldn't show it to everyone. As the saying goes, wealth can attract trouble, and the hardest thing to judge is people's true intentions. If you trust me and your father, we're happy about that. We not only won't harm you, but we'll also keep this secret safe. But we can't guarantee that others won't be tempted if they find out. Today, if your father remarries and has children, you must not tell him this secret. Because as long as he has other close family members or different identities, you shouldn't open your heart completely to him or trust him fully. Even parents can be like this. How much more so for outsiders who can't see through people's hearts? The old man carefully advised Yi Lingwei as he descended the stairs, worried she might be deceived or hurt in the future. Grandpa, I understand. I promise I won't trust others too easily from now on. Yi Lingwei couldn't help but think that if someone had given her such heartfelt advice in her past life, perhaps she wouldn't have suffered so much at Bai Roland's hands. In the end, she had been too naive. It's good that you listen. Remember, don't tell others too much. The more people know, the easier it is to bring trouble upon yourself. Don't worry, I understand. I won't put myself in danger. If she hadn't gained the ability to protect herself now, she probably wouldn't have been so careless in revealing these herbs. She's not foolish. Having lived again, She valued her life even more. All right, I'm leaving now. My house is just nearby, not far at all. You don't need to see me off. The old man carefully carried the box with ginseng and slowly walked out unhurried. Okay, Grandpa.
Take your time.
Rest early when you get home. Good night. Yi Lingwei followed to the villa's gate, waving goodbye to the old man. Good night, girl. The old man responded with a cheerful smile. Yi Lingwei watched his figure disappear, then turned to look at the starry night sky. She took a deep breath, then closed the door and headed upstairs. As she reached the top, she saw Yi Jinmin standing at the door of the study. Sweetie, go back to your bedroom and wash up first. You've had a busy day, so go to bed early tonight. After organizing the medicinal herbs all day, Yi Lingwei was indeed a bit tired, so she nodded and said, Okay, you also rest early.
Got it.
Dad has tidied up the study, and will rest soon. Yi Jinmin responded. Watching Yi Lingwei close her door, Yi Jinmin softly said, Good night, my dear. After finishing her wash, Yi Lingwei lay on her soft, comfortable bed. She looked at her pink-decorated room and didn't find it tacky or childish. Instead, she felt it was cute and warm. This was the room she had lived in for 3 years. Although she no longer remembered anything, her natural taste seemed still to be the same as when she was a child. She still liked pink, cute things. In the dark, bloody, and violent end of the world, the whole world was broken and colorless. Everyone constantly faced life and death. They fought over a hairy piece of bread, bleeding and fighting. Thirsty, they only dared to drink a sip from the foul water in the ditch. Yi Lingwei no longer wanted to live like that. She wanted to stockpile enough supplies to last her for many generations. She wanted to live her current life again in the end of the world, eating delicious food, sleeping on a soft bed, bathing with clean water every day. Just thinking about it made her feel happy. Yi Lingwei fell asleep quietly in the room she had lived in many years ago. No fear, no zombie siege, only sweet dreams kept her company. That was such a comfortable sleep. Just waking up, Yi Lingwei stretched lazily and took a deep breath. She opened her sleepy eyes, turned, and picked up her phone from the bedside table. Looking at the time, it was exactly 6 o'clock. Having developed the habit of going to bed early and waking up early since childhood, her biological clock was well set. She would wake up automatically at the right time. She pulled back the curtains. Golden sunlight poured in through the large floor-to-ceiling window, making the whole room look like it was coated in gold dust. Outside, lush green leaves swayed in the breeze, accompanied by the clear, lively songs of birds, making this summer morning feel vibrant. How wonderful! Such rich vitality and lively scenery made Yi Lingwei feel even more alive. She truly cherished this beautiful world. If possible, Yi Lingwei hoped the end of the world would never come. After all, if she could live well, who would want to die? Since she has been given a second chance, even if the end of the world comes again, she will live brightly, confident, fearless, and brave. In this life, she wants to control her destiny and be her own queen. Little girl, why are you up so early? Did you sleep well last night? As Yi Lingwei just came downstairs, she heard Yi Jinmin's voice from the kitchen. I'm used to it. I slept pretty well.
How about you?
Yi Lingwei walked to the kitchen door and saw Yi Jinmin making small steamed buns, with millet porridge simmering in a clay pot nearby. I also slept well. You can sit in the living room for a while. Dad will finish cooking soon. What Yi Jinmin didn't say was that last night, after organizing the herbs, he also reviewed all the funds he had, preparing to transfer money today. He worked until 3 a.m., then got up at 5 a.m. to prepare breakfast. From the day before yesterday until now, he had only slept 2 hours in total. I'll make some with you. That way, it'll be faster. Seeing the dark circles under Yi Jinmin's eyes, Yi Lingwei could guess he hadn't rested well last night. She watched as her hands skillfully folded the dough, shaping plump, white little buns. The folds were even and fine, looking very pleasing to the eye. Little girl, you make such beautiful buns. My daughter is truly amazing. Yi Jinmin praised Yi Lingwei aloud, but inside, He felt sad for her. She had to learn these life skills at such a young age because life wasn't easy for her since childhood. Not bad, I'm used to it. Yi Lingwei didn't think it was a big deal. Her father had always told her to be independent and strong. She didn't enjoy a life of relying on others for everything. An hour later, after breakfast, the father and daughter left the villa together and got into Yi Jinmin's car. Dad will take you to the headquarters first, transfer the money from my card to your name, and then have the finance department check all the company's funds and assets. Yi Jinmin explained his plan as he drove, speaking to Yi Lingwei in the back seat. Okay, just do as you say. I don't really understand these things. As long as the money arrives, she didn't care about the details of how it was done. Looking out the window at the busy traffic, hurried pedestrians rushing to work from 9 to 5, vendors shouting loudly, selling their goods, teenagers riding bikes, dressed in school uniforms, carrying backpacks, full of youth and energy. All of this made Yi Lingwei feel a strange sense of disconnection. Was her past life truly real, or just a dream? In this life, will the end of the world really come as expected? About 50 minutes later, Yi Jinmin's car drove directly into his private parking lot. Father and daughter took the elevator inside, heading straight to Yi Jinmin's office on the top floor of the company. Nan, give me your bank card. I'll have the bank transfer all the money from my card to your name. As soon as they entered the office, Yi Jinmin spoke. Last night I checked, and I have about 150 billion yuan in my account. You can use it first. Also, because the company's accounts are complicated, it might take some time to organize everything. But I will instruct the finance department to sort it out as soon as possible. After receiving the bank card from Yi Lingwei, Yi Jinmin gestured for her to sit down and personally poured her a cup of coffee. Just take 100 billion for now. Keep the remaining 50 billion for emergencies. Yi Lingwei thought for a moment and then said, This money should be enough for me for a while. When I need more later, I will ask you again. All right, when the money runs out, just tell Dad. Yi Jinmin agreed and then used the internal phone on his desk to call the finance manager. Manager Ming, immediately notify all finance staff to go to the meeting room for a meeting. Yes, Chairman Yi. A deep, clear voice came from the phone. An older man speaking briskly and directly, with no hesitation. Yi Jinmin stood up, walked over to Yi Lingwei, and softly reminded her. Nan, Dad is going to a meeting now. Please wait in the office for a little while, okay? Seeing Yi Lingwei nod in agreement, Yi Jinmin turned and left the room, walking briskly toward the conference room. Yi Lingwei went to the window. From the 98th floor, in the heart of the city, she could overlook most of Donghai City. Various landmark buildings line the skyline, with bridges crisscrossing, showing the city's prosperity. A crisp notification tone sounded. Yi Lingwei picked up her phone and saw a bank alert. Longting Bank. Dear customer, your savings card ending in 3717 received a transfer at 9:09 a.m. on July 7, 2035, amounting to 100 billion dragon coins. The current account balance is 100,513.40 yuan, with available funds of the same amount. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, trillion, and 513 yuan and 40 cents. Just like that, Yi Lingwei stared at the string of numbers on her phone, counting back and forth 5 or 6 times. Her high-arched smile couldn't be suppressed.
Wow.
So much money. I'm rich now. How many supplies can I buy with this? Yi Lingwei excitedly shouted in her office, bouncing like a cute little rabbit, no longer appearing cold and composed. 100 billion. That's 100 billion. Now I am definitely a billionaire, haha. Since her rebirth, Yi Lingwei's heart had been constantly eaten away by hatred. Plus, facing the coming apocalypse, her feelings of depression and fear finally vanished at this moment. Yi Lingwei completely let herself go and laughed happily. In this life, with space powers, wealth, family, and 10 years of memories of the end times, she would no longer be deceived. Think about it. What is there to be afraid of? Even if the apocalypse comes again, so what? She is determined to defy the heavens and live well. Thinking about the many tasks ahead, Yilingwei decided to make a plan now. Within less than 3 months, she needed to organize what to do first and what to do later, all arranged in a reasonable and orderly way. The better prepared she was, the greater her chances of winning. With this in mind, Yilingwei sat down at her desk, took out some paper and a pen, and prepared to carefully write an action plan. The black pen in Yilingwei's slender, delicate fingers spun around as she carefully thought before diligently writing her stockpiling plan on the paper. First, she needed to clarify what basic supplies are necessary for survival and categorize them. Next, she should roughly estimate the quantities of items to purchase. Finally, based on the importance of each item, she would arrange the order of stockpiling. Currently, Yilingwei thought of 8 main categories: food, drink, clothing, housing, daily necessities, transportation, medicines and medical equipment, and weapons. If anything was missed, she could add it later. The first category, food. People's lives depend on food, which is always the top priority. And food can be divided into 7 subcategories. 1. Staples, grains, ready-to-eat cooked foods, semi-prepared foods, instant products, etc. 2. Vegetables, fresh green vegetables, dried vegetables, fungi, dried goods, etc. 3. Meats, pork, beef, lamb, donkey meat, chicken, duck, goose, etc. 4. Fish, freshwater fish, ocean fish, shrimp, etc. 5. Eggs, chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, etc. 6.
Fruits, températe fruits, tropical fruits, etc. 7.
Condiments, cooking oil, salt, sugar, honey, vinegar, sauces, base ingredients, spices, etc. Second main category. Drinking water is the source of life. People can go 7 days without eating, but not without drinking. Eating and drinking are equally important. Drinking can be divided into 4 subcategories. 1. Drinking water, mineral water, tap water, etc. 2. Beverages, solid drinks, liquid drinks, functional drinks, etc. 3. Alcohol and tea, wine, tea. 4. Milk, fresh milk, milk powder, etc. Third main category. Clothing. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans can think independently and have a sense of shame. Humans are also fragile, afraid of cold, heat, and injury, so clothing is essential. Clothing can be divided into shirts, hats, shoes, accessories, etc., and further into underwear and outerwear. It can also be categorized by gender and age, such as children's clothes, teenagers' clothes, adult clothes, and elderly clothes. Fourth main category. Living. I haven't decided on this yet. In the 3 months before the end of the world, Yilingwei will definitely be busy gathering supplies, so it doesn't matter where she lives. As for after the end of the world, she hasn't thought about where to live, but she probably won't stay at the Yi family home. Because in this life, she values independence and freedom, not dependence on any faction. Fifth main category. Usage. This category is quite complex, including daily necessities, household appliances, furniture, industrial manufacturing equipment, agricultural tools, and more. Various specialized tools, hardware, building materials, gasoline, diesel, coal, engines, generators, and countless other items. Sixth main category. Transportation. Transportation refers to all means of human travel. Yilingwei divides them into 3 categories: sea, land, and air. 1. Sea. Large cruise ships, cargo ships, fishing boats, etc. 2. Land. Daily vehicles, specialized vehicles, machinery, RVs, bulletproof and explosion-proof vehicles, etc. 3. Air. Passenger planes, private jets, etc. 7th main category. Medicines and medical equipment. Medicines are vital for survival in the end-of-the-world scenario. Having enough medicines is like having an extra life. Although Yilingwei has spiritual spring water and medicinal pills, her supplies are precious and limited. Without special circumstances, she cannot easily share them with others. Category 8. Weapons. These can be divided into cold weapons and firearms. Cold weapons require effort and money. She might be able to trade for some. However, for firearms, Yilingwei has no way to acquire them locally and must look for opportunities abroad. After all, Her abilities and knowledge are limited. The only options she can think of are these for now. Anything missing can be accumulated and supplemented later. Looking at the densely written notes on the paper, Yi Lingwei feels a bit overwhelmed. This is just a rough classification. In reality, each subcategory has countless varieties. As for how much to buy in each category, Yi Lingwei doesn't understand the market well and can't make precise judgments. She plans to start with the most essential items, food and drink, and stockpile as much as possible until her money runs out. If that's still not enough, she'll look for chances to buy overseas for free. Since the end of the world is coming, some free things are worth taking. When Yi Jinmin returns, he sees Yi Lingwei sitting at her desk, frowning and deep in thought, writing something on paper. Seeing his daughter's serious expression, he suddenly feels a sense of pride, as if my daughter has grown up. His memory still lingers on when his daughter was only 3 years old. But the reality is, his daughter has truly grown up. This makes him feel both proud and a little sad, yet he has to accept it. If only his daughter hadn't lost something back then. But in this world, there are no what-ifs, and lost time can't be regained. All he can do now is focus on the present and future, spend quality time with his daughter, and treat her even better. Are you back? Hearing the voice, Yi Lingwei looks up and sees Yi Jinmin quietly watching her. Yes, I've arranged everything. The report should be ready in about a week, she replies. Yi Jinmin comes back to himself and smiles affectionately at her. Thank you. I've received the money, Yi Lingwei says seriously as she stands up and bows to thank him. Little girl, you don't need to thank me, he replies. This is what a father should do. I'm happy to help you, he says. Yi Jinmin feels a bit confused by her politeness and doesn't understand why they are so formal with each other. You don't understand now how much this money helps me. You'll realize it someday, she says. If Yi Jinmin hadn't helped her, Yi Lingwei would still work hard to earn and stockpile supplies, but the time and difficulty would be much greater. Do you believe me? Li Lingwei looked steadily at Yi Jinmin and asked calmly, Believe me, no matter when, Dad will always trust you unconditionally. Yi Jinmin replied confidently, looking very serious. What's your company mainly involved in? Li Lingwei thought for a moment before asking, mainly real estate development, construction, and sales. We also have some other categories, but they are a small part. Yi Jinmin wasn't sure why his daughter was asking, but answered honestly. I suggest you sell all your company's shares and convert everything into cash within 2 months. It would be best to finish everything before September 1st, so you have the money in hand. The apocalypse arrives on October 5th. Selling the company and converting to cash before September 1st means there's nearly a month to exchange your money for supplies. This way, you won't waste the resources or let them turn into useless numbers or paper. Of course, you can think I'm crazy or talking nonsense. It's okay if you don't listen. After speaking, Li Lingwei added, perhaps Yi Jinmin was ultimately different to her. She simply couldn't bring herself to ignore him. Nan, Dad doesn't want you to say that about yourself. In Dad's heart, you will always be the best. Whatever you want Dad to do, he will agree. You don't need to worry. Hearing Li Lingwei's last words, Yi Jinmin felt a little sad. He really didn't know what to do for his daughter to trust him. I came to the company today mainly to quickly organize the accounts, funds, and shares. And then sell everything for money. Didn't we agree on this last night? Yi Jinmin lowered his head, looking hurt, as if Li Lingwei's distrust had upset him. I do not trust you, but I feel that the company is your hard work over many years. Suddenly selling it without reason seems a bit unfair. Li Lingwei patiently explained, by selling the company, Dad will have more time to spend with you. Besides, running this company was always to make money for you. I have no regrets about that. Hearing his daughter's explanation, Yi Jinmin's mood seemed to improve a lot. Don't you want to ask me why I want you to do this? Don't you want to know the reason? Li Lingwei truly couldn't understand what kind of mindset Yi Jinmin was in now. Can a person really love another person without reservation? Does he not fear getting hurt? Does he have no defenses against others? Because Yi Lingwei has never fallen in love, married, or had children in 2 lifetimes, she will never understand. In this world, many parents are willing to give everything for their children, even their lives. Neither ask nor want to know. Yi Jinmin said without hesitation. Nan, you can try to accept and trust your dad. For me, you're more important than my life, so I will never lie to or hurt you. Hearing these words from Yi Jinmin, Yi Lingwei said nothing.
Can she accept it?
Actually, she has already been trying to accept it, but to go further, she needs more time. Can she trust him? Yi Lingwei doesn't know yet. Maybe there will be an answer in the future. Nan, don't make it difficult. Dad isn't forcing you. I can wait patiently, no rush. Seeing Yi Lingwei silent and not angry, Yi Jinmin quickly explained. Okay, give me a little more time. Yi Lingwei glanced outside the window, as if giving a long-considered answer. All right, let's go eat now. It's already noon. After lunch, Dad will take you shopping. Is that okay? Seeing that his daughter didn't seem upset, Yi Jinmin finally relaxed.
Yes.
She then picked up the plan from the table, folded it neatly, and put it into her small bag. Nan, do you want Western or Chinese food? Anything is fine, I don't mind. Then Dad will arrange it. After her daughter finished packing, they went downstairs together and drove to a Michelin 3-star restaurant next to the company. Inside, guided by the staff, they arrived at a beautiful but very private room. After sitting down, the waiter handed them a delicate menu. Yi Jinmin looked at it and said to the waiter, sea bass with caviar, blue lobster with beetroot sauce, tender beef kidney and beef cheek. Hazelnut ice cream with cream mille-feuille, black truffle pasta, and seafood broth with shellfish noodles, each one a separate dish. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and left. Nan, this is my first time here too, so I'm not familiar with the dishes. I just heard they're pretty good, so I brought you here. We just ordered a few dishes earlier, so I don't know if they'll suit your taste. And let's wait and see when the food arrives. Yi Lingwei understood that Yi Jinmin probably knew she had never been to a Western restaurant before and now wanted to take her there to try it. But he was worried she might feel awkward or shy, so he didn't let her order food. After half an hour, the dishes gradually arrived. Looking at the small portions of food and meat on the large plates, Yi Lingwei didn't know what to say. She fiddled with her knife and fork, finally taking a bite. Although the taste was good, it wasn't enough to fill her up. Seeing Yi Lingwei eat so seriously, with her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, Yi Jinmin thought her genuine, unpretentious way of eating was very adorable. Only he might find her, who was eating without caring about her image or Western dining rules, very cute. Sweetheart, are you full? Do you want to order more dishes? Yi Jinmin asked quickly as Yi Lingwei put down her knife and fork and wiped her mouth. That's enough. Western food is more about the atmosphere. For good taste, our country's food is better, Yi Lingwei thought. She felt that being able to dine in such a fancy restaurant was a new experience for her. Maybe she wouldn't have this chance again. Later, when we go shopping, I'll buy you some more delicious snacks to make sure you're full, Yi Jinmin said with a light laugh, teasing her. After paying the bill, they went back to the car. Yi Jinmin asked, Sweetheart, is there anywhere you want to go or anything you want to buy? No, I'm not familiar with this place, and I don't have any particular places I want to visit, Yi Lingwei thought to herself. She actually had many things she wanted to buy, but she couldn't tell him now, to avoid worrying him. Then I'll take you to our company's shopping mall. It's a big, high-end place that combines eating, drinking, entertainment, and shopping. It's the largest and most luxurious shopping center in Donghai City, he said. Okay, let's go there. I have no objections, Yi Lingwei replied. She had to admire Yi Jinmin's business mind. Whatever he did, he was successful and became a leader in his industry. In the past few days, Yi Lingwei looked up information about Yi Jinmin online. She learned that in just 20 years, he had become the youngest billionaire in Donghai City. His net worth was in the billions, and his wealth exceeded what many others had accumulated over generations. 2 hours later, standing in the shopping mall, Yi Lingwei held various small desserts and milk teas. She wore a luxury Patek Philippe watch worth millions on her wrist and carried the latest model of a smartphone in her bag. The new laptop was carried by Yi Jinmin. Nan, let's go look at the dresses again. The style and quality at that shop in front are pretty good. I've been there a few times before. Many of your dresses in the wardrobe are from there. Although they had been shopping nonstop for 2 hours, Yi Jinmin still felt very enthusiastic. He didn't seem tired or bored at all. I used to come alone. When I saw nice clothes, I couldn't help but buy them and hang them in your closet, waiting for you to wear them when you got home. Back then, I couldn't imagine how you'd look in those clothes, and I didn't know if you liked any particular style. Yi Lingwei also couldn't imagine what kind of feelings Yi Jinmin had each time he bought her clothes. From baby clothes to children's wear, then to teen clothes, and finally to adult women's fashion. Year after year, the clothes got bigger, but she still couldn't find her true style. Yi Lingwei thought that Yi Jinmin must have felt very sad back then. Now it's different. You're back. Papa can see you wearing new clothes with his own eyes. Today, I want to buy you lots and lots of pretty clothes. Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Jinmin, who was surrounded by shopping bags. He didn't look like a chairman at all, but rather a bit funny. I've already bought enough. Lots of dresses, pants, and t-shirts. You see, you can't carry any more. Maybe you shouldn't buy more. Yi Lingwei gently reminded Yi Jinmin as she looked at his current appearance. It's okay. I'll put everything in the car right away. First, go try on the clothes yourself. I'll be back soon. Saying that, Yi Jinmin turned and hurriedly left, seeming afraid of hearing Yi Lingwei refuse. Seeing Yi Jinmin rush away, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but smile and shake her head. How could she bear to refuse a father's deep love for his daughter? After all, moments like today, Yi Jinmin had waited 17 years for. After throwing the empty dessert wrapper into the trash, Yi Lingwei, holding a cup of milk tea, stepped into the women's clothing store in front of her. She didn't know the brand of the clothes, but the store looked very fancy, and the styles were quite nice. However, the sales assistant at the door didn't seem very friendly. Her eyes kept rolling upward. She looked like a duck with a stuck neck, small black eyes and lots of white, giving off the impression of being easily annoyed and hard to please. Our clothes are only for looking, not for touching.
I saw you just now eating something.
Be careful not to get oil on the clothes, or you won't be able to pay for it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, startling Yi Lingwei so much she shivered and almost threw her milk tea away. Then, Yi Lingwei saw the sales assistant who had been standing at the door stretch her neck, hold her head high with pride, and walk over with a sway of her hips. Young lady, come in and take a look. It will broaden your view, but don't think you can actually afford it. People should know their limits. The sales assistant looked at Yi Lingwei with a contemptuous gaze, sizing her up from head to toe. In her past life, Yi Lingwei would have been humiliated and run away in shame, but now she was different. There's no need to say much to such a fool. Just use facts to slap her in the face. Bring out your most expensive dress.
I want to try it now.
Yi Lingwei's face showed no change, and she spoke calmly. You really don't know your place, do you? Still want the most expensive dress? The cheapest one will do. If I sell you, you still couldn't afford it. The sales assistant twisted her face in disgust, revealing her ugly expression. I told you to go get the most expensive dress now. Can't hear me? If your ears aren't working, go find your supervisor. Yi Lingwei looked coldly at the angry, red-faced sales assistant. Don't be so arrogant. If you break something, you won't like the consequences. Reluctantly, the sales assistant took out the latest dress in the store, worth over 800,000 yuan, and handed it to Yi Lingwei. Seeing Yi Lingwei go into the fitting room, she muttered viciously under her breath. Just because she's with a rich guy. A decent person wouldn't do that. She's just a shameless mistress. I spit on her. It turned out that over the past 2 years, when Yi Jinmin came to the store to buy clothes for Yi Lingwei, this sales assistant had served her several times. Every time Yi Jinmin bought clothes, he didn't look at the price. His annual spending at this store alone exceeded 5 million yuan. She was proud and ambitious, believing that with her looks, she could marry into a wealthy family without issue. So she had long regarded Yi Jinmin as her target and was always trying to get close to him. She just never found the right opportunity. Today, she was surprised to see Yi Jinmin shopping with Yi Lingwei, and he even bought her many things. It was obvious they were high-end brands worth a lot. This made her feel jealous and envious, so she was full of hostility toward Yi Lingwei, deliberately insulting and belittling her. What's there to pretend about? You're just a toy being played with. Once the novelty wears off, you'll definitely be kicked aside. The sales assistant glared maliciously at the fitting room door while whispering insults, seeming to feel a little better by doing so. Xiao Hong, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Tell sister, I'll support you. Suddenly, a domineering voice sounded. A woman in her late 20s entered, accompanied by a slightly younger girl. The woman wore a designer dress suit, covered in jewelry on her ears, neck, hands, and wrists. Her face, heavily made up, had slanted eyes and a high nose. Almost 30 years old, she was dressed in glittering, flashy clothes, but looked quite tacky. Next to her stood a slender girl with fair skin. Apart from her small eyes and slightly pointed chin, her looks weren't particularly beautiful, but she was still considered a pretty girl with a gentle appearance. At around 20, she looked lively and youthful, which added a few points to her overall look. Miss Su, you're here.
I'm fine.
It's normal to face some small frustrations in our line of work. After all, the customer is always right. The person who had just argued with Yi Lingwei was this sales assistant named Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong hurried over, smiling warmly to greet the two newcomers. Compared to her attitude when she was with Yi Lingwei, her demeanor was completely different. You can't say that. Everyone is equal. Just because you're a customer doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Miss Su, you're the best. You're kind and beautiful. I like you the most. Xiao Hong flattered her excessively, praising her loudly enough to be heard from far away. Miss Su was Xiao Hong's big client, and most of Xiao Hong's sales achievements came from her. That was also why Xiao Hong, despite having poor character, was not fired. Haha, Xiao Hong, you really know how to talk. I heard the store has new clothes. Hurry up and bring some for my good sister to try. If they look good, I'll buy them. Miss Su, there's no need. I already have clothes, and these here are too expensive. At this moment, the quiet girl standing beside Miss Su spoke. Wolin, you have your own clothes. Can they be the same as what sister bought? Don't say I lack money, sister. If you refuse again, it will seem like we're strangers, and that would hurt my feelings, Sister Su said, pretending to be angry, voice strained. Sister Su, how could I possibly treat you like a stranger? The young girl replied softly, holding Sister Su's hand affectionately. I see you as my own little sister, so there's no need to save money for me. I enjoy spending on you, Sister Su declared confidently. Then I'll try it. I can't turn down Sister Su's kindness, the girl said happily, but no one saw the slight jealousy and impatience in her eyes when she looked down. If the other person wasn't rich and foolish, why would she have to flatter and please her so much? Why is Su Jiue born into a wealthy family with endless money, while she is an illegitimate child, unwanted, and often struggling for money? She works hard every day to please rich people just to have a better life. Xiao Hong, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the clothes so I can try them on my sister, Sister Su ordered. Sister Su, the clothes, the clothes.
Xiao Hong hésita-t-elle.
What's wrong with the clothes? Why are you stammering? Sister Su asked impatiently. Someone is trying on the clothes now. You know our clothes are limited editions, only one of each style, so. Xiao Hong explained quickly. I told you to keep them for me. Did you tell the customer? Sister Su asked with some annoyance. I told her not to try them, but she wouldn't listen. She even threatened to find the manager, Xiao Hong said, eyes brimming with tears, looking very wronged. Sister Su, I'm just a lowly sales assistant. If the customer insists on trying, I can't do anything, Xiao Hong added. Oh, this makes me so angry. Call her out here. If she dares to oppose me, I want to see who she really is, Sister Su said angrily. Seeing Sister Jiue furious, the young girl standing nearby looked a bit helpless, wanting to speak but afraid to. She clearly saw that the sales assistant was trying to twist the truth and stir trouble, hoping Sister Jiue would confront her and vent her anger. She had used these tricks many times before, but she couldn't say anything or expose the assistant because they were alike. Besides, she was happy to see someone get into trouble. At that moment, the dressing room door slowly opened, and a young girl in a light blue dress stepped out. The woman in front of her had a beautiful face, waist-length black hair, fair skin, and a tall figure. Her eyes showed a calm indifference, making her seem cold and noble. When Bai Wolin saw her face clearly, she was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. She froze in place. Su Jiyue was first stunned, then overwhelmed with jealousy. She hated all women more beautiful than herself, especially since the woman in front of her was stunningly beautiful, something she had never seen before. "Who let that dog bark outside?" A soft voice came from the woman. "If it wasn't Yilingwei, who else could it be? You little brat, who are you calling a dog?" Su Jiyue's anger reached its peak. Usually pretending to be a wealthy young lady, she couldn't hold back and swore loudly, acting like a scolding woman. "Say who you're talking about," Yilingwei said lightly, but her words made Su Jiyue lose her mind. She reached out to slap Yilingwei's face. "Let go of Sister Su. You don't know your place. Do you even know who Sister Su is? Don't think just because you're with a rich guy, you can do whatever you want. If you offend Sister Su, don't think you'll walk out of Donghai City safely." Xiao Hong saw Yilingwei grabbing Su Jiyue's wrist and hurried to stop her.
Ouch!
"Let go now, or you'll regret it." Su Jiyue didn't expect Yilingwei to be so strong. Her wrist hurt badly, but she couldn't break free. Sister Su is the daughter of the Su family in Donghai City, and she's also the girlfriend of Yicheng, the young master of the Yi family. "If you hurt Sister Su, do you think you can leave Donghai City safely?"
Dream on.
Xiao Hong used all her strength to try to pull Yilingwei's hand away, but couldn't. She could only threaten her with words. Yilingwei didn't pay attention to what they were saying. She just coldly looked at Bai Wolin, who was standing there stunned. She didn't expect their first meeting in this life to come so quickly. Thinking of her deadly enemies from her past life, and her despair and unwillingness as she died, her hatred and anger roared inside her, ready to burst out. "Kill her.
Kill her now."
The string of reason inside her was about to snap. Just then, Bai Wolin, who had been frozen there, suddenly came back to her senses. She was sure that the beautiful girl standing in front of her was her college classmate, Yilingwei, the person she had always played with and controlled. But she wondered why the usually timid and shy Yilingwei had come to Donghai City, and why she was in such a fancy shopping mall. Bai Wolin noticed that Yilingwei's gaze at her was so frightening, like she was looking at a dead person, which made her feel cold. "Help! Help! Someone's trying to hurt me." Su Jiyue's desperate scream woke Yilingwei from her near loss of reason. She withdrew her gaze from Bai Wolin, let go of her hand, and kept telling herself silently, "It's not the time yet. Be patient." Sometimes, letting an enemy die quickly can be a relief. She had to wait until the end of the world arrived. Then she could see how long Bai Wolin, an ordinary person with no space jade pendant and no longer protected by Yilingwei, could survive in a world of chaos. Watching Bai Wolin suffer would be more satisfying than her death. After Bai Wolin endured enough pain, Yilingwei could personally send her to. Wouldn't that be better? "Wei Wei, how can you hit someone without a reason? You see, you've hurt Sister Su's wrist. You should apologize right now." Seeing the crowd gather around, attracted by Su Jiyue's shouts, Bai Wolin pretended to care and stepped forward, taking Su Jiyue's wrist and deliberately showing the purple marks to the crowd. "Back in school, you said you were timid, so whenever you made mistakes, I protected you. Now, as long as you sincerely apologize to Sister Su, I will also speak for you." Bai Wolin's seemingly kind advice was actually meant to make the onlookers believe that Yilingwei was at fault, since she was the one who started the fight. And someone who often made mistakes at school couldn't be considered the one in the right. Who would have thought that such a pretty girl would hit someone for no reason? Yeah, luckily there are helpful classmates like her, or today wouldn't end well. Classmates, one looks pretty but is unreasonable. The other looks average but is kind and understanding. Honestly, the heavens are quite fair. The crowd whispered and discussed, most of them blaming Yilingwei under Bai Wolin's deliberate suggestion. Initially, Bai Wolin was pleased when everyone blamed Yilingwei unfairly. She thought she was winning. But in the end, the last person's words almost made her spit blood with anger. Bai Wolin always knew Yi Lingwei was beautiful, so she secretly looked down on her and kept trying to manipulate her. She made Yi Lingwei feel insecure and weak, so she was never noticed at school. Over time, Yi Lingwei became more dependent on her and listened to her in everything. Bai Wolin suggested that Yi Lingwei keep thick bangs to hide her stunning looks so others wouldn't notice. Bai Wolin always saw herself as the school beauty. How could she allow anyone to be prettier than her? Yi Lingwei was only meant to be her supporting role, like a green leaf that highlights her beauty. But Bai Wolin didn't expect that just 3 days after they parted, when she saw Yi Lingwei again, she had changed so much. Not only was she more beautiful, but her personality was no longer timid. She was a completely different person from before. Thinking of this, Bai Wolin's jealousy made her eyes turn red. Why was everyone either richer or prettier than her? They all deserved to be punished. Wolin, since she's your classmate, I'll give you this favor. As long as she kneels and apologizes to me now, I will let her go. Su Jieyue rubbed her bruised wrist and said proudly, acting like someone in charge. Idiot. Yi Lingwei looked at Su Jieyue, who was being manipulated by Bai Wolin, and remembered how foolish she had been in her past life. She couldn't help but curse. Vivi, why are you still swearing? When did you become so rude? Bai Wolin looked shocked and heartbroken. Now that she's hooked up with a rich boss and has someone backing her, she's become so arrogant. She's no longer your good classmate. Xiao Hong added fuel to the fire, spreading rumors about Yi Lingwei as if she wanted the situation to escalate. Vivi, suddenly, 2 sharp slaps sounded, and Bai Wolin was slapped to the ground. Her cheeks swelled visibly. Stop talking nonsense here. Who cares what I've become? Bai Wolin covered her burning cheeks and glared at Yi Lingwei with vicious eyes. She couldn't understand why Yi Lingwei dared to treat her like this or hit her. One day, she would take revenge for today's humiliation and make Yi Lingwei wish she had never been born or died. But Bai Wolin always knew how to pretend weakness to gain others' sympathy. No matter when, using others to do harm was her most clever trick. Vivi, I know your family is poor and can't afford to send you to college, but you can borrow money from me. No matter what, you shouldn't sell yourself just to satisfy your vanity. Such self-destructive behavior, betraying your own body. Bai Wolin's eyes welled with tears, looking as if she might cry, appearing innocent and fragile, which greatly angered Su Jieyue and the onlookers. Wolin, your lips are bleeding. It must hurt a lot, right? You're too kind. Even after being hit like this, you're still thinking of her. Su Jieyue stepped in front of Bai Wolin, looking at her battered face. Although she felt a bit sorry, she also felt somewhat relieved that the 2 slaps hadn't hit her face. Doing violence in broad daylight. Does the law still matter?
Exactly.
A good girl like her isn't following the right path, and she's even a lover for someone else. How shameless. No wonder she wears a luxury watch at such a young age and shops here. Turns out she earns her money by selling herself. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are no longer pure. It's better not to judge a young girl like that. We don't know the full story. Maybe it's a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? Haven't her classmates all admitted it? Besides, she was the one who started the fight. We saw it with our own eyes. All around, there were voices of slander and insults towards Yi Lingwei, but she seemed not to hear any of it, her expression unchanged. Some people in the world like to guess about others, regardless of the truth, only wanting to see what they want to see. Whether it's right or wrong doesn't matter to them. Compared to what she endured in her previous life, these insults were nothing. Why was she so naive back then, unable to see Bai Wolin's true nature earlier? How could Bai Wolin deceive her for over 10 years with such poor acting? Miss Su, Vivi only got angry and slapped me because I caught her cheating as a lover. Miss Su, please don't be mad at Vivi. Please don't call the police. Otherwise, Vivi might be taken away for intentional injury. White Ruolin secretly thought, what a bunch of fools. Why aren't they calling the police? Why are they just standing here looking clueless? Yi Lingwei didn't say a word, just stood quietly to the side, coldly watching White Ruolin's awkward performance. Yes, call the police, hurry up and call the police, so the officers can take her away. Su Jiyue finally seemed to understand, and the crowd around them started to cheer. Who's calling the police? A stern voice came from behind the crowd. Two tall, middle-aged men stepped forward, one after the other, making way. The man in front, dressed in a suit and looking like a leader, asked first, Xiao Hong, what happened? Who was shouting loudly inside the shop. Why is everyone gathered here? Manager, it was this customer who started the fight. So Miss Su wanted to call the police, Xiao Hong said lightly, shifting all the blame onto Yi Lingwei. The other man who came in was naturally Yi Jinmin, who had just returned. But Yi Lingwei secretly signaled for him not to interfere, so he could only hold back and stay silent. Don't think that just because your powerful backer is here, someone will support you. You're just a worthless lover who's been played with for a few days and will be thrown away soon. Su Jiyue glared at Yi Lingwei angrily and loudly cursed without restraint. Jiyue, stop cursing. Seeing Yi Jinmin suddenly walk in, White Ruolin was stunned, unsure why he was here. She quickly tugged at Su Jiyue's arm and whispered softly. She was about to be driven crazy by Su Jiyue, who kept pestering Yi Chen every day. Now she couldn't even recognize Yi Chen's uncle, Yi Jinmin. What a fool. She always knew Yi Jinmin didn't like her. No matter how much she tried to please him, he never paid her any attention. But so what? As long as outsiders saw her as part of the Yi family, then the Yi family was her support. Su Jiyue thought she could use her to get close to Yi Chen, so she gave up her wealthy background to approach and flatter her. White Ruolin often hinted that she grew up in the Yi family and that everyone there liked her, so she held a high status. But deep down, she knew the truth. To avoid being exposed, she rarely went to Donghai City. If it weren't for today, trying to get Su Jiyue to spend more money and buy her nice things, she wouldn't have come at all. Ruolin, why are you stopping me? That kind of woman deserves to be scolded. Su Jiyue was angrily yelling when Bai Ruolin suddenly stopped her, which made her feel a bit annoyed. Older sister Su, Yi Chen's third uncle, is here. He's the one standing next to the manager. Bai Ruolin pointed to Yi Jinmin and quietly explained.
Huh? Who are you talking about?
Yi Chen's third uncle? Why didn't you tell me earlier? My perfect image is ruined now. Su Jiyue complained about Bai Ruolin and quickly tidied up her clothes, dropping her aggressive attitude and putting on a polite smile. Hello, third uncle. I am Yi Chen's girlfriend, Su Jiyue. I am also Ruolin's best friend. Thinking she was being clever, Su Jiyue walked up to Yi Jinmin and introduced herself, even bringing Bai Ruolin along to get closer. I don't know her, never heard of her. Yi Jinmin's cold eyes seemed to want to burn Su Jiyue alive. Just now, this woman kept insulting his daughter, and now she dares to act friendly and get close. She's asking for trouble. Su Jiyue was so frightened by Yi Jinmin's look that she shivered and took a few steps back, her smile disappearing. Uncle, I am Ruolin. Long time no see. At this moment, Bai Ruolin had no choice but to force herself to greet Yi Jinmin. Don't call me uncle anymore. I divorced your aunt long ago. We have no relation now. Yi Jinmin showed no mercy to Bai Ruolin. He thought to himself, indeed, a dog can't change its habit. Bai Ruolin teamed up with others to bully his daughter. She's become even more mean and cunning than when she was a child. Ruolin, isn't it because your uncle saw you suffering and came to help you? Su Jiyue, full of questions, no longer cared about being afraid. She looked at Bai Ruolin with confusion and asked, didn't you say you were the most loved in the Yi family? That your uncle treats you very well? But now, why is your relationship with your uncle different from what you said? Bai Ruolin kept her mouth shut and didn't give any explanation. She couldn't understand why Yi Jinmin was so cold-hearted, why he had to embarrass her in front of everyone. Older sister Su, what is going on? This man is clearly that little troublemaker's lover, so why has he now become your sister's uncle? Xiao Hong, standing nearby, was completely confused. She didn't understand the relationships among these people and wondered why everything was getting more complicated. unaware her own punishment was about to arrive soon. Xiao Hong, shut up. Listen to your filthy words. Is this how you treat customers? The manager, who had been unable to speak, was terrified by Xiao Hong's words earlier. One was the chairman of the group, and the other was the daughter of the chairman, who was blind enough to spread rumors that they were lovers. If he hadn't just happened to meet the chairman during his inspection of the shopping mall, today could have gone very badly. Chairman Ye's success today, with thriving business, was not due to kindness but fearsome and strict methods. If they had really taken the chairman's daughter to the police station today, no one present would have had a good outcome. Manager, it's just that she's a pretty girl who uses her looks to flirt with rich men, right? Since she dared to do it, I dare to speak out.
Slap.
Seeing the chairman's face turn darker, the manager couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Xiao Hong hard. Manager, you hit me?
Why?
I'm calling the police. Xiao Hong covered her face, unable to believe she was the one being hit. She was angry and refused to accept it. I hit you because you spread malicious rumors and defamed the customer, damaging her reputation greatly. Even if you don't call the police, I will. If he hadn't slapped her now, when the chairman intervened, it wouldn't have been just a slap. But Xiao Hong, being so reckless, didn't understand his careful intentions. I didn't slander anyone. I clearly saw this man buy many luxury items for that girl. If they weren't lovers, what could they be? Xiao Hong would never admit that her jealousy made her falsely accuse Yilingwei.
Huh.
Just because of that reason, you say they're lovers? That's too arbitrary. It's not impossible. Her classmate also said her family is very poor. If a man spends money on a woman and they're not related, then they must be lovers. That makes sense. You know, that sounds reasonable. I didn't expect that young girls nowadays are quite clever and scheming. The crowd watching started to chatter, sharing their guesses. The manager, standing inside the store, felt overwhelmed and wiped his sweat repeatedly. He doesn't know if he will see tomorrow's sun after today. If it weren't for the restriction on revealing the identity of the chairman's daughter, he wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Everyone, please disperse and go about your own business. The shopping center will handle the situation here. Under the manager's persuasion, a small group of people left, but many others still stayed to watch. Miss Yi, we're very sorry. Because of our staff's mistake, you've been wronged. As apology, we will give you this dress for free. What do you think? The manager quickly approached Yilingwei, bowed, and apologized sincerely. You don't need to apologize to me. Wrongdoers will be held accountable, and I won't involve innocent people. I can't accept this. Why is she the one who started the fight, and she has no problem? Why are we the ones being blamed? And now they want to compensate her. Why should we? After Yilingwei finished speaking, Xiao Hong started crying and shouting wildly. Xiao Hong, from this moment on, you are fired. I will send a legal letter on behalf of the company to pursue compensation for your reputation and emotional damages. Security, come and take Xiao Hong out. She is not allowed to enter the shopping center again. As soon as the manager finished speaking, 2 strong security guards approached. One held Xiao Hong's arm, covered her mouth, and dragged her outside. 20 minutes later, Xiao Hong was sitting alone outside the shopping center's entrance. She cried and muttered to herself, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Xiao Hong, the manager asked me to tell you, the rich person you mentioned is actually our group's chairman, and the girl you insulted is the daughter of the chairman's family. Today, you offended the top family in Donghai City, the Yi family. The manager hopes you will behave yourself and stop causing trouble, or you might not even know how you will end up. Also, remember not to spread this matter. Miss Ye's identity must be kept secret. This was what the manager specifically told the security to convey to her as a warning. But tears of regret could not turn back time, because mistakes born of jealousy only hurt oneself in the end. Vivi, what exactly is your relationship? Is it really as Xiao Hong said? Bai Wolin didn't expect that Yilingwei was actually connected to Yi Jinmin. Bai Wolin knew Yi Jinmin's true identity and naturally believed that the manager was only trying to please Yi Jinmin, which was why she had to favor Yilingwei and deal with Xiao Hong. Yilingwei took a step forward, kicked Bai Wolan to the ground, and then placed her foot on Bai Wolan's chest. It seemed as if she could crush Bai Wolan to death with just a gentle push. Don't call me Vivi anymore. You're not worthy. If I hear those 2 words from your mouth again, I will cut out your tongue so you can never speak again. Yi Lingwei's voice sounded to Bai Wolan as if it was coming from. Seeing Yi Lingwei's bloodthirsty eyes, she had no doubt that Yi Lingwei truly wanted to kill her at this moment. You're not her.
Who are you?
Bai Wolan was very sure that the person in front of her was not Yi Lingwei. Because no matter what, a person couldn't change so much in just 2 or 3 days. Her appearance and personality were completely different.
Who am I?
I am someone who crawled out of to take your life. Bai Wolan, just wait. Your punishment will come soon. I will watch you suffer, and then personally take your life. Yi Lingwei leaned down and whispered softly in Bai Wolan's ear. Hearing Yi Lingwei's words, Bai Wolan felt an overwhelming fear, as if she would die very soon. You're a devil. Go away, go away. Bai Wolan frantically waved her arms and shouted wildly. At that moment, a strange smell came from her. She had wet her pants out of fear. Yi Lingwei disdainfully withdrew her foot from Bai Wolan and took a few steps back. Oh my, what a strong smell of... It's suffocating. Let's go quickly. I didn't expect a young girl to lose control and wet herself. That's disgusting. Yeah, let's go. This is so unlucky. The crowd around dispersed in a rush. Bai Wolan, hearing the gossip, finally felt the dampness and smell beneath her. Realizing she had been so frightened by Yi Lingwei that she had peed her pants, she couldn't hold on any longer. She quickly covered her face with her hands, stood up, and ran out of the shopping center. Su Jiyue, who had been standing aside like a quail, finally came to her senses and chased after Bai Wolan. She still had many questions to clarify and couldn't just let Bai Wolan run away like this. Now, only the 3 of them and a yellow stain on the floor remain in the store. The others have already run away without a trace. The manager is truly speechless. From now on, we must improve staff management and training. When we hire employees, character must always come first. I don't want this to happen again. Yi Zhenmin never thought that his daughter's first shopping trip with him would end with her being bullied. How could he not be angry? Yes, Chairman. I promise this will never happen again. I will handle the follow-up work quickly and give you a satisfactory answer. The manager straightened his posture and solemnly assured him, though his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Hurry up and clean the place. It looks disgusting. Yes, Chairman. Vivi, are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing Yi Lingwei come out of the changing room, Yi Zhenmin immediately stepped forward with concern, full of worry for his daughter. Don't worry, I'm fine. Apart from almost losing control when she saw Bai Wolan, Yi Lingwei didn't care about anything else. It's all because of my poor management that this happened. Sorry to ruin your shopping trip. Yi Zhenmin carefully watched Yi Lingwei's face, afraid she might be angry with him. It's not your fault. Besides, I've bought everything I need, so there's no point in shopping anymore. When the manager saw the chairman flattering Yi Lingwei, he was stunned. This was so different from the image he had of the decisive, efficient chairman. As Yi Lingwei handed the new dress she had changed into to the manager, she prepared to leave. Miss Yi, this dress is a small apology for what happened. Seeing the dress handed to her, the manager quickly regained his composure and apologized sincerely. No need. I don't like this dress. Yi Lingwei, who had already turned to leave, waved her hand and told the manager. Vivi, wait, Dad. Seeing Yi Lingwei walk away, Yi Zhenmin quickly jogged after her. At this moment, only the somewhat lonely-looking manager was left in the store, standing alone. Next to him was only the mop still emitting a strange smell. Little girl, should we keep shopping somewhere else or go home now? Sitting in the driver's seat, Yi Zhenmin looked back at Yi Lingwei and asked, Let's go home first. Yi Lingwei was never interested in shopping. In the past, it was because she had no money or time. Now, it was because she only cared about stockpiling supplies. If it weren't for accompanying Yi Zhenmin, she wouldn't have wasted this afternoon. Okay, let's go home first. Your little uncle just called me and said that our last meeting was too rushed and he didn't have time to prepare a gift for you. Today, he already left the gift at our house. When we go back later, you'll see it. All right, I understand. As they neared home, Yilingwei suddenly said to Yijinmin, don't sell all the shopping centers and warehouse-style supermarkets under your name yet. Keep them for future use. Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you. Yilingwei knew Yijinmin would say this. Every time she made a request, he would agree without hesitation, never asking why or what for. Faced with Yijinmin's unconditional trust and support, even someone as cold as Yilingwei could be moved someday. This brat, isn't he going to give you that as a meeting gift? Before reaching the villa, Yijinmin saw a large object parked at the gate, looking very impressive. Yilingwei also saw it through the car window, and her eyes immediately lit up with joy. She liked this gift. As soon as Yijinmin's car stopped, Yilingwei quickly opened the door and jumped out. Nan, take it slow. Don't trip. Yijinmin, an old father's heart, was quite worried after a day of watching Yilingwei. Yilingwei circled around the big object, touching here and poking there, full of curiosity. Oh my, is this a Mercedes G-Class? It looks so powerful, perfect for my sister's style. Yilingwei couldn't help but think to herself. If she had a vehicle like this in her previous life, her escape during the apocalypse wouldn't have been so difficult. Looking at its chassis, top performance, and strong engine, driving it over mountains and rivers would be a breeze. And with its sturdy exterior and a top speed of over 200 kilometers per hour, she thought driving this car to crush zombies would be super exciting. Yijinmin watched Yilingwei standing in front of the off-road vehicle, looking like a beautiful woman and a beast at the same time, creating a striking visual. Third brother, how is it? Is the gift I gave you okay? Just then, Yijinmin swaggered over. His carefree attitude was completely different from Yijinmin's elegant and calm demeanor.
What's so good about it?
I think you really deserve a scolding. My girl is a little fairy. How could she like this kind of car? It's not as nice as your pink one. Third brother, you just don't understand. Vivi isn't a kid anymore. You can't always think of her as she was when she was little. You need to get to know and understand her now. Otherwise, Vivi will never truly accept you. Hearing Yijinmin's words, Yijinmin's heart trembled. Actually, many times, he couldn't tell if he loved the daughter in his memories or the current Yilingwei. Is that why his daughter has never accepted him? Little uncle, I really like this gift. Thank you so much. Yilingwei saw Yijinmin and happily shouted loudly towards him. Haha, I knew you'd like it. Since the first time he saw Yilingwei, Yijinmin knew she was like him. Her obedient appearance was just a cover. Inside, her wildness and ruthlessness were real. Want to try driving it? Yijinmin went to the car, opened the driver's door, and warmly invited Yilingwei to take a test drive. Is that okay? I haven't even gotten my driver's license yet. Although Yilingwei didn't have her license, on her previous escape journey, she not only learned to drive by herself, but also became a skilled driver. Can you drive? Of course. Then no problem. Just get in and drive. I'll help you get your license. I promise to deliver to you tomorrow morning so you won't be late for tomorrow. Wow, little uncle, you're really so nice. You look so handsome right now. Of course. Don't you see who I am? Having a little uncle like me is definitely your luck. You're so narcissistic. Hurry up and get in the car. I'm about to start. Yilingwei sat in the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and urged Yijinmin. Seeing the off-road vehicle speed away into the distance and hearing Yilingwei's joyful laughter. Thinking about how relaxed his daughter was when she was with Yijinmin, something Yijinmin had never seen before. Maybe he really should reflect carefully on what to do in the future, what is truly best, and what his daughter really wants. It was just past 6 in the morning. The sun had just risen, and the temperature was still quite mild. The golden sunlight illuminated the whole world, making everything shine brightly. At that moment, a sharp screech of brakes sounded. A commanding black Mercedes G-Class stopped in front of a large rental company in Donghai City. The car door opened, and a girl around 20 years old stepped out. She had a graceful figure, a beautiful face, and a unique kind of charm. In that instant, even the golden sunlight seemed to fade. Passers-by and the rental company staff all turned their attention to her, standing quietly and watching her in awe. "Hello, I want to rent a warehouse. Do you have any available?" A cool, clear voice was heard. The staff quickly snapped out of their surprise and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. Please come in." The staff quickly led Yi Lingwei to the reception area. After she sat down, they politely asked, "Miss, do you have specific requirements for the warehouse? Please tell me in detail." The warehouse should be large enough, preferably with shelves inside. It doesn't matter if it's in a remote location. The cheaper the rent, the better. How many such warehouses do you need? And for how long? About 8 or 9. I plan to rent for 3 months. Please have a seat. I'll check some information to see if there are warehouses that meet your needs. Okay. Last night, Yi Lingwei had already made a plan. Today, she would rent a few big warehouses first, then go shopping for supplies. She couldn't be careless like last time. After about 10 minutes, the staff brought some printed information and handed it to Yi Lingwei. "Miss, based on your requirements, I've found a few suitable warehouses. Take a look and see if any catch your eye." Yi Lingwei flipped through the documents, thought for a moment, and then chose a warehouse that was both well-located and cost-effective. "Let's go with this one." She pulled out one of the sheets and handed it to the staff. "All right, Mississippi. This was previously a logistics storage company, and the warehouse has complete shelving. The location is a bit remote, but the area is open, making it easy for trucks to pick up and deliver goods. This logistics company has 10 large warehouses in its yard. Would you like to rent all of them, or just some?" "I'll rent all 10 warehouses." "Good. If you're ready, we can go see the warehouses now. If everything looks good, we can sign the contract." "Sounds good. Please take me to see them." "Of course, miss." An hour later, the staff took Yi Lingwei to a rural area with vast farmland. A large yard with a sign that reads Dongsheng Logistics Company stood alone nearby. There were hardly any vehicles or pedestrians around. "The distance is a bit far," the shop assistant said nervously, scratching her head and muttering softly. At the speed of this off-road vehicle, it took nearly an hour to get here, so the location was indeed quite remote from the city center. But Yi Lingwei was very satisfied with this place. She wanted to do her tasks without attracting attention, so the warehouse's remote location was perfect. She unlocked the chain on the door and saw a row of large warehouses. Each warehouse was at least 60 meters long, over 20 meters wide, and about 8 or 9 meters high, enough to meet Yi Lingwei's needs. Each warehouse door was labeled with numbers from 1 to 10, which helped her organize her supplies easily. Warehouses 1 to 8 were for regular storage, Warehouse 9 was for fresh goods, and Warehouse 10 was a cold storage. Inside, she was even more amazed. Tall shelves lined up in rows, with loading platforms for unloading goods. The environment was very clean, so there was no need to hire extra cleaners. "Miss, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" "Yes, it's very good. Shall we go back to the company now to sign the contract?" "Yes." By the time they returned to the leasing company, it was almost 9 o'clock. The outside temperature was quite high. "Miss, please check this. If everything is okay, you can sign your name." Yi Lingwei took the contract from the clerk, read it carefully several times, and found nothing unreasonable. She signed it decisively. After paying the rent and deposit, she took the warehouse keys and left the leasing office. Driving her car, she arrived at the largest agricultural wholesale market in Donghai City in just 20 minutes. Most of the merchants here dealt in bulk wholesale goods, not retail. She parked her car in the lot, put on a hat and sunglasses, and walked to the market entrance. Large trucks loaded with goods kept coming in and out of the market. All the vendors and loaders worked busily, creating a lively, prosperous scene. Watching this, Yi Lingwei felt full of confidence. She kept telling herself, the era belonging to Yi Lingwei has arrived. The big shopping spree is officially starting. Let the storm come even stronger. The first to arrive at the grain wholesale area, Yi Lingwei looked around and found a relatively large shop, then confidently walked in. Since food is the most important thing for people and the country always emphasizes food security, Yi Lingwei decided to start with grains. Following the country's lead is always the right choice. Hello, miss. Is there something you need? The shop owner, busy counting money, looked up and asked, I want to buy a batch of grain. If it's not a large amount, you might want to check out the wholesale market over on the Second Ring Road. We only handle large wholesale orders here. Although the young girl wore a hat and sunglasses, making her appearance hard to see clearly, her voice revealed she was still quite young. She probably didn't need much, so the owner kindly gave a friendly reminder. I need 1 ton each of wheat, corn, and rice. Do you sell those? Yi Lingwei wasn't sure how much counted as a large order, so she tentatively gave a number. Yes, of course we sell them. The owner didn't expect the young girl to be so capable. She was young but already involved in purchasing for a factory. Most of their wholesale customers are processing factories that buy flour, cornmeal, rice, and similar products. The owner often deals with procurement staff from these factories, which is probably why he mistook Yi Lingwei's identity. But you need to pay a deposit first. We'll deliver the goods, and after you check everything and confirm it's correct, you can pay the remaining balance. Okay, please have a seat and wait a moment. I'll go calculate the bill. Today's wheat price, 1.25 yuan per jin, total for 1 ton is 25 million yuan. Today's corn price, 1.2 yuan per jin, total for 1 ton is 24 million yuan. Today's rice price, 2.5 yuan per jin, total for 1 ton is 50 million yuan. Miss, do you need anything else? If so, I'll include it in the bill. The owner turned around and looked at Yi Lingwei, asking, I also want 10,000 tons each of soybeans, peanuts, rapeseed, and sesame. Yi Lingwei thought for a moment. These oil crops are also essential. All right, no problem. The owner agreed happily, and soon the calculator started making a series of rapid beeping sounds. Oh, by the way, we also have cotton here. Do you want some? The shop had a batch of high-quality cotton that had been stored for a while and hadn't been sold at a low price. But since the price was high, it was hard to sell, so it just stayed in the warehouse, which was quite frustrating. He is also used to it and always casually asks when meeting clients, cotton? Yes, the quality is excellent. Authentic Western Xinjiang long staple cotton, but it's not cheap. How much? At least 10,000 tons. The boss noticed that this young girl might have obsessive-compulsive tendencies, as all the materials she ordered were exactly 10,000 tons. So even though there were nearly 12,000 tons of cotton in the warehouse, he only dared to say 10,000 tons to increase the chance of selling it. As long as the quality is good, I want it. Thinking about the past, after the apocalypse, there were not only zombies but also extreme weather such as cold, heat, heavy rain, earthquakes, and floods. Yi Lingwei felt that the more types and quantities of supplies she stockpiled now, the better. Don't worry, the quality is guaranteed. My shop has been around for 100 years. Since my great-grandfather's time, we've been in wholesale grain, relying on good reputation and honesty. That's good. Yi Lingwei isn't short of money now. As long as the quality is good, money is not an issue. Miss, my surname is Li. May I know your name?
Yeah. Alright, monsieur.
After calculation, the total price of these goods is 760 million yuan. Delivery and unloading are free, as a discount for you. Okay, no problem. Yi Lingwei was worried about how to find workers for loading and unloading. Although she could directly store the goods in her space, she had to wait until everything was unloaded into the logistics company's warehouse before she could operate. Luckily, the boss was helping her solve this problem. Then, please pay a deposit of 300 million yuan. I will give you a receipt, and then we can set the delivery time and location. Tomorrow morning, deliver to Dongshin Logistics. All right, Miss Yi. I will contact you again by phone tomorrow. After swiping her card, Yi Lingwei left the shop, ready to continue shopping. Although the goods she bought earlier sounded like a lot, they weren't really that much. A large flour mill, for example, uses thousands of tons of wheat daily, sometimes nearly 10,000 tons. The amount she purchased just now is at most what a single day's demand is for a company. Even in the wholesale market, this amount wouldn't even make a splash. Gold millet, black rice, seed, and glutinous rice, 10,000 tons each. Also, I only want the best quality. Price is not an issue. Please print out the list for me. If I need more later, I will come back to your store to buy again. The owner quickly noted Yilingwei's requirements and promised to inspect the goods on the spot, with triple compensation if the quality was poor. After paying the deposit and agreeing on the delivery time and place, Yilingwei headed to the next shop. Since food and oil are often bought together, the next purchase was cooking oil. Yilingwei bought peanut oil, corn oil, sunflower seed oil, and rapeseed oil, 5 liters per barrel. She chose several big brands, buying 100,000 barrels of each. She also ordered 100,000 boxes each of sesame oil, olive oil, camellia oil, walnut oil, and grapeseed oil. With so much oil, even if Yilingwei ate for 10 lifetimes, she wouldn't finish it all. But who would complain about having too much? Maybe she'll need it someday. Anyway, she has money now and isn't worried about buying too much. Following the same process, Yilingwei clearly stated the products and quantities she needed. The owner recorded everything, then she paid the deposit and set the delivery time and location. For salt, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar, Yilingwei decided to buy in this order next. Madam, industrial salt and edible salt, 100,000 tons each. Young lady, there are many types of edible salt, such as refined salt, iodized salt, non-iodized salt, bamboo salt, etc. What kind do you want?
Just get a little of each.
Arrange as you see fit, as long as the total is 100,000 tons. Okay, no problem. I will make sure everything is arranged properly.
Just trust me.
If you ask why she bought more salt than grain, it's because salt and sugar are hard currency in the post-apocalyptic world and can be used as money. Also, she isn't just buying this batch of grain. In 2 months, grain prices will rise sharply. Before that, she will make several more purchases. Madam, 100,000 tons each of white sugar, brown sugar, refined sugar, single crystal rock sugar, and yellow rock sugar. Also, 10,000 tons each of various brands of milk soft candies, fruit hard candies, xylitol, chewing gum, and so on. At this point, Yilingwei couldn't help but think. Fortunately, Longwood doesn't limit the purchase of sugar and salt. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. After leaving the shop, Yilingwei turned around and went to a wholesale store for seasonings. She first looked around and saw countless varieties of sauces on display. Boss, please prepare 100,000 jars of Pixian bean paste, sweet bean paste, soybeans, chili sauce, sesame paste, and peanut butter. Okay, no problem. Vinegar types: white, mature black, fragrant, and rice vinegar, each 10,000 boxes, all of the highest quality and most authentic flavor. Understood. Dark soy, light soy, soy sauce, premium soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, each 10,000 boxes. Young lady, we also have various spices here. Would you like to take a look? The boss saw that Yilingwei was young but spoke and acted very decisively. It wasn't easy to find such a good customer, so he quickly started to promote his products. Let me take a look first. Following the boss's instructions, Yilingwei went over and checked the quality, which was quite good. She then purchased Sichuan pepper, black pepper, fennel, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon, each 10,000 jin. Thinking that dried chili peppers would be used in large quantities, she bought more, totaling 100,000 jin. She also separately bought 200,000 jin of crushed chili and chili powder. Yilingwei also bought a lot of seasonings like 13 spice powder, chicken essence, MSG, barbecue sauce, hot pot base, dipping sauces, braising sauce, and stew seasoning. Because of the variety, she spent the most time in the shop. When she finished shopping and came out, it was already past noon. Looking at the blazing sun overhead, Yilingwei decided to go eat first and continue stocking up in the afternoon. She found a nice restaurant nearby, ordered a few small dishes, and a glass of chilled plum juice. After drinking several sips, she finally felt more relaxed. Since there were still many supplies to buy in the afternoon, she could only rest for a little while during this meal break. Yilingwei thought to herself that spending money was not easy, especially for someone like her who needed to quickly stock up on all kinds of products. It was mentally and physically exhausting. At noon, With temperatures approaching 40 degrees Celsius, the busy wholesale market seemed to hit the pause button. Few people were inside or outside the shop. It wasn't until around 3 p.m. that the market became lively again, bustling with noise. As Yi Lingwei stepped out of the restaurant, a wave of heat hit her face, and the scorching air quickly surrounded her. Under the intense sun, her exposed skin felt even like it was burning. Although it was only early July and not the hottest time of the year, the temperature had already soared to 39 degrees. In about a month, by mid-August, temperatures in most parts of the Dragon Country will reach 45 degrees Celsius or higher, with southern areas even surpassing 50 degrees. In fact, this is not only happening in the Dragon Country, but across the entire blue planet. If the Northern Hemisphere during summer is like a blazing fire, then the Southern Hemisphere in winter feels like an icy cave. Everyone has noticed that this year's climate is abnormal, but no one knows it is a sign of the coming end of the world. Yi Lingwei no longer dared to think about it and quickened her pace. She must stock up on supplies quickly. Hello, soybeans, green beans, red beans, black beans, peas, 10,000 jin of each. Okay, beautiful lady. Make sure they're the latest date. Don't try to pass off inferior quality. I don't want poor quality products. Don't worry, our store never sells substandard goods. Legumes are easy to store, and they can be used to make soy milk, porridge, sprout beans, or tofu. They are very versatile. Next, Yi Lingwei went to a dried goods store. On both sides of the shelves inside, there were various dried foods and nuts. For dried vegetables like snow fungus, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake, seaweed, and dried kelp, Yi Lingwei bought 10,000 jin each. For dried seafood such as dried sea cucumbers, fish collagen, dried shrimp, dried scallops, and dried squid, she bought 30,000 jin each. For dried fruits and candied fruits like red dates, raisins, dried mango, and dried strawberries, she bought 10,000 jin of each, since she liked these snacks, and bought a little more. She also bought 50,000 jin each of tree nuts like chestnuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, cashews, almonds, pine nuts, and pistachios. Additionally, for seed-based nuts like sunflower seeds and peanuts, she bought 50,000 jin and 100,000 jin respectively. Since this was Yi Lingwei's first large-scale purchase, she had little experience and could only estimate roughly. Once these goods arrived at the warehouse, she would have a better idea for future stockpiling. Fresh vegetables and meats could only be bought during early morning hours, but now she could only buy frozen meat. She would have to wait for later to buy fresh produce. Similarly, due to limited space, living animals couldn't be stored, so live fish had to be temporarily abandoned. She needed to find a way to upgrade her storage space soon. However, buying some eggs and fruits was no problem. The warehouse had a time-freezing feature that kept everything perfectly fresh. Eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, quail eggs, and even ostrich eggs. Yi Lingwei bought all of them, each amounting to 50,000 jin. Fruits are needed every day and are one of the main sources of various vitamins for the body. Tropical fruits are abundant, such as mangoes, durians, pineapples, lychees, and passion fruit, so Yi Lingwei naturally ordered a large quantity. Temperate fruits are also important, including apples, grapes, pomegranates, kiwi fruits, and pears, which she also purchased quite a lot of. Of course, Yi Lingwei only buys seasonal fruits. Out-of-season fruits are not included in her purchase list. Because eggs and fruits need to be delivered quickly, the delivery was scheduled for 4 a.m. tomorrow. At that time, it would be daylight, but the temperature would still be relatively low, making it the best time. Otherwise, higher temperatures could cause the items to spoil more easily. After wandering the market for another hour, Yi Lingwei checked the time. Already 5 p.m. Since she needed to visit the warehouse later, she had to finish her shopping first. She found a locksmith company and bought several new large locks. Then she drove quickly to the warehouse. First, she removed the old locks from the main gate and replaced them with new ones, also installing new locks on each warehouse door. Yi Lingwei worked busy inside and outside the warehouse for a while before removing all the surveillance equipment. The cameras at the gate and in the yard were not removed, but their power lines were cut. The goods delivered to the warehouse that day would be stored and categorized in the space by evening, ensuring they wouldn't be lost. The locks were just for show. However, the surveillance cameras had to be completely removed because the back-end staff could view the footage at any time, which could easily expose privacy and was unsafe. Yi Lingwei didn't want her secrets to be discovered, so she took everything down and finished the job. She worked for nearly 2 hours. As it grew darker, Yi Lingwei decided to return to her villa. In the early hours of the next day, around 3 a.m., Yi Lingwei got up. After washing up, she hurried to the warehouse and saw a large delivery truck already waiting. She quickly opened the gate and directed the driver to park at warehouse number 9, where all the eggs and fruits were unloaded into the refrigerated storage. After turning on all the lights in the warehouse and yard, many trucks arrived and workers began unloading. The quiet, long empty yard suddenly became lively. By around 8 a.m., all the goods had been unloaded. After Yi Lingwei finished paying the remaining balance, the boss left with the convoy. At that moment, the grain delivery convoy arrived one after another. Yi Lingwei instructed them to unload all the grain into warehouse number 1, placing different types on separate shelves. She also randomly checked some of the grain, which was of good quality. Yi Lingwei was very satisfied. The cotton delivery truck arrived shortly after, unloading into warehouse number 2. The store owner was worried about delays, so he hurriedly sent the cotton along with the grain. The busy morning ended with workers taking a 3-hour break at noon. They resumed work at 3 p.m., just in time to finish unloading before dark. After Yi Lingwei paid off all the remaining money, the store owner finally relaxed and happily drove away. When it was completely dark, Yi Lingwei drove around the logistics company's perimeter several times and patrolled the yard for over half an hour. After confirming no one was around, she locked the main gate from the inside. Then Yi Lingwei went to warehouse number 1, carefully closed the door from inside, and checked everything thoroughly. Once she was sure there were no issues, she began her big plan. As she walked, she brushed her hand over the shelves filled with neatly stacked bags of grain. Strange things happened. Wherever Yi Lingwei touched or passed, the grain disappeared as if by magic, leaving only empty shelves behind. Yes, after some experiments, Yi Lingwei confirmed that as long as she didn't use telekinesis, anything she directly or indirectly touched could be completely and selectively stored in her space. She worked for over half an hour, finally clearing out the contents of 3 warehouses. She then vanished into her space, watching the sorted materials be neatly arranged on different shelves. A strange sense of satisfaction filled her heart. Although the supplies looked insignificant in the large warehouse, scattered and sparse, Yi Lingwei knew this was her first step in challenging the end of the world. The progress was small but meaningful. This continued for about a week. Yi Lingwei stayed in the warehouse almost every day. Each day, she waited for the trucks to unload, reconciled accounts with the boss, and settled the remaining payments. At night, she stored the goods in her space. Today, all the supplies bought from the farmer's market finally entered the warehouse and were successfully transferred into Yi Lingwei's space. Because Yi Lingwei always has workers unload goods into different warehouses, no warehouse is used more than once in a week. Any warehouse she clears out is never opened again, so no one knows the goods inside have already disappeared. To be safe, Yi Lingwei decides to buy supplies from other places for now. After some time, she plans to visit this market again to check on the stock. Back home, everything is the same as usual. Although it's already past 11 p.m., Yi Zhenmin is still working in the living room. Yi Lingwei knows that Yi Zhenmin is probably waiting for her. Maybe he's worried about her, so no matter how late she gets home, the house is always lit, and he's often seen in the living room. Vivi, the manager at the shopping center, asked me to tell you that Xiao Hong's compensation has been received. Do you want to go pick it up yourself, or should he transfer it directly to you? Yi Zhenmin sees his daughter leaving early and returning late every day. They hardly see each other, let alone sit down for a good meal. He doesn't know what his daughter is busy with every day. She doesn't tell him, and he doesn't feel comfortable asking. He can only watch and feel worried inside. Okay, give me his phone number. I'll go see him tomorrow. Yi Lingwei thinks about her plans to buy large amounts of purified water, mineral water, and various drinks tomorrow. She doesn't know where to find suppliers yet, so now she has someone who can help connect her. Does Dad want to come with you? No need, but if you're not busy. When Yi Lingwei sees Yi Jinmin looking at her with a pitiful expression, she's about to refuse, but then changes her mind. I'm not busy at all, Dad. Then let's go together tomorrow. Okay. Nan, it's late now. Go upstairs quickly, wash up and go to sleep. You've been going out early and coming back late lately. You must be tired. Make sure to rest well. Alright, you should sleep early too. The next morning, Yi Jinmin drives Yi Lingwei to the shopping center. Good morning, Chairman. Miss Yi. The manager enters the office and greets proactively. Yi Jinmin nods in response. Miss Yi, this is the compensation and emotional damages Xiao Hong gave you. The total is 200,000 yuan. The manager places a paper bag full of cash on the table in front of Yi Lingwei. Okay, thank you. You're too polite. It's our mistake at work that caused you inconvenience. Thank you, sir, for your generosity and for not holding this against us. Actually, Yi Lingwei didn't take Xiao Hong seriously, but if she could be punished a little, that wouldn't be bad. People should always remember the saying, be careful with your words. I have a favor to ask you now. I hope it's convenient. Please, just tell me what you need. It's my honor to help you. I would like to get the contact information of our shopping mall suppliers and the price lists for various products. Is that possible? That is a company's secret and cannot be shared outside unless we get approval from the chairman. Otherwise, even you can't make an exception. The manager looked at Yi Lingwei and secretly glanced at Yi Jinmin, feeling a bit embarrassed. What's secret or not, just tell me. From now on, anything my daughter wants, you just give it to her. Even if she clears out the entire shopping mall, it's fine. Just let me know afterward. Seeing the manager's selfless attitude and lack of flexibility, Yi Jinmin felt both annoyed and amused. Yes, Chairman, I understand. The manager didn't expect the chairman to be so fond of his daughter, completely a daughter's favorite. Then why are you just standing there? Hurry up and do it. Yes, I'll go right now. Watching the manager hurriedly leave, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect Yi Jinmin to be quite authoritative in front of his subordinates, quite different from how he acted in front of her. Wei, this small matter isn't worth you coming here yourself. Just tell your dad, a phone call, and I'll handle it. It wasn't supposed to bother you, but luckily you came with me today. Otherwise, I'd have to think of another way. Nan, you're still young. So many things are complicated and might not go smoothly. That's normal. But remember, I am here now. If there's anything you can't solve, just come to your dad. I'll think of a way. Okay. Yi Lingwei realized that accepting Yi Jinmin's help didn't seem so hard for her. Sometimes, she even felt a little happy to be cared for like this. It might take a little while. Why don't you go out and look around? I'll contact you once I have the materials. Yi Jinmin was worried that Yi Lingwei would be bored in the office, so he suggested. That's fine. I still have many places I haven't explored from last time. Yi Lingwei thought it might be nice to go out for a walk. She bought an ice cream, ate it while strolling, and looked at all the colorful goods around her. She hadn't started buying many of these things yet and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. After wandering for an hour, Yi Jinmin's call came in. Yi Lingwei decided to use the restroom first and then return to her office. Just as she reached the nearby emergency exit of the restroom, suddenly a few unfamiliar men approached her. They pushed her out of the safety exit onto the stairs outside. Young girl, be smart and come with us quietly, or you'll regret it. One of the men, a bald and fierce-looking person, glared at Yi Lingwei and threatened her angrily. Maybe at first, Yi Lingwei wasn't prepared, so these men succeeded. But now, Yi Lingwei was intentionally following them to see what they wanted to do. They went down the stairs to a corner of the underground parking lot. There were 4 or 5 cars parked around, blocking the view. Yi Lingwei looked up and saw that this was definitely a blind spot for the cameras, making it a good hiding spot. Tell me, who sent you? What do you want? Yi Lingwei asked calmly, showing no fear on her face. Stupid girl. What are you pretending for? Our boss would be lucky to have you. Behave well later, and our boss will take good care of you.
Haha.
At this moment, A man with a crooked mouth and a lecherous look, eyes full of greed, was looking up and down at Yi Lingwei while laughing loudly. Honestly, this girl is definitely a beauty. Soft skin and tender flesh, just touching her would be worth it. No wonder we've been waiting here for a week. It all depends on whether the boss is willing to share. If he eats the meat, maybe we can share the soup. Besides the bald boss, there were 4 other troublemakers surrounding Yi Lingwei. They were all rubbing their hands and licking their lips, looking impatient. Take off your clothes yourself, so I won't hurt you too much later. The bald man signaled Yi Lingwei to hurry, with an anxious look on his face, clearly impatient. Better if the boss is here, then we can enjoy the show together. Maybe it would be even better if we could do it ourselves. Don't worry, the boss definitely won't treat us badly. Don't just think about taking advantage. Remember the main task. Don't worry, boss. I won't forget to take photos, and videos are definitely included. It's good that you remember, especially her face and body. Make sure to capture them clearly, or we won't have proof. Yi Lingwei stood aside, listening to their pointless chatter, finally catching some useful information. These thugs were probably hired by someone to ruin her reputation and harm her, then threaten her with the photos. Although these tricks are old, they still work well. Yi Lingwei has only been reborn for about 10 days. Her enemies are just a few people, Xiao Hong, Bai Wolin, and Su Jiue. Xiao Hong just paid the compensation, so she probably doesn't have the courage or reason to target her now. That leaves Bai Wolin and Su Jiue, which fits Bai Wolin's style of doing things. A week ago, Yi Lingwei embarrassed Bai Wolin at the shopping mall and even slapped her twice, so Bai Wolin has been holding a grudge. To clear Su Jiue's suspicion of her, Bai Wolin explained for a long time, saying Yi Zhenmin was angry because she caught him with his lover in public, which made him furious and insult her. Since both Bai Wolin and Su Jiue dislike Yi Lingwei, they quickly teamed up. One came up with the plan, the other paid. They hired some thugs to teach Yi Lingwei a lesson, preferably ruining her reputation, so she wouldn't be able to show her face again. If you're so clueless, I have to do it myself. The bald man saw Yi Lingwei standing still and angrily stepped forward, reaching out to tear her dress.
Go, boss.
You're so mighty.
Ah.
Suddenly, a cry of pain sounded, and the thug's shouts stopped abruptly. As the bald man reached out, Yi Lingwei bent her body and picked up an iron rod from the ground behind her. Holding the rod, she struck the bald man's legs hard. There was a loud, and the sound of bones breaking followed. The bald man screamed in pain and instantly knelt on the ground. Just as she reached the underground parking lot, Yi Lingwei quietly moved the iron rod she had hidden earlier behind her, out of sight. Where did this iron rod come from? Who's stupid enough to leave it here? Is that the point? The point is that boss was beaten, and we need to avenge her. I think you're asking for trouble. You don't look like an easy target. A little girl can fight pretty hard. Brothers, attack. The remaining 4 troublemakers started talking loudly and rushing forward. Yi Lingwei held an iron rod and kicked, causing all 4 to fall almost at the same time.
Ouch.
That hurts so much.
Ah.
I think my leg is broken. My leg won't move either. This woman is really fierce. Yi Lingwei doesn't know fighting skills or martial arts routines. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, she only learned how to kill zombies quickly and how to defeat enemies with one move. Because of her personality, in her previous life, Yi Lingwei only killed zombies and never hurt people, but she did injure many. In this life, her physical strength and ability greatly improved, making her even more powerful. Now, fighting a few small troublemakers is easy for her. Tell me, who sent you here? Humph. The bald man snorted coldly and didn't speak. Besides crying out in pain at first, he didn't make a sound afterward, showing he's a tough one. The boss is indeed not a pushover. Since you won't talk, I'll have to keep going. Yi Lingwei tapped her iron rod and said coldly, as if she wasn't done having fun yet. I'll tell you, don't hit me anymore. They are just lazy troublemakers. Besides the boss, they usually just talk tough and scare people. They're all cowards who are afraid of the strong and have no real skills or backbone. It was Miss Su Jiue from the Su family who sent us. She is generous, so we often work for her, doing a lot of things for her. When she asked you, was there anyone else with her? Seems like there was a girl, but she didn't look very good, so I can't remember clearly. As expected, these two were working together secretly.
Stop shouting.
Besides your boss's leg, which is really broken, none of you are seriously hurt. Maybe just a small fracture. Hearing this, the troublemakers quickly shut their mouths, afraid that Yi Lingwei might get angry again and hurt them more. Now, I want you to do something. If you agree, I will let you go. What is it? Today, you will do to me what I did to you.
Use the same method to fight back.
Don't spare Su Jiue or Bai Roland, Miss Su's companion. That Bai Roland is fine, but we can't do anything to Su Jiue. She's the young lady of the Su family. The bald man finally spoke, probably because the pain was too intense, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to leave quickly, so he had no choice but to speak. Let's start one by one. Once it's done, I will give you 1 million yuan. Yi Lingwei knew that money could make people do anything. If she couldn't get it, it meant the money wasn't enough.
3 million.
Give me 3 days. The bald man seemed to have made up his mind. After finishing this job, he was willing to leave Donghai City, if necessary. As long as there was money, it didn't matter where he went. Okay, remember to bring photos and videos when the time comes, so I can exchange them for money. Yi Lingwei had money, but whether she could get it in the end depended on their skills. After Yi Lingwei turned to leave, a few thugs trembled as they stood up and clumsily carried the bald man onto a nearby car. Then they quickly drove away in 4 cars, leaving 1 car behind, probably the bald man's. Vivi, you're back? How was it? Yi Zhenmin saw Yi Lingwei come in and asked with a smile. It was pretty good. There was a small incident, but the result was fine. Yi Lingwei was in a good mood. It was great to cause some trouble for Bai Roland without wasting her own time. You're so mischievous. Yi Zhenmin handed her some documents and said affectionately. Yi Lingwei carefully looked through a few pages. The reports were very detailed, saving her a lot of time. I've already asked the manager to inform the suppliers. If you need anything, just talk to them without worries. Thanks, I will. No need to be polite. Come on, Dad will take you out to eat. It's almost noon, and we're going to have Chinese food this time. Okay. Yi Lingwei had lost count of how many times she had said thank you to Yi Zhenmin, and she didn't know how many more times she would have to say it in the future. But she knew that the debts she owed might never be fully repaid in her lifetime. After lunch, Yi Lingwei contacted the suppliers. She ordered large bottles, boxed and bottled mineral and purified water of various brands and sizes. They agreed to deliver 10 million yuan worth of goods every day, starting after 3 p.m., to warehouse number 1 for a week straight. She also required each batch to include 10 water dispensers, so there was no need to buy extra. Although Yi Lingwei was not short of money now, she preferred to save where she could. Next, she focused on beverages. Because there were so many types, she didn't know much about them, so she chose 3 major suppliers directly. They decided to include all types of drinks in their inventory and supply her with a daily quota of 1 million units, delivering accordingly. The deliveries would be made every afternoon at 3 p.m., placed in warehouses 2, 3, and 4. This arrangement made unloading easier and didn't interfere with Yi Lingwei's morning schedule. The remaining warehouses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 could continue storing other supplies purchased. Once everything was arranged, time was nearly up. Yi Zhenmin was sent off to handle his own affairs, while Yi Lingwei drove alone to the warehouse. After unloading the first batch of water and drinks, it was time for dinner. This time, Yi Lingwei didn't store all the goods in the warehouse because the supplier was delivering a week's worth of supplies continuously. To avoid attracting attention, she decided to wait until all 4 warehouses were full before moving everything into storage at once. Water and drinks wouldn't spoil, as they were sealed and clean, so storing them for a few more days was fine. When Yi Lingwei returned home, she saw Yi Zhenmin and unexpectedly Yi Zhenin in the living room. Vivi, you're always running around all day. I don't even know what you're busy with. It's hard to see you, Yi Zhenin said, circling her and teasing. Of course, I'm working on something very important. Want to know what? Yi Lingwei replied with a serious look, pretending to be deep. Of course I want to know. Tell me quickly, Yi Zhenin eagerly responded. If I tell you, I won't. Haha. You're just pretending to be mysterious. A little kid wanting to do something big, just bragging. Seeing Yi Zhenin look defeated, Yi Lingwei found it very funny. It's too late now, I won't waste time with you. I'm here to ask if you're free tomorrow morning. I'm going to a jade stone betting event. If you're interested, I can take you along. Is a morning enough? I have plans in the afternoon. Just a morning. It won't interfere with your afternoon. All right, I'll go. Be ready at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'll come pick you up. You're really a busy person. After saying this, Yi Zhenin finished his arrangements and left. Yi Lingwei greeted Yi Zhenmin and quickly went upstairs to wash up and sleep. The next day, Yi Lingwei sat in her bright pink sports car, driving through busy streets filled with people and cars. The attention she drew was so high that she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. Little uncle, can't you have a bit of normal man's taste? Why do you have to get a car of this color? I wish I had just kept driving my own. What's there to understand? That's called personality. It shows I'm young, energetic, and full of passion for life. I think you're just naturally flashy and love to show off. Yi Lingwei rolled her eyes and responded bluntly. He didn't expect you to notice. Your taste is pretty sharp. Yi Zhenin looked like he was caught, smiling playfully. About 40 minutes later, Yi Zhenin parked the car near an antique market. After getting out, he led Yi Lingwei inside, walking confidently, showing he came often. Young Master Yi, you're here. Please come in. As they entered a shop called Li's Jade Items, a person who looked like a waiter quickly stepped forward, greeting Yi Zhenin warmly. Has your young master arrived? Who else is here? Yi Zhenin asked casually as they walked. Our young master is here already. Also, the Wang, Su, Tong families and several other big families from nearby cities have sent people. The news spread quite far. Looks like your young master brought a lot of good stuff this time. This time, the raw stones are better in quantity, size, and quality than before. Hope you have fun and leave happy. Thanks, I'll take that as good luck. They crossed the front hall and walked for about 10 more minutes into the backyard. From afar, Yi Lingwei heard laughter and saw groups of people wandering among oddly shaped stones. As they got closer, most of them looked about Yi Zhenin's age. A few young people in their teens or 20s were also there, probably just there to join the fun. Zhenin, you're here? Come sit over here. The jade gambling contest will start soon. At this moment, a refined middle-aged man stood up from his seat and invited Yi Zhenin to sit with him. He was polite and generous. Yi Zhenin responded with a smile and then quietly introduced Yi Lingwei. Vivi, the man talking is Li Haotskin, the third young master of the Li family from Donghai City. This jade shop is theirs. This jade gambling contest is held in his name. It's not very big, so I thought I'd bring you to have some fun. Young Master Yi, you're here? Zhenin, who is this beautiful lady with you? Is this a miracle happening? In just a short while, a group of people gathered around Yi Zhenin. Some greeted him, while others made jokes. Stop talking nonsense, kid. This is my family member. Take good care of them in the future. Because Yi Lingwei didn't want to reveal her identity publicly, Yi Zhenin only mentioned it vaguely, without going into details. No wonder I haven't seen you before. You're so pretty. You should hide yourself well. Step aside, or I'll tear your mouth apart if you keep talking nonsense. All right, I won't say anything more. They stopped paying attention to the group of people chatting. Yi Lingwei told Yi Zhenin she was going to walk around the yard alone. The yard was very spacious, at least as big as a soccer field. There were many stone platforms of different sizes on the ground, each with a stone on top, which was probably the raw stone they mentioned. Yi Lingwei didn't understand much about these stones. The only knowledge she had was from last night when she looked it up online, but she wasn't sure if it was useful.
She was just here to watch.
When the auction started later, she planned to stand aside and observe. She didn't intend to participate. But Yi Lingwei didn't expect that there are sayings like things are unpredictable and sometimes unintentional actions lead to success. No one present would have thought that this young girl, whom everyone underestimated, would be the biggest surprise and winner in today's stone betting event. These raw stones ranged from a few tons to just a few dozen or 100 pounds. Some were completely covered, hiding the inside entirely. Others had already been opened, exposing parts of jade, with varying quality. Although betting on stones is risky, there's a saying, one cut is poor, another cut is rich. But that's for those hoping to get rich overnight without effort. The people here today are not lacking money. They just want some fun. They won't gamble until they lose everything, nor do they expect to get rich from it. Yi Lingwei didn't plan to join in. She still had important money saved, and she couldn't afford to gamble recklessly. As she wandered around, her eyes suddenly caught on a huge raw stone in front of her. It felt like a voice was urging her to get closer. She stepped closer and couldn't help but reach out her delicate hand to touch it. At that moment, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. A strange energy seems to be passing from the raw stone into Yi Lingwei's palm, feeling cool and very comfortable. Yi Lingwei feels her body becoming lighter and her mind clearer. As more energy is transferred, she senses the space around her trembling slightly. Suddenly, a stronger pull comes from her palm, drawing more energy from inside the raw stone. Fearing something might go wrong, she quickly removes her hand from the stone. Her heartbeat, pounding loudly, shows her nervousness and excitement. After a moment, she carefully examines the raw stone again. It looks the same as before, with no visible changes or unusual signs, and Yi Lingwei finally breathes a sigh of relief. But her curiosity soon takes over again, and she wants to try once more to understand what is happening. She touches all the raw stones in the yard. Only 3 stones give her this strange feeling, one of which has a window cut into it. From the window, the quality of the jade looks good, but only a divine being could know what's inside. Yi Lingwei secretly absorbs a little energy to test it. She finds that the color and quality of the jade haven't changed. It seems that whether or not this strange energy is present, it doesn't affect the jade's original quality at all. Yi Lingwei suddenly thinks of the emerald jewelry her grandparents gave her. When she held it, there was no reaction. Is it because it doesn't contain this energy? Or maybe it did once, but over time, with many hands passing it around, the energy gradually faded away. These raw stones have been underground, nurtured by mineral veins, so their energy remains more intact. But why do some raw stones contain this energy, while others don't? Yi Lingwei's mind is overwhelmed, and she can't figure it out. It seems she'll have to explore more slowly in the future. However, today's biggest surprise might be that she has found a way to repair and upgrade the space. The space is connected to her mind and spirit. She is sure she didn't imagine it. The space did shake just now. And the pull in her palm is also coming from the space. Unfortunately, she's outside now, and I can't check the space directly. She'll have to wait until the afternoon or evening to test it further. At 8:18 in the morning, the stone gambling event officially begins. Everyone has stepped down and is using their experience and eye for detail to choose their favorite raw stones. Each raw stone has a label and a starting price, along with some detailed information. Later, there will be 2 types of bidding, open bidding and secret bidding, to reach a final deal. Open bidding means selecting some stones, with the seller setting a base price. Buyers then bid higher, and the highest bid wins. Secret bidding involves writing down a price you think is fair and placing it in a box with the stone's label. No one knows what others are bidding, making it more exciting than open bidding. The highest bid wins again. Yi Lingwei left the auction hall early, feeling bored. She went to the guest area, found a seat, and started drinking tea quietly. More than an hour passed, and it became hotter outside. In the yard, some people were excitedly discussing the stones, while others stayed silent, carefully observing as if they didn't feel the heat. Bored to the extreme, Yi Lingwei suddenly saw a group of young people in the southeast corner of the yard, those teenagers she saw today. Curious, or maybe just bored, she stood up and walked over. It turned out there were many small stones in that corner. From what she heard, these were scraps or stones that couldn't be sold. Because high-quality jade was hard to find, they were called waste material. They were placed there because, as people say, it's a pity to waste, but they're tasteless to eat. They marked a very low price, and if anyone wanted to buy, they could. Prices ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand yuan per stone. For those betting on stones, this was just pocket change for fun. Most of the young people didn't have much money, and their families didn't want them to gamble big, so they just played around with these. Seeing them excitedly picking stones, each with a small pile beside them, Yilingwei decided to join in the fun, hoping to find a good deal. To avoid being noticed, she secretly gave up on 3 special stones. But if she just bought some waste stones, she thought it should be fine. After everyone finished choosing, Yilingwei slowly went over and started picking stones one by one. She looked through hundreds of stones, but her hands didn't react at all. Sweating from the heat, she couldn't help but think to herself, "These are just waste. Looking for treasure in this is like gold panning in dirt." Just as I was thinking about giving up, a strange energy suddenly appeared. Looking at the small raw stone in my hand, about the size of a fist, I felt a bit frustrated. Never mind, even a tiny mosquito is still meat. I'll keep looking. If I find more to bring back, it will be good for experiments. Until I was so hot that my face turned red and the raw stone auction was already halfway through, I finally checked all the scrap materials. But when I saw the small pile of raw stones at my feet, I felt that my effort wasn't wasted. It was worth it. Because at this time, everyone else had gone to watch the auction, leaving only me in the corner, which made it easier for me to do this. I called a waiter over and asked him to put all the raw stones I selected into a special small cart, which I then moved next to my seat. I planned to settle the bill after the stone gambling event ended. Finally able to sit down and rest for a while, I took a deep breath. I decided that later I must carefully see which of the 3 special raw stones would be chosen by the winner. When the stone gambling event ended, more than 30 raw stones had been auctioned. Almost everyone present had gained something. No one left empty-handed. The 3 raw stones I was interested in, 2 were sold, and only 1 was passed over. This shows that among these people, there are some experts in stone gambling. Yi Zhenin bought a huge raw stone for 80 million yuan, which was the one I initially sensed. Another raw stone was sold through a secret bid, but I didn't know the final price. I also paid the bill and bought all the raw stones around me, spending a total of 20,000 yuan. The price was quite reasonable, not too expensive. At 11 o'clock, the stone gambling event officially ended, and everyone dispersed. Those with things to do could leave first, while those wanting to carve stones could stay. If they chose to carve stones here, the master would be provided free of charge by the Li family jade shop. The condition was that if the carved jade or emerald was of good quality and they wanted to sell it, Li family would have the priority to buy it at the same price. "Vivi, what are you doing? Are you taking all these scrap stones back to pave the yard?" Yi Zhenin pointed at the cart of raw stones next to me and teased, "Paving the yard is such a waste. I want to take them home to give to Grandpa. When you make a mistake, Grandpa can just pick up a stone and throw it at you. Wouldn't that be great?" I rolled my eyes at Yi Zhenin, and my cute look made him find me utterly adorable. "Oh, you're so cruel. Can't I beg for mercy? To show you my sincerity, I am giving you the raw stone I just took today." Yi Zhenin didn't know why, but he especially enjoyed spending time with Yilingwei. Maybe because he had a close bond with his 3rd brother since childhood, or maybe because Yilingwei suited his taste. Both of them got along well. Fate between people is so strange. Some people spend decades together in silence, even become enemies. Others meet for the first time but feel like lifelong friends, getting along naturally. Really? Are you that generous? Then I believe you. Yilingwei looked at Yi Zhenin with a playful smile. "Of course it's true. You're so unkind. When have I ever been stingy with you?" Seeing Yilingwei acting like she's taken advantage and pretending to be innocent, Yi Zhenin said affectionately. He really didn't know who Yilingwei took after. She was nothing like her 3rd brother. But he liked it. "Little uncle, the niece here thanks you," she said with a mischievous grin. "When there's a benefit, I'm called little uncle. When there's none, just you. Where's that? Doesn't it make us seem closer? Besides, if I keep calling you little uncle, I'm afraid I'll get too old for it." "You're right. Do you want these scraps?" Bringing them home just takes up space. What do you know? These aren't trash. They're just hidden gems covered in dust, treasures misplaced. Treasure? I think you're just a rookie who doesn't understand anything and is being fooled. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you.
How about it?
Are you going to use this junk to cut open stones? Yi Zhenin looked at Yi Lingwei with a smile, annoyed but amused, and picked up a fist-sized raw stone to go over to the cutting area, then quickly chased after her. Yeah, be careful or I'll slap your face hard, huh? Oh, I was just joking, don't take me seriously. Just wait and see. Yi Lingwei slightly lifted her chin, looking confident. Actually, she wanted to see what was inside the raw stone she chose, whether it would turn green, how good the quality was, and if it really matched her guesses. All right, I'll go along with you. Can't I? Who asked me to be so talkative? Yi Zhenin had to ask Li Haozuan to help arrange a master cutter. The master looked at the scrap in front of him and briefly doubted his career. He had only practiced on such materials during his apprentice days, and it had been decades since he last touched such stones. This wasn't using a sledgehammer to a nut. It felt like an insult. If he weren't employed by someone, he would have quit long ago. Zhenin, what are you doing? Seeing Yi Zhen standing there, more people started to gather around him slowly. Kids are just playing around. I can only keep company. Yi Zhen felt helpless, just hoping Master Jieshe would work faster so they could leave quickly. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. 10 minutes later, Master Jieshe, who was originally furious, widened his eyes and slowed down his movements, becoming very careful. After a minute of silence, the noisy crowd someone shouted, "It's turning green. Looks like ice-type jade."
Wow.
It really turned green. Another half-hour passed, and the entire raw stone was finally opened. Its size hardly changed, only a thin layer of stone skin remained on the outside. The whole jade was very shiny, fully green, with rich color and texture, deep and calm, pure and flawless. This is a top-grade jade, the finest imperial green of the glass type. High quality, no cracks at all, it's perfect. Everyone trusted the words of the jade expert from the Li family. This was the king of jade, the highest level of imperial green. Wow, Vivi, your luck is simply amazing. Yi Zhen couldn't help but give Yi Lingwei a thumbs up. Of course. I'm a little fairy, so I naturally have some magical energy. You humans just don't understand.
Ye Ling vi proudly whispered in Ye Zhen answer.
I also picked many raw stones like this. Master, help me open yours quickly. Yes, my raw stone and that girl's are from the same pile. They should also produce green. Young people who had picked raw stones from scrap heaps all went crazy, thinking their stones could also reveal a king-level green. Unfortunately, such good luck never seemed to come to them.
Monsieur, hello.
Are you selling this jade? Our Li family is willing to pay 500,000 to buy it. At this moment, Li Haozuan approached Yi Lingwei politely and asked, "Sorry, not for sale right now. Since it's your first time opening a stone, it means a lot to me, so I want to keep it as a keepsake." Yi Lingwei refused without hesitation. She had carefully chosen this piece, which still contained energy. She planned to study it thoroughly when she returned. Do you have other stones to open? We're happy to help. Li Haozuan had no complaints about Yi Lingwei's refusal. This piece of material is good, but the Li family has been in the jade and emerald business for generations, with deep roots. Naturally, they have plenty of high-quality jade. No need. I have plans this afternoon and need to leave right away. Thanks anyway. Playing with a piece of raw stone is harmless, but if others find out that every piece she chooses can produce green, she might be in serious trouble soon. Yi Lingwei never aims to be the center of attention, nor does she seek applause or admiration from others. She prefers to stay low-key and quietly make her fortune. That has always been her principle. After lunch at home, Yi Lingwei drove her SUV with the pile of raw stones she brought earlier to the warehouse. Because the large raw stone given to her by Yi Zhenin was too big to carry openly, she had to leave it in the storage room and planned to secretly move it into her space later at night. When she arrived at the warehouse, it was exactly 2 p.m., and the delivery person wouldn't come for another hour, so she still had time. Yi Lingwei parked her car inside the yard, locked the gate from inside, then drove into warehouse number 8. Since only warehouses number 1 to 4 had deliveries these days, this warehouse was still empty. She locked the warehouse door again and checked carefully. After confirming everything was fine, she hurriedly moved the raw stones from the trunk into her space, then, feeling excited, entered the space herself. Because she wasn't sure if these raw stones would be useful, she first placed them inside her wooden cabin. Restoring the space was too important. She had to check it herself. Yi Lingwei first put the piece of imperial green jade she had already cut open beside the spirit spring, staring intently without blinking. She wasn't sure why she placed it there, maybe because she felt the spiritual energy in the space was connected to the spirit spring, or maybe just her intuition. 5 minutes passed with no change. Yi Lingwei's eyes grew dry, and she couldn't hold on anymore, so she blinked hard several times. 10 minutes went by, still nothing unusual happened. Her legs and feet started to go numb, and she sat down heavily on the ground. 20 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. Yi Lingwei felt like an idiot, just staring at the jade and the spirit spring for 20 minutes straight. Could she have been wrong? Was the strange energy in the jade not needed by the space? Yi Lingwei couldn't help but pick up the jade to examine it carefully. The jade looked exactly the same as before. Size, color, and texture were identical. But suddenly, Yi Lingwei realized that the strange energy inside the jade had disappeared. She quickly returned to her small cabin and picked up a raw stone from the ground. Sure enough, she felt that strange sensation again in her palm. This raw stone still contained the energy. Yi Lingwei brought the raw stone to the edge of the spiritual spring. After about a minute, she saw the outer shell of the raw stone falling off quickly, revealing the jade inside. Oh my goodness, this is so amazing! Yi Lingwei picked up the freshly revealed jade and looked at it again and again. Its quality was not as good as the previous imperial green jade, but it was still very fine. She carefully sensed it once more. The energy inside had indeed disappeared. At this point, Yi Lingwei was sure that the energy inside the raw jade could be absorbed by space. Let's call this energy spiritual matter, which is the spiritual power needed by space. No wonder people say ancient jade has spirit and that jade nurtures people, probably referring to this spiritual matter inside. However, not all jade and jadeite contain this energy, which is why good jade is hard to find. Next, Yi Lingwei used her mind to control and move all the raw stones to the side of the spiritual spring. In just about a minute, all the outer shells of the raw stones fell off, turning into a pile of powder. Translucent, deep green jade appeared before her eyes. Now, Yi Lingwei finally noticed that the spiritual spring seemed to have changed a little. The spring, which was only about the size of a plate, seemed to have grown slightly. But because the change was so tiny, she wasn't sure if it was real or just her illusion. Perhaps the energy inside these jades was too little, much less than what the spring needed, so the change was not obvious. But at least she now knew how to repair the space, and she was very happy. Previously, Yi Lingwei had tried to bring water into the space, but even after filling a whole reservoir, there was no change inside. The land remained dry and cracked. Even the water she brought in disappeared without a trace. She didn't know where it went. Now she thought that maybe the space lacked spiritual energy, so she needed to replenish enough spiritual power first to repair it. Once the repair was complete, the land should recover. Having solved a big problem and acquired so many high-quality jade pieces, Yi Lingwei feels incredibly happy right now. Especially when she thinks about the endless supply of imperial green jade that will come her way. Those are all money. Yi Lingwei can't help but laugh out loud. Haha, I am the chosen one of this world, the girl destined for greatness. All the small fortunes belong to me. After playing around in her space for a while, Yi Lingwei notices it's almost 3 o'clock, so she quickly leaves the space. She runs to open the warehouse and courtyard doors, and sure enough, the delivery truck is almost there. If she didn't have to wait for the unloading, Yi Lingwei would really want to fly back to her villa right now. She is eagerly looking forward to the huge jade raw stone she has been dreaming of, wondering what surprises it might bring her. Just thinking about it makes her impatient. By around 7 o'clock, the truck has finished unloading and leaves. Yi Lingwei quickly closes the door, gets into her car, and speeds off toward her villa. She doesn't even go home first, but directly drives through the garage to the underground storage room. The storage room has 3 sections, one of which is exclusively hers, with only her key, carefully prepared by Yi Jinmin. The storage room is fully sealed, made from the same high-grade materials as bank vaults. It also has the most advanced anti-theft system in the world, basically a large safe. Yi Lingwei keeps her medicinal herbs for Yi Jinmin in the neighboring storage room, which has the same setup. She opens the anti-theft door of the storage room. Once inside, the door automatically locks behind her, and no one outside can open it, only from the inside. There are no cameras inside because such devices are easy to and could increase risks. Looking at the huge raw jade in front of her, Yi Lingwei has no hesitation. She reaches out her small hand and presses it on the stone, silently saying "gather," and then she and the raw jade disappear together. This time, Yi Lingwei places the raw jade next to the spirit spring. In just 1 minute, a large piece of jade with excellent water and quality appears. The entire jade is flawless, with no impurities, and its rich green color flows like moving water. What surprised Yi Lingwei most was that the spirit spring had indeed grown a little bigger, just a tiny increase, but a real change. Yi Lingwei firmly believes that as long as she finds many such jade raw stones and lets the spirit spring absorb enough spiritual energy, the spiritual power will be replenished sufficiently. The spirit spring and the space will definitely undergo a dramatic transformation. Yi Lingwei relies on her ability to sense spiritual materials to select raw stones. After absorbing their energy, she sells the jade at a high price in the market. This is definitely a very profitable business. Moreover, this method not only absorbs energy from the raw jade, but also does not damage the jade's original quality or affect secondary sales. For Yi Lingwei, this approach helps repair space and creates an additional way to make money. It is simply perfect. After dinner, Yi Lingwei called Yi Zhenin. "Little uncle, are you at home?" "Yes, what's up? I have a very profitable business now, and want to invite you to get rich together. Are you in? Really? You have the skill?" "Of course, it's true. If you hadn't been kind to me, I wouldn't be sharing this good news with you." "Oh, no wonder people say good things come to good people." "I feel like I've been treated to a feast." From Yi Zhenin's tone, you can tell how proud he is. This is like a gift from heaven. If you miss it, you might regret it forever. Whether intentionally or not, Yi Lingwei played a trick on Yi Zhenin. "Great niece, you're amazing. You're really fierce. I'm going now, immediately, right away," Yi Zhenin said through gritted teeth. Hee, little uncle, don't be angry. I'm just joking. But I promise it's a huge good thing. You'll find out when you come." Yi Lingwei had no choice. She urgently needed jade raw stones containing spiritual material. But where could she find them? Where could she buy them? She had no connections, so she had to ask Yi Zhenin for help. "Stinky girl, daring to curse your little uncle. Watch me make you roll on the ground." Yi Zhenin pushed open the villa door and rushed toward Yi Lingwei like a gust of wind, pretending to be fierce and raising his arm to hit her. Yi Lingwei quickly jumped up from the sofa. She put on slippers and ran outside, shouting as she ran, like a lively little rabbit. "Little uncle, I was wrong. You're a kind person. Please forgive me. Come back here. I was just scaring you. I didn't mean to hit you for real." Seeing Yi Lingwei peeking outside, Yi Zhenin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Great uncle, I'll take you to the storage room." After returning to the living room, Yi Lingwei called Yi Zhenin to follow her as she led him around to the back, where there was a hidden door leading to the storage room. She opened the secret door, and Yi Lingwei arrived at her own storage room. Just as she was about to unlock it, Yi Zhenin suddenly said beside her, "This storage room just has one raw stone, right? That's the one we just brought back this noon. Nothing else. Little uncle, you'd better keep your eyes open later. I'm worried the surprise might be too sudden for you to handle."
Ha!
"You underestimate me too much. Hurry up and open the door, so I can see what kind of surprise it is." Using tricks like curses on me? Stop bringing that up. I just accidentally slipped my tongue. You're really petty. Yi Lingwei suddenly pulled open the storage room door with a loud bang. In front of the two, a huge imperial green jadeite block was shining brightly. Yi Zhenin was first stunned, then rubbed his eyes hard. Is this the raw stone I bought this morning? The same one we brought back at noon? Yes, that's the one. You're right. Your eye for judging stones is really sharp. Yi Lingwei truly admired Yi Zhenin for this. If she didn't have special abilities, she wouldn't be able to tell the quality of raw stones just by looking, let alone whether there was jade inside. Vivi, is this the surprise you wanted to tell me about? Yi Zhenin stroked the raw stone while muttering to himself. This quality can sell for quite a lot. With Uncle's help, you'll definitely get a high price. But since I gave this to you, all the money from selling it will go to you. Uncle won't take a single cent. I'm talking about a business, not just this raw stone. Though it's valuable, it's just a one-time deal. It's not worth you getting involved. Yi Lingwei, hands in her pockets, leaned casually against the wall, looking at Yi Zhenin with a teasing smile, pretending to be mysterious. Could it be? I feel like something's off. Who did you ask to help you with the stone? To be able to carve such a large raw stone so perfectly in just one afternoon, it's like divine craftsmanship. Guess? You'll never figure it out, no matter how hard you think. Yi Lingwei giggled playfully. Anyway, as far as I know, there's no master in our country with such superb stone-cutting skills. You're talking about a business that's guaranteed to make a profit. Could it be that you're working with this master? Of course not. What are you thinking? Yi Lingwei rolled her eyes, genuinely confused about what Yi Zhenin was thinking. Yeah, true. Such a master wouldn't need to work with anyone else. So, what exactly do you mean by the way to make money? Yi Zhenin was starting to get confused by Yi Lingwei. Yi Lingwei stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the small pile of jade in the corner. Since opening the door, Yi Zhenin's eyes had been fixed on the large pieces of jade. He had noticed there was also a smaller pile of jade in the corner, which was of good quality too. Is this? Could it be the junk you bought? Yi Zhenin calmed himself, walked over to the corner, picked up a piece of jade, and asked in disbelief. Yes, that's the pile I brought back. Not a single piece missing, all here. Yi Lingwei didn't plan to hide everything. Since they were working together, she had to show some of her ability. It was unavoidable. Not a single piece missing? You mean all those scrap pieces you picked out turned green? And the quality is really good too. Yi Zhenin looked at Yi Lingwei in shock, his voice rising a little. Exactly. All the raw stones I chose can turn green, and they are high quality. Yi Lingwei straightened her expression and spoke seriously. Vivi, do you know what your words mean? Yi Zhenin couldn't help but sweat for Yi Lingwei. He was shocked, but more worried and scared. Of course I know. I have the ability to identify jade raw stones. If others find out, someone will come after me and try to use me. If I refuse, my life could be in danger. Yi Lingwei had already thought of this. She only wanted to buy the raw stones for her space to process, not to carve them outside. I've already planned it out. I'll pick the raw stones and you buy them. As long as we don't carve the jade outside, we won't be in danger for a while. Anyway, the end of the world is in more than 2 months. Even if someone finds out then, it won't matter. Find a way to sell the carved jade and split the money with me 50-50. How about that? Do you think this idea is good? Good for what? You really are brave for such a small person, like a newborn calf daring to charge. Yi Zhenin sharply tapped Yi Lingwei's forehead with his finger. Why are you doing that? It hurts so much. Yi Lingwei covered the spot where she was hit and shouted. Do you know how dangerous this is? Short term, it might be fine, but over time, traces will show, and someone with a keen eye will notice. Then I'm worried that I and third brother won't be able to protect you. Our family doesn't lack money now. You don't need to take such big risks just to make money. Yi Zhenin patiently advised Yi Lingwei, hoping she could abandon her idea and hide her special ability so others wouldn't find out. Little uncle, heaven gave me this ability for a reason. It's not meant for me to waste it. Seeing Yi Zhenin's face turn darker, Yi Lingwei quickly changed her words. I'll only do it for 2 months. After making a big profit, I'll stop. Little uncle, please agree with me, okay? If you won't help me, I'll do it myself. I won't give up. Yi Lingwei had no choice. Earning money was just a side benefit. Restoring the space was what mattered most to her. But she couldn't tell Yi Zhenin the real reason. I think you're spoiled by me and your dad. You're always threatening people. Can't I just promise you? Seeing Yi Lingwei's determined attitude, Yi Zhenin had to compromise. With him watching over her, Yi Lingwei would be less in danger. Little uncle, you're so kind to me. I like you the most. Maybe because they weren't far apart in age, Yi Lingwei often acted cute and playful in front of Yi Zhenin without any worries. I can't stand you. You're always so sweet-talking. Seeing Yi Lingwei trust him so much and be so close, Yi Zhenin felt happy and enjoyed this feeling. In a big family like theirs, he had no real friends he could trust since childhood. Outside, everyone wore masks and was always wary of others' schemes. At home, he was the youngest. His mother had passed away early, leaving only his father and 3 brothers. His eldest and second brothers were married with children and often worked far away, so they rarely saw each other. They weren't close at all. The only frequent visitors were his father and third brother, but since they were all men, even if they cared, they didn't show it openly, so they couldn't be truly close. Only Yi Lingwei brought warmth back into Yi Zhenin's life. This girl dared to act spoiled with him freely, always cheerful and carefree, making the home less cold. Little uncle, let's start exploring tomorrow. I want to gather all the top-quality jade stones. What about breaking the stones? We can't always ask others for help, or we'll expose ourselves. Don't worry, little uncle, I will handle breaking the stones myself. No need to ask Master Jesher for help. I handled it myself. Look at these raw stones in the storage room. I processed them myself.
Not bad, right?
You say you processed all these raw stones yourself? Didn't you get help from anyone else? Yes, I did it all alone. So, when it comes to handling raw stones, only you know, and no one else does. The danger isn't as big as you think. Oh my goodness. Vivi, how many secrets do I still not know about you? No wonder the old man always calls you our little fairy. The things you can do are really not normal. Yi Zhenin circled around Yi Lingwei again and again, as if trying to stare holes into her to study her closely. You're not normal either. Yi Lingwei stomped her small foot and fiercely stepped on Yi Zhenin's foot.
Ouch.
What did you eat to grow so strong? How come your strength is so much? It hurts so much. Yi Zhenin lifted his leg, holding his sore foot, hopping and complaining that Yi Lingwei's kick was too harsh. Sorry, I forgot my strength is bigger than normal. Yi Lingwei really forgot, and probably Yi Zhenin was indeed in pain. She felt a bit guilty. Thinking quickly, Yi Lingwei hurriedly threw Yi Zhenin onto her back, closed the storage room door, and carried him towards his house. Yi Lingwei, stop right there.
Put me down now.
After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Zhenin finally realized his situation and felt so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Little uncle, don't move around. Don't worry, I'll walk quickly and take you home soon. I don't need you to take me. But your foot hurts and you can't walk. I made a mistake, and I need to make up for it. I'll be annoyed to death by you someday. Little uncle, don't worry. I'm very filial. When you're old and can't walk, I'll still carry you and take you out to see the scenery. Yi Lingwei is 1.7 meters tall, which isn't short, but compared to Yi Zhenin's nearly 1.9 meters, she's naturally much shorter. So, when Yi Lingwei carried Yi Zhenin, his long legs were dragging on the ground. If it weren't for it being nighttime and the view being unclear, they would probably be the most unique sight in the whole villa area. My little lady, please be kind and put me down. I'm not old yet. I can walk by myself and go see the scenery myself. Yi Zhenin was speechless. He really couldn't understand how Yi Lingwei had so much strength. She struggled several times, but couldn't break free. His good reputation was being ruined by this bratty girl. After Yi Lingwei took Yi Zhenin back to his house, she threw him onto the sofa and hurriedly left. Little girl, did I just hear your little uncle shouting outside? Did something happen? Yi Zhenmin asked casually when he saw Yi Lingwei return. Nothing much. Maybe he's just too happy. Yi Lingwei replied nervously. Oh, that's good. He's usually so wild. We're girls, so don't learn from him. Yes, I understand. I'm going upstairs to sleep now. Good night. Fearing she might slip up, Yi Lingwei quickly slipped away. Good night, my dear. Yi Jinmin looked at Yi Lingwei affectionately. Every day with his daughter was so happy, such a blessing. The next morning, at sunrise after breakfast, Yi Lingwei told Yi Jinmin she needed to go out for some errands. She then mustered her courage and drove to Yi Jinin's house. Little uncle, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Yi Lingwei tiptoed closer to Yi Jinin little by little. Thanks to my niece, I slept very well. That's good. I'm relieved now. Don't worry, you big fool. Just because you're fat doesn't mean you can breathe heavily. You're impossible. Let's go. I must be crazy to hang out with you. Seeing Yi Lingwei's careful and pleading expression, Yi Jinin couldn't help but smile. Little uncle, just watch me. I can definitely help you make a lot of money, and you'll experience what it's like when gold falls from the sky during your lifetime. During my lifetime? You brat, I knew your mouth couldn't spit out ivory. My mistake, my mistake. You're a big person, so don't argue with a little girl like me. Always talking nonsense. I'm just too lazy to argue with you. In the future, remember to speak properly in front of others. Little uncle, are you calling me not human? Just wait, I'll tickle you. Yi Lingwei raised her two little hands, pretending to tickle Yi Jinin. Seeing this, Yi Jinin quickly begged for mercy. Vivi, I was wrong.
Please don't tickle me.
I'm very ticklish. Besides, I'm driving now, so I can't play around. It's too dangerous. Since you're driving, I'll let you go for now. Yi Lingwei and Yi Jinin looked at each other, recalling how childish they had been just moments ago, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because today's destination was a bit far, they drove Yi Lingwei's off-road vehicle. Yi Lingwei rolled down the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside, and wondered how long it had been since she last laughed so happily. A month? A year? Or 10 years? It seemed that since growing up, she had never dared to joke around so freely with anyone again. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, every day was filled with sadness, sorrow, fear, and terror. She hadn't laughed even once. She truly wished she could stay in this moment a little longer, believing that the apocalypse was just a nightmare that would never truly come. When they arrived at the jade market, Yi Jinin was responsible for chatting with others, while Yi Lingwei's identity remained that of Yi Jinin's younger relative, just along for the ride. Before the official start of the jade bargaining, Yi Lingwei would wander around, taking the opportunity to touch all the raw stones present, selecting those containing spiritual energy or useful to her. She would then send the numbers of these selected stones to Yi Jinin's phone, ordered by the amount of energy they contained. To reduce the risk of being noticed, they agreed that aside from a few numbers, they wouldn't send any other words. Yi Jinin would then decide, based on the actual situation at the scene, which stones to buy and how many, trying to avoid direct bidding wars with other buyers. Of course, they wouldn't go to extremes. They'd leave some for others. And every time they bought stones, they would leave immediately, never unboxing or examining the stones on site. This routine continued for nearly a month. During that time, Yi Jinin and Yi Lingwei traveled almost all over the country's jade markets, sometimes visiting 2 or 3 places in a single day. Yi Lingwei's stockpiling business had to pause, until today, when her grandfather caught her and kept her at home. You brat, you've been taking Xiaowei around to gamble on jade these days. Don't think I don't know. I thought you were just messing around playing for 3 or 5 days and I wouldn't say anything. But I didn't expect you two to go on endlessly. Look at the warehouse. It's packed with all kinds of raw stones. Your family, your third brother's family, even my own, none of us are spared. Yi Jinin and Yi Lingwei stood together, disheveled and crooked, their eyes so tired they hadn't even opened fully. It's been almost a month of non-stop work, either gambling on stones or rushing to do so. I haven't had a proper sleep at all. Yi Jinin, stand properly for me. Look at yourself now. Do you still have any of the manners a senior should have? Suddenly, the old man shouted loudly, startling Yi Jinin into a shock and making him wake up a lot. Dad, I promise I won't go out for gambling in the near future, and I won't take Wei Wei to gamble either. Yes, Grandpa, please don't be angry, okay? It's all Wei Wei's fault. I insisted on having my brother accompany me. Hearing this, Yi Zhenin gave Yi Lingwei a look that said, "You're smart to know when to stop. Wei Wei, Grandpa can't be mad at you. You're still young and don't understand much. It's all because of your little brother. He's grown crooked and almost led you astray too. Grandpa, you're so kind. You're the best grandpa in the world." Yi Lingwei took the chance to sit beside the old man, hugging his arm and acting cute. Yi Zhenin glanced at her, quickly looked away, and pursed his lips, seeming to disapprove of Yi Lingwei's flattery. Our Wei Wei is also the best girl in the world. The old man was so pleased with Yi Lingwei's sweet words that his face was full of smiles, and he no longer looked angry. Grandpa, I promise I won't go gambling on stones again recently. Even if I go in the future, I will definitely tell you first, and only go after you agree. Anyway, they've already finished exploiting the domestic resources, so now it's time to repair the space. The priority is to sell the jade in hand for money and continue large-scale procurement of supplies. Alright, today I came to tell you that the family banquet date has been set. It's this Saturday, at Grandpa's house. You have 3 days, don't forget to go. And you little brat, if you dare not to come, I'll break your legs. The old man glared fiercely at Yi Zhenin, clearly growing more annoyed with his son. Got it, Grandpa. I will definitely attend on time. Thank you so much for organizing this banquet for me. Yi Lingwei was genuinely grateful to the old man, who, at his age, still cared about her. Don't worry, for Wei Wei, I will definitely attend too. Yi Zhenin quickly expressed his stance. That's good. Grandpa is leaving now. See you another day. Okay, Grandpa, take care on your way. After watching the old man stride away confidently, Yi Zhenin glared at Yi Lingwei. It's all your fault, causing me not only to suffer with you, but also to get scolded by the old man. Yes, it's all my fault. Sorry for making you worry. Yi Lingwei quickly helped Yi Zhenin sit down, patting his arm and legs to comfort him. She was busy, but it made Yi Zhenin laugh. Alright, sit down quickly. I need to talk to you about something important. What is it? We've checked almost everywhere in the country. I heard from people in the circle that in the past month, all the high-quality jade from the stone gambling markets combined is less than a single piece. Many people have lost everything, and the reputation of the stone gambling markets has dropped a lot. If others find out that it was us who did this, they might even want to get rid of us. So, we should stay low-key for now. Although Yi Zhenin spoke seriously, he felt strangely excited. He never thought he would secretly stir up trouble like this. Alright, I'll start opening all the raw stones in the next few days. You also need to find ways to sell all the jade quickly. It's okay if the price is a bit lower, don't hold on to the stones without selling.
Why?
If we sell only some now and wait to sell the rest later, wouldn't we make more money? I can't tell you the reason right now, and even if I did, you wouldn't believe me. Just sell the stones as soon as possible, preferably within half a month. Half a month? Do you think this is selling potatoes? Just give the money and take the stones. Anyone can buy them. Oh, I know you'll find a way. There are so many jewelry stores across the country. Our stock isn't worth much. It's just a matter of lowering the price a bit and earning less money. Why are you in such a hurry? Just do what you want. Yi Lingwei didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Zhenin, but now it's already mid-August. In another month and a half, the end of the world will arrive. If we don't sell the valuables and stock up on supplies now, these jade stones will become useless rocks in the end times. Little uncle, I promise you after I sell this batch of jade, I will tell you the reason. Okay? Okay. That's what you said. Seeing how serious Yi Lingwei was, Yi Zhenin agreed. He knew she had a big secret and it was a very important one. With Yi Zhenin's cooperation, Yi Lingwei moved all the raw stones from the 3 villas into her space. Because there will be a family feast in 3 days, Yi Lingwei and Yi Zhenin do not want anyone to notice anything unusual. So, they hurriedly and in batches moved the uncovered jadeite outside to hide it. When Yi Zhenin saw the clear, sparkling jadeite appear before him, he was overwhelmed. Words couldn't describe the shock. until a pile of imperial green jadeite was laid out in front of him. Yes, not just one piece. Not 10 or 20, but a whole bunch. The jade had a glassy, jelly-like texture, with a rich, almost flowing dark green color. This striking visual scene pushed Yi Jinin's shock to its peak. He even started to doubt the world at that moment. His mood gradually shifted from surprise and excitement to calmness and numbness. He thought, surely his mental state was normal. The abnormal one must be Yi Lingwei. Could it really be that someone has special powers? Or is there a glitch in this world? Yi Lingwei had no time to care about Yi Jinin's tangled thoughts. After instructing him to quickly sell the jadeite, she hurried back upstairs to her bedroom. She pulled all the curtains closed and locked the door tightly. In a flash, Yi Lingwei disappeared from her spot. Oh my God! Is this still my broken, dilapidated space that feels so desolate? A series of exclamations came from Yi Lingwei's mouth. From her unhidden joy, it was clear that her space had undergone a huge change. She first went to the spiritual spring. The spring, which was only about the size of a plate before, had now grown to about the size of a wash basin. The water was deeper, no longer just a shallow layer. Yi Lingwei quickly found a cup, filled it with the spring water, and without hesitation, drank it all in one gulp. The water was icy cold with a hint of sweetness. Cool, but not icy. After drinking, she felt incredibly comfortable all over, and even the exhaustion from her busy month vanished instantly. Yi Lingwei had a feeling that the upgraded spiritual spring water was even more powerful than before. Her grandfather had also drunk the spring water before, but back then, it only eased his illness and couldn't cure his heart disease. She wondered if the upgraded spring water could cure her grandfather's heart condition. She decided that when she went out later, she would give him a glass to try. For those who truly love her, Yi Lingwei naturally does not hesitate to give back the same love. Yi Lingwei happily sits on the ground, scooping up a handful of moist soil with her hand. She gently sniffs the soil near her nose, and a fresh, earthy scent fills the air. Yes, the once dry and cracked land is no longer full of gullies, but has become a soft, moist, black field. It is flat, fertile, and endless in sight. Although there are no plants on the ground now, Yi Lingwei can't help but imagine what it will be like someday. She dreams of standing in the fields, looking at the vast farmland filled with wheat, rice, corn, and other crops waiting to be harvested. Nearby, in the orchard, rows of fruit trees are heavy with ripe fruit, showing a scene of abundance. Just thinking about such a scene makes her very excited. If only the space could support living things, then Yi Lingwei could set aside a piece of land as a farm. She could raise pigs, sheep, cows, chickens, ducks, and geese. With that, there would be food and drink, grains and vegetables, eggs and meat. Even if the end of the world lasted a long time, she wouldn't be afraid. Thinking of this, Yi Lingwei feels even more grateful to her ancestor Yi Xian. All of this was left by her ancestor intentionally, not by chance or divine gift, but as a deliberate plan. Splash! The sound of flowing water interrupts her thoughts. She stands up and walks to the back of the small wooden house. It's then that Yi Lingwei notices a clear stream flowing behind the house, babbling along. It winds through the space, crossing the entire area. She doesn't know where the stream comes from or where it ends. It seems to just pass through the space. Yi Lingwei is unsure what the end of the space is. She has touched the edge before, which feels like a transparent membrane. It's elastic but also very strong. She can't break it with her current strength, nor does she dare to try. It's like a clear barrier covering the entire space. Yi Lingwei can't go outside or see what's beyond. She also pours herself a cup of stream water, takes a sip, and finds it very tasty and sweet. There's nothing special about it. It doesn't have the effects of spiritual spring water. But Yi Lingwei is still very happy and content. The water can be drunk and used for bathing. She just wonders if it can also raise small fish or shrimp. If possible, Yi Lingwei would definitely dig several large fish ponds nearby to raise many fish and shrimp. This space feels like a perfect paradise created just for her. When the end of the world arrives, coming here for a relaxing day would be so lovely. Who wouldn't love it? I can't think about it anymore, or I'll start drooling. If I only think without acting, it will all be for nothing. I should go out quickly to buy seeds, and also get a few fish and small animals. Talking to herself, Yi Lingwei hurried around to the front of her house, filled a cup with spiritual spring water, then quickly stepped out of the space. Back in her bedroom, she took an empty bottle, poured the spiritual spring water into it, then opened the door and headed to her grandfather's house. She waited until she saw him finish drinking the water before leaving with the empty bottle. She got into her car, started it with one click, pressed the accelerator, and with a loud boom, her car sped down the mountain like an arrow. At the seed wholesale market, Yi Lingwei went on a shopping spree. Whether she knew the sellers or not, from the south or the north, dry land or rice paddies, she bought all the seeds available at the market. Who would have thought someone could spend 100 million yuan just on seeds? Yes, others might not know, but Yi Lingwei definitely did it this way. After leaving the seed market, she turned to the fruit tree nursery and the flower market. She bought all the fruit tree seedlings, regardless of region or variety. She also bought potted flowers and various flower seeds from the flower market, filling over a dozen flower stalls. She spent nearly 1 billion yuan again, experiencing the feeling of spending money freely. As for fish and shrimp, she didn't dare buy too many, just a little. She also bought a fish tank to try raising some in her space, to see if they could survive. Thinking about planting crops in the space, she wasn't sure if her thoughts alone could control it, so she bought some farming tools just in case. Yi Lingwei spent the whole morning shopping and bought everything she needed. Then she randomly found a restaurant, ordered a few home-style dishes. Because the weather was extremely hot, she had little appetite, so she didn't order any staple food, only a few bites of vegetables. After eating, she called Yi Jinmin and asked him to find time in the next couple of days to take her grandfather to the hospital for a checkup. Due to the recent hot weather and her elderly father's age, she was worried about his health while preparing for the family feast. She carefully reminded him to tell her the results after his checkup. Since the delivery was scheduled for 3 p.m., after hanging up, she quickly drove to the warehouse. On the way, she thought about how searching for jade raw stones to repair the space had taken up a lot of her time this month, and many supplies still hadn't been purchased. After the family feast, she needed to work faster to gather all the necessary materials. Right now, she wasn't short of money, but she lacked helpers. Relying on herself alone, even if she worked herself to exhaustion, she could only buy so much in the next month. Her strength was limited, and after the disaster, she knew she couldn't handle everything alone. She needed to find some helpers. The only people she trusted completely were her father, Yi Zhan, and then Yi Jinmin. Lastly, Yi Jinan and her grandfather could also be united forces. Besides them, she had no one else for now. She realized she needed to find time to go home and talk to her father face to face, asking for his help. As for the Yi family, she decided to observe for a few more days. After the feast and meeting everyone, she would decide whether to tell her grandfather some news. If necessary, she would share some information with Yi Jinmin and Yi Jinan so they wouldn't be caught unprepared when the disaster arrived. Yi Lingwei was not a saint. The disaster was a catastrophe sweeping across Blue Star, and it was the end for all humanity. She didn't have lofty ideals of saving everyone, nor the power to do so. She could only care for her loved ones and those who treated her well. She had no ability to control or influence others' fates. Suddenly, a screech of brakes broke her thoughts. She realized she had arrived at the logistics company's entrance. She parked her car, opened the door, and stepped out. Checking the time, she saw it was almost 3 p.m. and the delivery trucks would soon arrive. Sure enough, within a few minutes, she saw a convoy of trucks approaching on the road. Once they arrived, she arranged for the seed delivery trucks to unload at warehouses 5 and 6, and the fruit tree sapling trucks to unload at warehouses 7 and 8. For warehouses were busy at the same time. Large trucks came and went, and workers were working very hard. Because Yi Lingwei needed the goods urgently, she worked overtime until 2 a.m. to unload everything. After paying for the goods, Yilingwei watched the last truck leave and then locked the door from inside. After checking around and finding no problems, she headed back to the warehouse. First, she checked warehouses 1, 2, 3, and 4, which stored water and drinks she had ordered earlier but hadn't yet moved into the storage space. Now that she had time, and considering the new shipments received today, she decided to store everything together. Once Yilingwei finished storing all the goods from the 8 warehouses into the space, over an hour had passed, and it was now past 3 a.m. Yilingwei decided to rest in the space for a while and continue working after dawn. She went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor and realized she had forgotten to buy a bed for this room. Fortunately, there was a carpet and the temperature inside was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, so sleeping on the carpet was comfortable. Exhausted from a long day, Yilingwei curled up and fell into a deep sleep as soon as she lay down. Suddenly, an urgent alarm rang, waking her from her sleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, turned over, and forced herself to sit up. She went downstairs to the small creek behind the house, scooped up some water, and washed her face. At that moment, Yilingwei remembered that the fish and shrimp she bought yesterday were still in the fish tank and had forgotten to move them into the storage space. She quickly stepped out of the space and went to the SUV. Sure enough, the fish tank was still there, and luckily, the fish and shrimp inside were still alive. She stored the fish tank into the space and used her mind to change all the water inside it to creek water. After waiting a little while, she checked and found the fish and shrimp were fine, so she left them alone. Yilingwei grabbed some wheat, corn, and rice seeds from the warehouse and also took a shovel before leaving the wooden house. She chose a small plot of land beside the house to serve as her experimental field, testing whether the space's soil could grow crops. Having grown up in the countryside and often working in the fields with her father, Yilingwei was familiar with basic planting techniques. First, she used a shovel to dig a few shallow holes. She then planted 2 corn seeds in each hole, covering them with soil and stepping on the ground to press them down. Next, Yilingwei planted a few rows of wheat because the rice seedlings weren't ready yet, so she directly sowed rice seeds into the field. After planting everything, she watered them with some water from a small stream. As for whether they would sprout, when they would grow, or how much yield they would produce, these were all still unknown. Yilingwei could only wait for time to give her an answer. But unexpectedly, the answer came so quickly. In just a few minutes, Yilingwei saw tiny green sprouts emerging from the ground. Yes, just a few minutes, and she even wondered if she was imagining things because she hadn't slept well. She reached out and pulled a small corn seedling from the ground. The seedling's base was still wrapped in an unfallen corn kernel. This extraordinary growth speed, beyond normal human understanding, amazed Yilingwei. It was incredibly fast, almost miraculous. She observed carefully for another 10 minutes and noticed that the corn seedlings were indeed growing very quickly, seemingly at a speed visible to the eye. But it would still take some time to fully mature, so Yilingwei decided to leave first and come back later in the evening to check. Looking at her phone, it was almost 6 o'clock. She needed to hurry back to the villa for breakfast. Last night, Yilingwei had already informed Yi Jinmin that she would be busy outside and wouldn't return to sleep, planning to come back early the next morning. In just over half an hour, Yilingwei arrived back at the villa. By then, Yi Jinmin had already gotten up and was busy in the kitchen. During this time, whenever Yilingwei ate at home, Yi Jinmin would cook himself and always prepare delicious food for her, trying different recipes each time. At least in Yilingwei's eyes, Yi Jinmin and Yi Zhan were completely different people. Yi Jinmin's love was gentle and outgoing, always making people feel warm, whereas Yi Zhan's love was deeper and more steady. His fatherly love was silent, but as heavy as a mountain. Yilingwei couldn't say who was better. She was the one benefiting from their love, so she cherished every bit of affection from her family. When Yilingwei finished washing up in her bedroom and came to the dining room, 2 bowls of delicate, large, translucent wontons had just been served on the table by Yi Jinmin. "Little girl, sit down quickly and try if it's tasty," he said, looking at her with anticipation. Delicious, especially fresh. Yilingwei took a small bite and tasted it. It was tasty, juicy, and fragrant, much better than any wontons she had eaten before. I'm glad you like it. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell Dad, and he will make it for you. Seeing Yilingwei eating happily, Yi Zhenmin felt very happy. After breakfast, Yi Zhenmin tidied up the table while speaking to Yilingwei. Vivi, you can sit in the living room for a while. After I finish tidying up, I want to talk to you about something.
Okay, Yilingwei replied.
A few minutes later, Yi Zhenmin came out of the kitchen, took a stack of documents from his briefcase, and walked over. He sat on the sofa next to Yilingwei and handed her the files. Vivi, yesterday afternoon I took your grandfather to the hospital for a checkup. Here is his health report. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhenmin moved so quickly. Yilingwei carefully looked over the report in her hands. All the values were within normal ranges, and the final result was that her grandfather was healthy, with no issues. The doctor said your grandfather's heart condition has fully recovered. It's truly a medical miracle. His body functions are even better than many people in their 40s or 50s. Remember, your grandfather is over 70 now, so calling it rejuvenation isn't an exaggeration. If your grandfather's status and position weren't so high, he might even be taken for research. Yi Zhenmin looked at Yilingwei steadily, with curiosity in his eyes but mostly concern. Yesterday, he had already asked his grandfather. In the morning, Yilingwei had given him a special, delicious water, similar to what he drank during his last illness. Later, at noon, Yilingwei called him to take her grandfather for a checkup, and surprisingly, her grandfather's heart condition was cured like a miracle. He didn't believe that Yilingwei had nothing to do with this. Yes, I did it, Yilingwei admitted without hesitation. From the moment she decided to cure her grandfather's heart condition, she had no intention of hiding it. Fortunately, the upgraded spiritual spring water did not disappoint her. Its effects were much stronger than before. Even heart disease could be cured, so treating other serious illnesses should be easy. Yi Zhenmin didn't expect Yilingwei to give him such a straightforward answer. He wanted to know the reason, but as long as Yilingwei didn't tell him, he wouldn't ask. In this way, he found himself at a loss for what to say next. He didn't know exactly what had happened to Yilingwei or why she possessed so many rare and valuable medicines, even capable of easily curing heart disease. Wait a moment, I'll go upstairs and get something for you, Yilingwei said before turning and heading to the second floor. In her bedroom, she found 2 empty mineral water bottles and filled them with spiritual spring water from her space. She then returned downstairs and placed the 2 bottles on the coffee table in front of Yi Zhenmin. These 2 bottles contain the same water as the one I gave to Grandpa. One you can drink and the other, please help me pass to my little uncle. Vivi, what are you doing? Yi Zhenmin asked, confused. Was this some kind of bribe? Actually, there was no need for that. Even if someone held a knife to his neck, he would never betray Yilingwei. If Yilingwei knew her kindness was misunderstood, she might laugh or cry. She simply thought that Yi Zhenmin and Yi Zhenmin were both very good to her. She hadn't had much to give in return, so she prepared 2 bottles of spiritual spring water. She hoped that in the future, they would all stay healthy and live longer, even in the end-of-world scenario. This water is harmless and beneficial to the body. People without illness or disaster can strengthen their health. Those who are sick can use it to cure ailments and improve their physical condition. As for how powerful the effect is, you've seen it in Grandpa's body. So, don't tell others. You also need to watch my little uncle finish drinking it. Worried that Yi Zhenmin might be hesitant, Yilingwei patiently explained. Vivi, this is too precious. Dad won't drink it. As long as you care about Dad, I'm already happy. But you should keep this bottle for yourself. It's a life-saving thing, in case you need it later. Knowing that Yilingwei was thinking of his health, Yi Zhenmin was moved. But such good things should be kept for his daughter. It would be a waste to use it on himself. Here, you drink it. I have plenty of this water, so I'm not short of it. Come on, drink it. I'll watch you. Yilingwei crossed her arms and looked at Yi Zhenmin with a slightly cold gaze, her eyes calm and indifferent, as if she might lose her temper if he refused. Seeing her attitude, Yi Jinmin's eyes flickered with hesitation, and he dared not look up, quickly unscrewing the bottle cap and tilting his head back. Thud, thud. I drank a bottle of water completely. Nan, look, Dad drank it all without wasting a drop. Yi Jinmin smiled politely, holding the empty bottle and waving it at Yi Lingwei. Yes, not bad, very good. Having received Yi Lingwei's approval, Yi Jinmin finally felt relieved. Just now, it was the first time his daughter looked at him with a stern face, which really scared him. In the future, he must listen more to his daughter and not make her angry again. Nan, I've finished handling the company's shares and assets. The money has been transferred to the account. When do you want me to give it to you? You can keep the money for now. I still have some left, and if I need more, I'll tell you. Okay. If you trust me, from now on, try to exchange money for supplies as much as possible. Food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities are all needed. As long as they are practical and easy to store, the more you buy, the better. To avoid suspicion from outsiders, you can justify large purchases by expanding the shopping mall and supermarket scale and stockpile in bulk. Yi Lingwei thought for a moment. Converting all the cash Yi Jinmin has into supplies will take some time, and she wasn't sure if a month would be enough. All right, Dad, we'll follow your instructions. But can you tell me why you're doing this? Nan, I know you have secrets. I don't want to pry into your secrets. I just want to know what problems you're facing, so I can face them with you. Since Yi Lingwei returned to his side, Yi Jinmin sensed she had something on her mind. Plus, seeing his daughter working tirelessly outside every day, trying to help but feeling powerless, was always tormenting him. If I told you that the end of the world is coming, would you believe me? Yi Lingwei finally told the truth. As the end approached, she no longer wanted to hide it. Whether Yi Jinmin believed her or not didn't matter to her. She just did what she needed to and said what she should, feeling at peace with herself. Do you know the exact time? How much longer? Hearing Yi Lingwei's words, Yi Jinmin was deeply shocked. Although it sounded unbelievable, he believed it because it came from Yi Lingwei. What do you mean, how much longer? Yi Lingwei was momentarily confused about what Yi Jinmin was asking. How much longer until the end of the world? Specifically, what day? Yi Jinmin asked again, because this question was very important to him. Do you believe it now? Don't you think I'm just talking nonsense? Is there no need for me to prove it? No need to prove anything. As long as you say it, Dad will trust you unconditionally. Even many years later, whenever Yi Lingwei thought of this, it always gave her great strength. On the night of October 10th, the end of the world will come, and there is still more than a month to go. But starting from mid-October, the temperature will rise sharply, and the highest temperature in Manhwa will exceed 50 degrees Celsius. Next month, extreme weather like heavy rain, floods, earthquakes, and tsunamis will happen one after another. Crops will die in large areas, food will be scarce, prices will soar, and ordinary people will suffer greatly. Everyone is praying for the disaster to end quickly, but no one knows when it will. This is just a small appetizer before the real end of the world. The true disaster is still to come. Whenever Yi Lingwei thought of the scenes from her past life, she couldn't stay calm. The pain and fear brought by the end of the world seemed to have gone deep into her bones, unforgettable forever. Hearing Yi Lingwei's description, Yi Jinmin's mood also grew heavier. He really couldn't imagine what such a disaster would be like. As an ordinary person, how could he deal with it and protect his family? So, you've been preparing these days? Yi Jinmin steadied himself and asked Yi Lingwei. Yes, I've been stockpiling supplies, so I need a lot of money. Of course, when the end really comes, even a lot of money will turn into worthless paper, meaningless numbers, and be worth nothing. As for how I know this news, you don't need to worry about it. Just knowing that the end is coming is enough. Yi Lingwei never intended to reveal everything. She knew what to say and what not to say. She had her own judgment. Don't worry, little one. As long as you don't want to say something, Dad won't ask. Yi Jinmin always respected Yi Lingwei and never interfered with or forced her actions or freedom. Let's talk about the details after the family dinner. You can also think carefully about what to do next these days. By the way, Please pass that bottle of water from your uncle to him and let him finish it. I have other things to do, so I'll go now. Yi Lingwei stood up and headed outside. She understood that her previous words had a big impact on Yi Jinmin and needed some time to process everything. Okay, Dad, I understand. It was only after Yi Lingwei left and some time had passed that Yi Jinmin's mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the bottle of water on the coffee table, Yi Jinmin stood up from the sofa. He first paced around the living room a few times, then, disregarding his image, he jumped a few times. Next, he practiced a set of military-style punches. Yi Jinmin moved quickly and decisively, punching with strength and energy, full of vigor. Compared to young men in their 20s from the military, he was not at all inferior. Ha ha ha, great. Very good. With my current physical condition and strength, I can easily beat that kid Junin. Years of intense work, irregular diet and sleep, and long-term depression had already taken a toll on Yi Jinmin's health. He was at risk of collapsing at any moment. Now, after drinking just one bottle of water, his body seemed to regain vitality and energy as if he had returned to his 20s. All old ailments disappeared, and he felt incredibly comfortable all over. Even his mind became unusually clear. This water is amazing. First, I'll give that kid Junin a good beating. I can't let him drink such good stuff for nothing, just taking some interest. Yi Jinmin muttered to himself with a mischievous smile, then strode confidently toward Yi Jinin's house. He kicked open Yi Jinin's door and grabbed the still-sleeping Yi Jinin, dragging him downstairs. Help! Robbery! Kidnapping the young master. Yi Jinin, still half asleep, was suddenly awakened. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yi Jinmin holding him like a chicken. Why are you shouting? The sun's already high. Get up. In the downstairs living room, Yi Jinmin threw him forcefully onto the sofa like a sandbag. Third brother, why are you using such force? Are you trying to kill me? Can't you be a little gentler? Besides, I was forced to work hard for a month by your precious daughter. Now I just want to rest. What's wrong with that? I feel like I'll die at your and your daughter's hands someday. Yi Jinin, with his messy hair like a chicken coop, slouched on the sofa and looked at Yi Jinmin with a complaint. Stop making a fool of yourself. Hurry up and get up. Let's have a fight. Today, I will definitely make you fall and beg for mercy. Yi Jinmin had already assumed a fighting stance, looking eager to try. Forget it, you're old and weak. I don't dare to fight you. If I hurt you, old master and Wei Wei won't let me go. Yi Jinin was still lying on the sofa, not moving at all. With Brother Three's weak body and his limited skills, he wouldn't be able to land a single move on him. It's not bragging. He used to serve in Special Forces for 10 years, winning first place in the National Special Forces competition 4 years in a row, and he has many international awards. Although he retired years ago, his strength hasn't declined because he trains regularly. Fighting Brother 3 would be a waste of his talent. If you're a real man, get up quickly. Don't drag your feet, or I'll think less of you. Get up. Brother 3, you asked for this. Don't blame me if I don't hold back later. Encouraged by Yi Jinmin, Yi Jinin also got angry and suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Soon, the two brothers were throwing punches and kicks at each other. At first, Yi Jinin had the upper hand, using quick and powerful moves. Yi Jinmin struggled to dodge and was hit several times. But after half an hour, Yi Jinmin surprisingly gained the advantage. He looked energetic, fighting for so long without showing any signs of fatigue. Brother 3, let's stop fighting, okay? There's no point in continuing. After an hour, Yi Jinin sat on the ground, exhausted, looking at Yi Jinmin with a helpless expression. I'm more responsive than you. You can't hit me. And your endurance and strength are good, so I can't beat you either.
Ha. No, no.
When did your endurance become so good? It seems your body has also become stronger. Yi Jinmin was not very happy that he only managed to tie with Yi Jinin after so much effort. But honestly, he knew this kid's skills well, and the result was already beyond his expectations. Drink this bottle of water, and I will tell you. Yi Jinmin handed the bottle of water that Yi Lingwei asked him to deliver to Yi Jinin, signaling him to drink it quickly. talking around in circles, just drink it already. Yi Jianan took the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Hey, this water actually tastes pretty good. Now you can tell me what's going on, right? Yi Jianmin sat cross-legged on the ground, calmly watching Yi Jianan and waiting for his explanation. First, stand up and run around the living room a few times. Third brother, talking to you really takes effort. Can't you just be straightforward and stop messing around with pointless tricks? Seeing Yi Jianmin's face getting angrier, Yi Jianan obediently stood up and ran around the living room more than 10 times. Alright, stop running. Now jump in place a few times and use some strength in your legs. Third brother, are you done yet? Are you playing tricks on me? I told you to jump, so just jump. Why all the unnecessary talk? Yes, I'm listening. Who asked you to be my brother? After jumping in place a few times, Yi Jianan suddenly seemed to realize something. He stretched his arms and legs, gesturing around. Now he felt as if his whole body was full of energy. Even the old scars from past missions didn't bother him anymore. His jumping ability and reaction speed had also greatly improved. Third brother, what's going on? Please tell me quickly. Yi Jianan hurried over to Yi Jianmin, grabbed his arm, and shook it while speaking. Speak clearly. Stop bothering people here. Yi Jianmin forcefully shook off Yi Jianan's hand. Hearing him speak in a strained voice, he felt goosebumps rise. Isn't it because you kept hesitating and not telling me quickly? The changes in your body are all because of that bottle of water you just drank. Vivi asked me to pass this water to you. I also drank a bottle before coming here. Yesterday morning, Vivi also gave a bottle to our dad. In the afternoon, I took Dad to the hospital for a checkup. The results showed that Dad's heart disease has actually been cured, and he's very healthy now. Third brother, what did you say? Our Dad's heart disease is cured? Yi Jianan stared wide-eyed at Yi Jianmin, asking loudly in disbelief. Yes, Dad's heart disease is gone. You heard me right. Oh my God, this is simply a miracle. It's not a miracle or an accident. It's because the water Vivi gave is too special, with effects that are too powerful. Yes, third brother, you're right. It's definitely Vivi's credit. At this moment, Yi Jianan's mind was a bit overwhelmed, so he was still somewhat confused and not fully alert. I can't go into details with you, but just know it yourself. But you must not tell anyone else, including Dad, Big Brother, and Second Brother. Because of Yi Lingwei's safety, Yi Jianmin didn't dare to trust others and could only choose to keep it secret. I understand, I promise to keep it to myself. Vivi trusts me and treats me well, so I won't forget to appreciate her. Perhaps it is Yi Jianan's personality that makes him especially close to Yi Lingwei. That's good to know. I'll go now. Yi Jianmin didn't mention the end of the world to Yi Jianan. Whether to tell others or when to do so was up to Yi Lingwei to decide. He wouldn't interfere. Yi Lingwei first went to the largest clothing wholesale market in Donghai City. Whether it was men's, women's, or baby and children's clothes, she ordered all sizes and colors, covering every style. In the end, she cleared out all the winter stock from various stalls in the market. She also bought small items like hairbands, belts, socks, scarves, hats, and gloves. Following the principle of buying a little more than needed, she spent hundreds of thousands of yuan. Then she went to the shoe market next door. In the end of the world, shoes were very important, so she needed to stock up as much as possible. There were many types: heels, cotton shoes, sports shoes, casual shoes, boots, slippers, and even specialized mountain climbing shoes, water shoes, and military boots. Some she didn't fully understand. But as long as the market had them, regardless of gender or age, in all sizes and colors, she bought everything in bulk. With so many shoes, even if she changed one pair a day, she wouldn't run out in her lifetime. But so what? The more, the better. She couldn't run out when she needed them. Right now, Yi Lingwei wasn't short of money. She bought what she liked, what she needed, and even what she didn't need or like, just in case. Even if she didn't use some now, there would be a day she would need them. After a busy morning, when she had almost finished shopping, Yi Lingwei quickly bought some food and headed to the warehouse. The delivery was scheduled for the afternoon, but she felt overwhelmed and stretched thin. There were only so many things she could do alone. It would take at least 2 days to deliver all the goods to the warehouse, so she planned to wait until tomorrow night to store everything in her space. After finishing her work, it was already dawn. When she got home, she didn't even have time to wash up and hurriedly entered her space. Seeing the tall corn and wheat, Yilingwei was very happy. Even the rice she casually planted grew very well. The wheat and rice are at least 30 centimeters tall, and the corn has already reached her knees. Although they haven't grown as quickly as when they first sprouted, they still grew so much in just one day, which is truly amazing. Yilingwei looked up at the endless land in front of her, at least 1,000 acres, and suddenly felt very proud. I have farmland and money. Now I am like a top farmer. Roll up my sleeves and work hard. No fear of hardship or tiredness. Yilingwei gave herself a pep talk with a bit of a dramatic flair, then cheerfully bent over, with her hips out, and started digging holes with A. After more than 2 hours of work, her excitement faded, and she was so tired, she lay down on the ground. Oh my, I am so exhausted. Looking back, she realized she hadn't even finished 1 acre after working all this time, and she suddenly felt even more tired. With so much land, she thought she'd never finish it all alone. I must be so happy I'm a bit crazy. Why not try planting with my mind? Thinking this, Yilingwei quickly tried using her mind to plow the land, dig holes, put seeds in, cover them with soil, and water them. And it worked. She didn't need to do anything herself. Everything was controlled by her mind. After several tries, Yilingwei found she could plant nearly 10 acres at once. But after planting 500 acres, she couldn't control her mind anymore because she felt a terrible headache, as if her mental strength was completely drained. She drank several large cups of spiritual spring water before the headache eased, but the empty feeling in her head remained. She tried again and found she still couldn't use her mind, so she needed more time to recover. Still, she was very happy with the result. She could plant 1,000 acres in just 2 rounds, almost like a miracle. She slipped behind the house and looked at the fish tank by the creek. After just 1 day, the fish and shrimp inside had visibly grown a lot. After changing the water, Yilingwei decided that once she finished planting the crops, she would dig 20 or 30 large fish ponds nearby to raise freshwater fish, shrimp, and then she dug several large lakes, filled them with clean seawater, and raised some edible marine creatures. Whether it would work or not, she decided to try first since it didn't cost anything. After finishing everything, it was already past 3 a.m. She quickly left the space, took a shower, jumped into bed, and fell asleep immediately. She slept until 8 a.m. When she woke up, Yi Jinmin had already gone out but left a message saying breakfast was ready and reminding her to eat. While eating, Yilingwei was thinking about her plans for the morning. There were too many supplies she hadn't bought yet. Maybe she should go to the furniture market first, buy a comfortable big bed for the bedroom in the space, and also pick out a few other pieces of furniture. If there was time, she could also visit the wholesale market for daily necessities, as these are essential for human life and used every day. At the furniture market, Yilingwei looked at several well-known brands and ordered dozens of sets that looked good quality, but she didn't find anything that truly excited her. Until a set of golden Manhwa furniture appeared before her. Its beautiful color and grain, shining with golden threads in the sunlight, and its smooth texture, elegant scent, completely captured her heart. That's the one. Placed in the bedroom, it would match the wooden cabin style perfectly. Thinking about sleeping on such a bed in the future made her very happy, though its billion-yuan price tag was also quite beautiful. Next, Yilingwei went to the wholesale market for daily necessities. She ordered 50 million sets of bedding, including pillows, 4-piece sheets, silk quilts, and more from various brands. For kitchen supplies, pots, knives, cookware, tableware, she ordered 50,000 sets. For toiletries, laundry detergent, cleaning supplies, skincare, and cosmetics, she bought 20,000 boxes. For home items, towels, mops, hangers, she ordered 10 million. For paper products, toilet paper, tissues, kitchen paper, wipes, she directly purchased 100 million worth of supplies. For hygiene products, sanitary pads, tampons, she bought out stock from over a dozen stalls. Other miscellaneous small items were countless. She didn't have time to choose each one, so she simply bought out dozens of grocery stores in one go. She spent the whole morning shopping, so busy she didn't even have time to drink water. She then drove to the warehouse, rushing to arrive at the logistics company before the delivery. Yi Lingwei felt that if she continued like this, she might collapse before the end of the world. After tomorrow's family banquet, she should quickly go back to her hometown to find help. With her father's support, she would feel much easier. As for why she didn't ask Yi Jinmin for help, it was because she considered that he had a big family behind him, an old man, 2 brothers, a younger brother, and several nephews. Yi Jinmin couldn't ignore them, so he was never just hers alone. Her father was only her family, entirely belonging to her, so Yi Lingwei could trust him completely. Everyone has selfish thoughts, and Yi Lingwei was no exception. Naturally, she would love and trust more those who loved her more and more sincerely. As usual, after unloading all supplies and storing them in her space, it was late at night again. Yi Lingwei returned home, entered her space directly, finished planting the remaining 500 acres, and arranged her bedroom. She set an alarm and then went to sleep in her space, which she called her warm room. After only 3 hours of sleep, Yi Lingwei had to get up because she had a family banquet today and needed to go to her grandfather's place early. Fortunately, she drank spiritual spring water every day, so even staying up late didn't affect her skin. It remained as fair, delicate, and flawless as always, with no dark circles at all. Little girl, you didn't sleep well again last night, did you? This can't go on. Your health is the most important. Yi Jinmin looked at Yi Lingwei, who was yawning non-stop, feeling distressed. He decided he must help his daughter more in the future. Yes, I understand. I've prepared a dress for you. Take a look later. If you like it, wear it. If not, forget it.
Okay.
Your eldest and second uncles came back last night. Since you arrived home too late, they didn't tell you. While eating, Yi Lingwei listened to Yi Jinmin chat about family matters. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very warm. After finishing the meal, she went back to her bedroom and changed into the dress her father had made for her. It was her favorite white dress, simple and elegant, yet noble. It just covered her calves, but revealed her slender ankles. The large skirt had layers of fine tulle cleverly stacked without looking bulky. Under the light, it shimmered like flowing light. The collar and cuffs are decorated with small, smooth, light purple pearls, making Yi Lingwei look more lively, like a fairy who accidentally fell into the mortal world. Yi Lingwei is very happy with this dress. I must say, Yi Jinmin's taste in choosing clothes seems to suit her very well. After going downstairs, Yi Lingwei didn't see Yi Jinmin, so she probably went ahead to see her grandfather. She placed the prepared gifts in the trunk of the off-road vehicle, then drove to her grandfather's villa. Big brother, when Wei Wei arrives later, remember to smile nicely. Don't keep a sour face all the time. If you scare my sweet granddaughter, I won't forgive you. The old man sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at Yi Zhengui sitting in front of him. This eldest son, who always made him proud, didn't seem as charming today.
Got it, Dad.
Yi Zhengui sat upright on the sofa, tall and straight. He is in his 50s, with some gray at his temples. He has a square face, a strong appearance, sharp eyes, and his neat military uniform has no wrinkles. Humph. I told you already, but you didn't listen. You're wasting my time. The old man glared at Yi Zhengui and pouted. I'm going for a walk to see how everything is prepared. Seeing Yi Zhengui's expressionless and serious face, the old man felt exhausted. Yi Yuan and his wife have 4 sons, 5 grandsons, 1 granddaughter, and 4 great-grandchildren. Now, with 4 generations living together, it's a sign of a prosperous family with many children and grandchildren. The man who just spoke to the old man is his eldest son, Yi Zhengui. There are also second son Yi Zhentai, third son Yi Zhenmin, and youngest son Yi Zhenan. The names of the 4 sons were all chosen by the old man. Their combined meaning is to revive the country and bring peace to the people. Eldest son Yi Zhenghua is 56 years old and currently serves as vice chairman of the Central Military Commission of Long Kingdom with the rank of Major General. He lives mainly in the capital city, Shangjing. His wife, Su Jingyi, is 55 and the director of the 1st Military District Hospital of Long Kingdom. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 great families of Shangjing, from a noble background. The couple has 3 sons, Yishan, Yihe, and Yiwuyang, whose names mean peaceful mountains and rivers. The eldest son, Yishan, is 35, and he is the commander of the 7th Group Army of Long Kingdom, with the rank of colonel, living in Donghua City. His wife, Lin Lin, is 32 and the deputy director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Donghua City. She comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The young couple has 2 sons. The eldest, Yi Ning, is 10 years old. His nickname is Haoran, meaning upright and noble spirit. The second son, Yi Fan, is 7 years old, nicknamed Lele. The second son, Yi He, is 30 years old and a professor at the top university in the country. His wife, Zhao Jiaqing, is 28 and the principal of a dance school. The couple has only one son, Yi Yi, who is 5 years old. The youngest son, Yiwuyang, is currently a PhD student at the same top university and is single. The eldest, Yi Zhenghua, is the heir to the family and the main pillar of the Yi family. In this family, besides the grandfather, he has the most say. The second son, Yi Zhentai, is 53 and the deputy minister of the country's foreign affairs. He often travels for work and stays at his office most of the year, rarely returning home. His wife, Wang Fong, also 53, comes from a humble background, with a father who drank heavily, a mother who gambled, and 2 lazy younger brothers. Their backgrounds, careers, education, manners, and views are very different, even impossible to bridge. There are some secret reasons why such a couple could be together. The couple has 2 sons, Yi Feng and Yi Chen. Yi Feng is 32, his wife is 33, and they have a son named Yi Hao, nicknamed Daba, who is usually cared for by Wang Fong. Both work at research institutes in the country which require confidentiality, so they didn't attend the family dinner. Yi Chen, 29, is the captain of a naval infantry unit and is single. The third child of the Yi family, Yi Zhenmin, also known as Yi Lingwei's biological father, is 48. He has only one daughter, Yi Lingwei, who is currently single and divorced. The fourth child, Yi Zhanen, is 36 and single. He served in a special forces unit for 10 years before retiring due to injury. He appears to be unemployed but actually sells arms abroad. The 4 brothers, Yi Zhenghua, Yi Zhentai, Yi Zhenmin, and Yi Zhanen, are very close. They don't argue over small things and discuss major issues together, never losing their temper. As a large family, to stay strong and survive long, they rely on brotherly unity and mutual support, just like the Yi family. Really didn't expect it. You're getting old, and now you've lost favor in Dad's eyes, haha. Su Jingyi looked at Yi Zhenghua sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper and teased him with a smile. You just like to watch me make a fool of myself, and you don't even say a good word for me? Yi Zhenghua said helplessly. Our dad really is. He doesn't even give me any face, he added. Luckily, those naughty kids are not here, or I wouldn't know how to handle them in the future. Yi Zhenghua put down his newspaper and looked at Su Jingyi with gentle affection. I think what Dad said is right because you usually keep a stern face and look fierce. The children are afraid of you when they see you. Su Jingyi rolled her eyes and said impatiently, I've always wanted a soft, fragrant daughter, but because of your poor luck, I ended up having a bunch of naughty boys. Later, I thought if I can't have a daughter, a granddaughter would be fine. But now, the grandson is already 3, and I still haven't gotten my wish. At this point, Su Jingyi glared at Yi Zhenghua. Cough, cough. Yi Zhenghua awkwardly coughed twice. Although, in theory, not having a daughter is indeed related to him, he still feels wronged. After all, during the actual process, what he said didn't count. Who wouldn't want a caring little girl to keep warm? He also wanted that, right? It wasn't until Zhanmin's daughter was born that the Yi family finally had a little princess. Su Jingyi recalled. I still remember the first time I saw her was at her full moon celebration. She was tiny then, like a soft, white glutinous rice ball. Incredibly adorable. Since then, whenever I went shopping, I couldn't help but buy her all kinds of pretty little dresses. Su Jingyi seemed to be lost in memory, speaking slowly and calmly. Watching her grow day by day, she would often throw herself into my arms, hug my neck, and sweetly call, "Auntie, I like you so much." Every time that happened, my heart felt as sweet as honey. Su Jingyi continued, she made up for my regret of not having a daughter, and I genuinely loved and cared for her from the bottom of my heart. Yes, back then, Yi Zhengguo loved his little niece just as much. She was a soft, angelic girl. Unfortunately, when she was over 2 years old because of your job transfer, we left and went to Beijing and had to part with her. Until one day, I suddenly heard Junmin say his daughter was missing. I immediately took a month off and came back to help Junmin find her. But as you can guess, we didn't find her. She just disappeared from our lives. Back in Beijing, I fell seriously ill. For more than a year, I often dreamed of that little girl. I couldn't help but wonder, where is she? Does she miss home? Is she scared? When she reached this point, Su Jingyi's eyes turned slightly red, tears flickered in her eyes, and her voice choked with emotion. All right, Jingyi, don't be sad. Yi Zhengguo saw how sad Su Jingyi was and felt very sorry for her. He quickly hugged her and comforted her, saying, all the bad things are over now. The child is back, and we should be happy. Let's spend more time with the child in the future and love her more, okay? Okay. Su Jingyi calmed her emotions and shyly pushed Yi Zhengguo away. I always said that uncle is both tough and gentle. When he faces us, he shows two very different sides of himself, completely different from how he treats Annie. At this moment, outside the living room window, two young people were sneaking around. One had a buzz cut, light skin, and was the first to speak. Shou, be quiet. If my dad finds out, it'll be bad. The other, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined, quickly covered the first person's mouth. Then he grabbed him and turned around to run. They ran far away before stopping, both panting and leaning on their knees. Hey, Yueyang, is it really necessary? Nothing serious has happened yet. Look, you're so scared. The buzz-cut young man pointed at the other, named Yi Weiyang, in dissatisfaction. Yi Chun, don't just talk without knowing. If you're not afraid, then don't run with us. If you really don't want to leave, I couldn't even drag you 10 times. Yi Weiyang looked at Yi Chun with disdain. They were all roughly equal. No one should mock anyone. Yi Chun was speechless after being scolded by Yi Weiyang. He had nothing to argue. It was true. Since they were young, except for their third uncle's daughter, all the brothers had been through tough times. They had been beaten by their uncle, and it was serious. The beatings were so harsh that they broke several whips. Could they not be afraid? Years have passed, and the only bit of warmth and patience my dad had was given to my mom. Yu Yang thought about the difficult childhood he shared with his two brothers. He couldn't help but feel a little heartache for 3 seconds. Be content. You only suffered some physical pain, but I've been mentally tormented since I was a kid. In fact, Yi Chun was sensitive and insecure inside, far from the cheerful and bright appearance he showed. Did your parents argue again? Yi Weiyang reached out and patted Yi Chun's shoulder to comfort him. Since we first met, we've been arguing, and last night was no exception. These two hardly see each other throughout the year, but whenever they meet, it's either fighting or a cold war. Yi Chun really can't understand what his parents are thinking. Since he can remember, he and his brother have been raised by their grandparents. Their mother hardly took care of them. Her heart was always with her father. But if you ask if the mother loved the father, it doesn't seem like it. Every time they meet, she's either asking the father for money or arguing with him. If you say she doesn't love him, then despite how cold the father was to her, she never thought about divorce or leaving him. Because they saw each other so rarely, the father became even more distant in Yi Chun's memory. Maybe it was due to work or other reasons, starting from not going home often to eventually living at the workplace all year round. That home was never warm or loving. only cold and suffocating. Though their grandparents cared for them carefully, children still long for their parents' love. When he was young, Yichen thought it was because he wasn't good enough that his parents didn't like or love him. Since then, he and his brother became sensitive and insecure. But they also worried about their grandparents, so they learned to hide their sadness and anxiety inside. Brother, don't forget, you still have us, and these good brothers. We are your closest family. Yi Wu-yang saw Yi-chan was upset and gently punched him, as if trying to give him strength and courage. Hey kid, you've grown up and learned to comfort others. Of course. The two brothers smiled at each other, shoulder to shoulder, walking back together. Meanwhile, not far from Yi Zhenguo's villa is Yi Zhentai's home. At this moment, in his living room, a sudden loud crying of a young boy could be heard. Grandpa's mean. I want to sleep. I don't want to get up so early. Grandma, help me. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit came downstairs, holding a boy who was crying and struggling. This man is Yi Zhentai, about 50 years old. He looks strong, with a high nose bridge, thin lips pressed tightly, always serious and stern. The boy is Yi Zhentai's grandson, about 7 or 8 years old, a little chubby. He was crying with snot and tears, not feeling cute but rather a bit disgusting to look at. Yi Zhentai, stop showing off your authority in front of me. Hurry up and put Daba down. Bullying a child, what kind of skill is that? If you have the courage, come and face me. Wang Fong, also known as Yi Zhentai's wife, stepped forward at this moment, grabbed the child, and hugged him tightly. Look at what time it is now. Knowing there's a family banquet at noon, why didn't you get up earlier? Are you going to make the whole family wait for a little kid? De Bao is still growing. Isn't it normal for him to sleep a bit longer? Since you went to such lengths to call everyone back just for a girl, what's wrong with waiting for De Bao now? Wang Fong, who already had a sharp face, now looked full of jealousy and resentment. Plus her flat nose and high cheekbones, she looked even more sharp and harsh. Which kid sleeps until 10 in the morning to grow? Always not moving, just sleeping and eating. Look at how chubby he's gotten. And we don't believe in valuing boys over girls. If the child is found, everyone is happy. If it weren't for her fear of Wang Fong speaking recklessly, Yi Zhentai really wouldn't want to say much to her. If you think I haven't raised De Bao well, then why don't you do it? All year round, you're not home. You don't raise your son or take care of your grandson. How can you still have the nerve to criticize me? Hearing Wang Fong's voice grow sharper and more aggressive, even the wrinkles around her eyes looked more fierce. I'm leaving now. You tidy up and hurry over. And also watch your mouth later. Say less inappropriate stuff. Yi Zhentai didn't want to argue anymore, so he ignored Wang Fong and turned to leave. Yi Zhentai, what do you mean? Come back and explain clearly before you go. Wang Fong shouted desperately, but it didn't make him turn back. Instead, her footsteps quickened. Yi Hao, also known as De Bao, watched Wang Fong's hysterical behavior, but he didn't feel scared at all. He was used to it long ago. Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Hurry, and make me some food. Wang Fong looked at her grandson she raised with her own hands, and she felt no pity for her. She was furious. Eating, eating, always just eating. The Yi family is full of good-for-nothings. Your third uncle has no children, and all that property was originally yours. Now, suddenly, a girl appears out of nowhere, probably trying to fight over the inheritance with you. Stupid girl, you're really lucky. Why didn't you die outside? Wang Fong glared with her triangular eyes, poking her finger hard into Yi Hao's forehead while cursing maliciously at Yi Lingwei. Since childhood, Wang Fong has seen the Yi family treat Yi Lingwei like a precious treasure, which she couldn't stand. Why do girls like her live very different lives from Yi Lingwei? Since she can remember, she has been washing clothes, cooking, and doing housework every day. She often takes care of her two younger brothers alone, gets beaten by them, and is scolded by her parents as a worthless girl. Meanwhile, Yi Lingwei lives like a little princess, dressed well and eating well. She doesn't have to do anything every day, yet she is praised and loved by others. She admits she is jealous of everyone who lives better than her. So, When Yi Lingwei went missing that year, she was overjoyed, almost celebrating with fireworks overnight. Later, Yi Zhenmin divorced but never remarried or had children. As his business grew bigger and his wealth increased, Wang Fong set her sights on his inheritance. Several times, Wang Fong hinted at adopting Yi Hao as her grandson, but both the old master and Yi Zhenmin disagreed. But Wang Fong never gave up. As long as Yi Zhenmin had no children, his estate would eventually belong to her grandson. At that time, everything would be under her control. She knew that eldest brother Yi Zhenghua and his wife were proud and wouldn't lower themselves to compete with her. But Wang Fong's calculations were wrong. She didn't expect that after 17 years, Yi Lingwei would come back. Seeing the opportunity slipping away, she couldn't be willing to give up. However, she heard that the girl was kidnapped to a poor mountain village and raised by an old bachelor. Her family was so poor they couldn't even afford school fees. Thinking of how the proud daughter of a wealthy family had become a poor, ugly village girl, Wang Fong felt a sense of satisfaction. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. In Wang Fong's view, all of Yi Zhenmin's money belonged to her and her grandson. Yi Lingwei wouldn't get a single cent. Just as Yi Lingwei parked her car, she didn't know that someone had already looked at her with dislike and wished to seize Yi Zhenmin's inheritance. Yi Chun and Yi Wuyang strolled casually to the old master's house and saw a black Mercedes G-Class SUV parked there.
Wow.
Whose car's this? So impressive, Yi Chun exclaimed, staring at the shiny, dark metallic off-road vehicle. I've wanted this car for a long time, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Yi Wuyang looked at the car he admired for a long time, drooling with envy. With your thin arms and legs, looking like a fragile scholar, do you think you can drive such a car? I can probably drive better than you. Yi Chun glanced at Yi Wang and sneered mockingly. Not to mention whether you have the money to buy one, even if you can afford it, do you have the time to drive? Either training in the army or on missions all year round, with hardly any holidays, and you still dare compare yourself to me? Besides, I don't have money now, but if I did, I could buy a car in minutes, drive around you 100 or so times, and make you jealous. You're so childish. Although the Yi family is wealthy and powerful, they have strict rules for their children. All descendants are not allowed to bully others outside, nor indulge in luxury and waste money. Engaging in drinking, gambling, or other vices will get you expelled from the family. Before starting work, each person's monthly allowance is just enough for basic living, not much higher than ordinary people. In short, if you want something expensive, you have to find your own way to earn money. The Yi family has money, but that belongs to the family, not to you personally. Why are you two sneaking around here? Oh no! Oh no! Suddenly, Yi Zhenmin's voice sounded, along with Yi Chun and Yi Wang's cries of pain. Little uncle, why did you hit the back of my head? It hurts so much. Yi Wang turned around, looking pitifully at Yi Zhenmin, and said with a grievance, You only do this because you're older than me. If not, I would have beaten you down long ago. Yi Chun looked at Yi Zhenmin's mischievous face and couldn't help but want to punch him.
Hey.
You've grown up, wings are strong, and now you want to hit your elders? Yi Zhenmin examined Yi Chun from top to bottom, tauntingly clicked his tongue twice, then continued, I'm just standing here letting you hit me. Do you dare? Yi Chun was so angry he turned red and his neck swelled, clenched his fists then loosened them, trying to hold back the urge to fight. Since I was a kid, you've always used that to bully me just because you're a generation older? Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you be so arrogant for so many years. You're right. Just because of that, I can keep you under control for the rest of my life. When you were a child, I was your little uncle. Now that you've grown up, I'm still your little uncle. When you get old, what then? What do you think? I will still be your little uncle. You have to call me your little uncle for a lifetime. You're so angry, it's really funny, haha. Yi Wuyang stood nearby, watching Yi Chun get so mad his head looked like it was about to smoke, while Yi Zhenmin laughed so hard he bent over, feeling speechless. Since he could remember, these two have never gotten along, like two fighting roosters. They don't like each other and always cause trouble whenever they meet. Yi Chun is only 7 years younger than Yi Zhenmin. When facing him, he can't argue well or fight, so he just ends up getting more and more angry. But next time they meet, he still stretches his neck and argues stubbornly, so childish but loves to play. Men's feelings are strange. Since childhood, whenever Yi Chun was bullied outside, the first person to stand up for him was always Yi Zhenin. If you ask who Yi Chun admires most, it would definitely be Yi Zhenin. That's why, after Yi Zhenin was injured and retired, Yi Chun ignored his mother's objections and joined the army to become a special forces soldier, following Yi Zhenin's old path. As soon as Yi Lingwei opened the car door, she heard laughter and playful noises from behind the vehicle. She got out of the car and looked back. There was Yi Zhenin and two unfamiliar young men. One of them wore gold-rimmed glasses, had fair skin, and a gentle smile. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and light blue jeans, looking very clean and sunny. At first glance, he seemed like a very warm person. The other young man had a buzz cut, tall and broad, at least 1.9 meters. He wore a black t-shirt and shorts, with broad shoulders, a tight waist, and muscular build. His skin was wheat-colored, and he looked like a small leopard, full of energy. His deep eyes, high nose bridge, and sharp features made him look cool and handsome. At this moment, Yi Wuyang and Yi Chun also saw Yi Lingwei. To their eyes, Yi Lingwei was wearing a white long dress, glowing softly in the sunlight. Her delicate, white skin, slender figure, shiny black long hair, and beautiful face made her look like a fairy fallen from heaven. So stunning, she didn't seem like an ordinary person. "Vivi, you're here." Yi Zhenin smiled as he looked at Yi Lingwei. Little uncle, who are these two?" Yi Lingwei's light and cheerful voice woke Yi Chun and Yi Wuyang from their daze.
Wow.
"Little uncle, I think I saw a fairy." Yi Wuyang stared blankly at Yi Lingwei, unable to help but gasp in surprise. "What fairy? This is your sister. Why are you all just standing here? Hurry up and greet your sister, and introduce yourself." Yi Zhen and pushed the two brothers gently, reminding them. "Are you Yi Lingwei, the daughter of third uncle?" "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" "I'm your fourth brother, Yi Chun." "My father is your second uncle." "Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future." Yi Chun looked at Yi Lingwei's outstretched right hand, and he also extended his hand, gently shaking hers. He didn't expect that when they met again, the little girl with two small pigtails trailing behind her had grown into a tall, beautiful young woman. Yes, for Yi Lingwei, she might have already forgotten him, so she said nice to meet you for the first time. But for him, it was different. When Yi Lingwei was born, he was 6 years old. When she went missing, he was 9. During these 3 years, he watched her grow up day by day. Every day, she would follow him, sweetly call him fourth brother, sit on his back, and happily hug his neck. Back then, Yi Chun didn't understand why his mother didn't let him play with his sister or why she didn't like her. The sister was so cute. He also didn't understand that after she went missing, everyone was very sad. Even he secretly cried several times. But he saw his mother smiling happily, even hearing her say, "Good riddance. I hope she never comes back in this lifetime." Later, as he grew older, he finally understood. People who grow up living in darkness cannot stand the sunlight. They might even hate and envy those who live in the light. "Sister, you are really beautiful, more beautiful than anyone I've ever seen before." Yi Wuyong pushed Yi Chun aside, looked at Yi Lingwei, rubbed his hands excitedly, and said, "Thank you. You are very handsome too." "Really? I think so too. It shows that our tastes are good." "Little brat, stop being so vain." Seeing Yi Wuyong's silly smile, Yi Zhen and felt his hand itch. "Little uncle, I know you're getting older now, so you can't stand my sister praising me. Your bloom was too short-lived. It ended before it even fully opened. I can understand that. How dare you call me old? You're asking for trouble." When Yi Wuyong saw Yi Zhen and about to hit him, he quickly ran into the house, shouting as he ran, "Vivi, little sister, I am Yi Wuyong, your older brother, the child of your great uncle." "Got it, huh?" Yi Lingwei watched Yi Wuyong stumble ahead, and Yi Zhen and chasing after him. She found it very funny and couldn't help but laugh. "Vivi, don't mind them. Let's go inside too. Okay. I think I heard a car. Is Vivi coming? As soon as Yi Lingwei and Yi Chen entered, they saw Grandpa walking quickly towards them. Grandpa, I'm here. Hearing Yi Lingwei sweetly call Grandpa, he felt very happy. Good. Good. It's great that you're here. Let Grandpa take a good look. My good granddaughter looks really beautiful today. Grandpa looks especially energetic today, like he's 30 years younger. Yi Lingwei stepped forward happily and gently held Grandpa's arm. Really? My granddaughter's words are always so nice. Grandpa likes that. Unlike those bratty boys, they only know how to make me angry. They're no good at all. Yi Chen, who had been standing silently beside Yi Lingwei, was unexpectedly caught in the crossfire.
Come, let's go with Grandpa.
Your great-uncle and second-uncle are here too. I'll introduce you. Okay. Watching the grandfather and granddaughter walk ahead, arm in arm, chatting happily, Yi Chen felt a bit unnecessary at that moment. But seeing Yi Lingwei smile so happily, he couldn't help but smile slightly, his eyes full of affection. When Yi Lingwei entered the living room, she saw a room full of people, standing, sitting, and even some kids playing on the floor. Men, women, old and young. Among them, except for Yi Zhenmin, Yi Zhanen, and Yi Wuyang, Yi Lingwei didn't recognize the others. Vivi, these are your great-uncle and great-aunt. The old man pointed to the two people sitting on the sofa and introduced them. Yi Lingwei looked at the two who had already stood up. One was in his 50s, dressed in a military uniform, tall and commanding, with a serious face, probably her great-uncle Yi Zhengua. Next to him was a woman, her temples slightly white, but still elegant and beautiful. She had big eyes, double eyelids, fair and glowing skin. Seems like time hadn't left any marks on her face. Her hair was neatly styled, with a hairpin at the back of her head, and she wore a simple, elegant plain-colored cheongsam. Time never defeats a beautiful person. At this moment, it seems to be made real. Uncle, Auntie, hello.
Hey.
Hello, you two. Yi Zhenghua looked at Yi Lingwei and responded dryly. Despite having seen many big scenes before, for some reason, he felt a little nervous now. Your Weiwei? You've grown so much. Su Jingyi's eyes were red, and she watched Yi Lingwei without blinking. It was as if she saw a little girl from the past, and now her daughter, with some resemblance. Or maybe she was feeling sad and regretful, missing so many years that had gone by. Yi Lingwei couldn't understand Su Jingyi's sorrow, but when tears quietly slid down her cheeks, those tears felt like they landed on her heart, so hot and burning. Yi Lingwei felt a heavy feeling inside, her eyes stinging. She couldn't hold back any longer and took a step forward, gently hugging Su Jingyi. Snuggling into her shoulder, she choked and softly said, "Annie, I'm back." "Good child, it's good you're back, it's really good." Only at this moment did Su Jingyi truly feel her child had returned. The precious girl she loved like her own daughter was back with her.
Så vingi hugget Yi Lingwei tightly, tears soaking her clothes.
Seeing the scene, everyone else couldn't help but have red eyes too. Old Master and Yi Zhenmin looked down and turned away, secretly wiping their tears. After a while, Su Jingyi and Yi Lingwei's emotions gradually calmed down.
Weiwei, come, sit busy tie.
Su Jingyi took Yi Lingwei's hand and sat down together. It's all because Annie was too excited just now, making our little princess sad too. Seeing Yi Lingwei's slightly reddened eyes, Su Jingyi felt both sad and happy. Even though they had been apart for many years and Yi Lingwei no longer remembered her, their bond hadn't lessened over time.
No, I was just too happy.
Yi Lingwei also didn't understand why she reacted so strongly after seeing Su Jingyi. It was like a child who had been away from home for many years, suddenly seeing their mother, feeling very wronged, and missing home deeply. Grandma, who is this fairy-like big sister? At this moment, 3 little boys gathered around. 2 of the younger children each held one of Su Jingyi's legs and kept shaking her. Another older child stood quietly to the side, looking serious, like a little adult. "Don't shake it anymore, or you'll make Grandma dizzy. You 2 little troublemakers only know how to be naughty. Grandma, tell us quickly, Is this your little aunt? Do you like her? Yes, we like her. Then hurry up and call her. Hello, little aunt. Hello, little aunt. You are so beautiful. Little aunt, I like you the most. The three little boys cheerfully greeted Yilingwei one after another. The lively scene quickly lifted everyone's slightly sad mood. Vivi, let me introduce you. This is Howren, your older brother's and sister-in-law's eldest son. This is Lele, your older brother's and sister-in-law's youngest son. And these two are your older brother and sister-in-law. As Su Jingyi introduced them, Yilingwei looked at each one. The oldest boy was Howren, about 10 years old, looking very much like their uncle. He was small but often kept a serious face, which made him seem even cuter. The boy in the middle, around 7 or 8, had a fair face and 2 small tiger teeth when he smiled. His name was Lele. Standing behind them were their parents, Yishan and Lin Lin, who are Yilingwei's older brother and sister-in-law. Yishan, as expected, had a typical square face, dressed in a military uniform, looking heroic and confident, clearly from the same family as their uncle. Lin Lin looked about 30, with a beautiful oval face and big eyes, carrying a unique classical beauty, but her aura was a bit cold. Hello, big brother. Hello, sister-in-law. Yilingwei stood up and greeted Yishan and Lin Lin with a smile. Hello, little sister. Welcome home. Yishan tried to smile more gently and sincerely. Hello. Lin Lin's response was simple and emotionless. Although polite and courteous, she seemed a bit distant. But everyone has their own personality. It's said that everyone is different. Yilingwei didn't think much of it. If they got along well, she would visit more. If not, she could just keep a distance later. Vivi, in our Yi family, the children are ranked by age, not by whether they belong to your family or mine. So even though He-go and Wu-yang are my second and third sons, among the same generation in the Yi family, they are third and fifth. You can call them third brother and fifth brother usually. This is Rue, your third brother's child and his wife's family. Although I know Lin Lin has always been like this, Su Jingyi feels a bit uncomfortable now, so she quickly changes the subject. As the eldest daughter-in-law, she is good in character and capable at work, but her personality is a bit cold. She is somewhat proud, which can make her seem difficult to get along with. Vivi, hello. I am second sister-in-law. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I fell in love with you at first sight and am completely captivated. I want to spend more time with you in the future. Maybe I'll become more beautiful too. Hello, second sister-in-law. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Also, you are the most beautiful and best figure I've ever seen. This isn't just polite talk from Yilingwei. Zhao Jiaqing is genuinely very beautiful. Her small face is smiling like a flower, and her hair is tied in a loose bun at the back. Probably because she has been practicing dance for many years, her legs are slim and straight, truly fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged. Stop complimenting each other. It's my honor to have wives and sisters as beautiful as you. He looks a bit headache as Zhao Jiaqing starts to fangirl again. He really doesn't understand his wife's thoughts. She is already very pretty herself. But whenever she sees a beautiful woman, she just can't help but be drawn to her. Second brother, hello. Seeing Yi looking helpless, Yilingwei also smiles. Vivi, come quickly and meet your second uncle.
Yilingwei over to Zentai.
The man is dressed in a well-fitting Zhongshan suit in his 50s. He doesn't look as grand as the eldest uncle, but he still appears energetic. He has sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, lips slightly pressed, and deep eyes that give an unreadable feeling. Hello, second uncle. Yes, hello. From now on, just settle in at home. If you need help, just tell me. Okay, thank you. Yilingwei nods and thanks him. Go ahead and chat. I'll check how the food preparation is going. Su Jingyi stands up and heads to the kitchen. Little aunt, let's go out and play. Little sister, hurry up. Drive us somewhere fun. Lael and Yi Weiyang's voices ring out at the same time. Seeing that there's nothing else to do, Yilingwei joins them and leaves. Second brother, what's wrong? Everyone's here, and it's almost time to eat. Why isn't your wife here yet? The old man looked at Yi Jintai with some displeasure and said, "Years ago, because of special reasons, Yi Jintai had to marry Wang Fong. But after so many years, Wang Fong has not improved at all. Instead, she has become more mean and greedy. Relying on having 2 sons, she flaunts herself in the Yi family and doesn't care for her children. If they hadn't taken the 2 kids away early to live with the elderly couple, she might have spoiled them completely. Just look at Yi Hao raised by her, and you can see the result." "Dad, don't be angry. She should be here very soon," Yi Jintai said weakly, hanging his head. You've lived most of your life, and besides working diligently, your life is a mess," the old man said angrily. "You don't take care of the children, and your marriage isn't good either. You shouldn't have listened to others back then. Even if it meant giving up your future and career, you shouldn't have compromised." The old man gets angry just thinking about it. He didn't expect that although the Yi family members behave properly, they are still taken advantage of by scheming people.
"Dad, it's my fault.
I wasn't careful enough, and I gave others a chance. Now it's too late to say anything," Yi Jintai replied. You're too cautious, which has hurt yourself and also caused trouble for the 2 children, the old man said. "If only you had been a little braver back then, with the courage to fight to the end, you wouldn't have been controlled by a petty person."
Ye Zhangguo also disliked Ye Zhantai's attitude.
His work performance is indeed impeccable, talented, responsible, and willing to take responsibility. But he cares too much about his reputation and is overly cautious, which makes him indecisive when handling personal matters. He doesn't realize that sometimes hesitation only leads to chaos. "Oh, everyone's here, huh? Where's our young lady, the eldest daughter?" At this moment, a sharp female voice suddenly came from outside, accompanied by the sound of heels clicking on the floor, coming closer and closer. "Is that girl still not here?" I said. "She's really putting on the airs of a young lady, making all the elders wait for her." A woman dressed in a pink cheongsam with bright red lipstick walked over, twisting her waist. Her attire and glamorous makeup didn't match her age of over 50. "Wang Fong, if you can't speak properly, just leave. Don't embarrass yourself here." Yi Jintai, scolded by the old man and his older brother, felt even more annoyed after hearing Wang Fong's words. "Oh dear, everyone listen up. Who is the one making a fool of themselves? I am not the one lacking manners or proper upbringing. However, she is just a girl from the countryside. I heard she grew up with an old bachelor, so it's normal if she hasn't been taught well." Already feeling unhappy, Wang Fong was pushed further by Yi Jintai's words and revealed her sharp, mean nature. "Wang Fong, what nonsense are you talking? Do you even act like an elder?" Seeing Wang Fong speak so freely in front of everyone, the old man was so angry he slammed the table hard. "Second sister-in-law, I used to call you that out of respect for my second brother, but don't think too highly of yourself. I know very well whether my daughter is well-mannered, and everyone can see whether you are well-mannered too." From the moment Wang Fong entered and said those words, Yi Shinmin couldn't hold back his anger. Yi Lingwei is the weakness of his life. She is his everything. No one is allowed to insult or hurt his daughter. That is his bottom line. No one can cross it. Wang Fong, apologize to Jinmin right now. Under Yi Jintai's calm voice, his suppressed anger and shame were obvious. "Look at how excited you all are. I really don't know what kind of spell that girl cast on you, making you all side with her. She's just a girl, after all. Soon she will get married anyway. And you went to so much trouble to hold a family feast just for her? Back when I married into this family, none of you came, not even a wedding ceremony. I never expected a village girl to be so clever." Yes, when Wang Fong got married years ago, due to special reasons, there was no wedding celebration. And on her wedding day, none of the Yi family members showed up, except Yi Jintai. Wang Fong has always held a grudge about this. So when she found out that the old man had called all the Yi family members back to hold a family feast for Yi Lingwei, her long-standing dissatisfaction exploded. Wang Fong had already planned to cause a big scene today, making chaos and turning everything upside down. Since she was unhappy, no one else could be happy either. After all, The marriage had been decades ago, with children and grandchildren now. Yi Jintai wouldn't divorce her. Since she had already established her place in the Yi family, why should she keep enduring? It's just a girl she just recently took in, an unworthy girl, and she could bully her however she wanted. Second sister, if you can't make her be quiet, then just leave with her. Don't bother me anymore. The old man pointed at Yi Jintai with his finger and scolded him angrily.
Sorry, Dad.
I'll take her away right now. Third brother, it's not second brother's fault. He's only caught up in this because of his niece. Yi Jintai forced down his anger, bowed deeply to the old man and Yi Linmin. Then he turned to Wang Fong, his face cold with icy anger. He said nothing and pulled Wang Fong toward the door. But Wang Fong refused to leave easily. She sat on the ground without caring about her image, patted her thigh, and shouted loudly, "Oh heavens, please open your eyes and see. For the sake of a troublemaker, this whole family is trying to kick out my great contribution." Seeing Wang Fong throwing a tantrum and rolling on the floor, all the men in the room looked furious, but didn't know what to do. Zhao Jiaqing, sitting nearby, saw that besides Wang Fong, only she and Lin Lin were women in the living room. Lin Lin just sat quietly, expressionless, seeming indifferent. Zhao Jiaqing quietly went to the kitchen and told Su Jingyi what was happening. Since even the old man couldn't control Wang Fong, she, as a younger person, had no way to handle her either. But she couldn't let things get worse, so she had to ask the mother-in-law to step in. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up." Su Jingyi knew Wang Fong was difficult to deal with, mean and jealous, so she usually avoided her. "Big sister-in-law, are you here just to laugh at me?" Wang Fong looked up contemptuously at Su Jingyi, sneering. "I know you're from a noble family and think highly of yourself. You look down on me all the time. Don't pretend to be kind now. Am I wrong to say this? I gave the Yi family 2 sons and raised a grandson. I may not have made great achievements, but I've worked hard. Now, because of some girl who appeared out of nowhere, the whole family is against me. She lost so many years, and now she's become dark and ugly, with a petty attitude. It makes me happy to see her like that."
Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, a round of applause interrupted Wang Fong's wild laughter. "Grandpa, where did you find this crazy woman to sing? And you know what? Her tantrum looks just like that of a village fool who's been mentally ill since childhood." Wang Fong looked at the girl standing in front of her, her youthful and beautiful face radiating charm. Her dress was clearly expensive, yet it perfectly made the girl look even more ethereal. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Fong realized that this unfamiliar girl was actually insulting her. "Young girl, who are you? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Fong now acted like a mad dog, biting whoever she could. "Whoever is sitting on the ground, just answer yes or no." Yi Lingwei looked down at Wang Fong with a disdainful gaze, mocking her bluntly. Wang Fong looked around and saw many people in the living room. They either glared at her angrily or looked at her with contempt. Even her son, Yi Chun, turned his head away as if embarrassed by her. Wang Fong quickly stood up, pointing her finger at Yi Lingwei's nose and shouting, "Who do you think you are? How did you get in here? Don't you know today is the Yi family's banquet? What right do you have to join? And you started insulting me as soon as you came in. Didn't your family teach you to respect elders?" Wang Fong naturally heard Yi Lingwei calling her grandpa, but in noble families, younger members often use such terms for elders. She wrongly assumed Yi Lingwei was a young lady from some noble family, so she didn't think much of it. "Respect elders? You? I don't know you, and I've never heard of you." Yi Lingwei grabbed Wang Fong's pointing finger gently and flexed it back. That hurts so much. Let go of me quickly." Wang Fong's face twitched with pain. She tried to pull her finger free, but couldn't. Yi Lingwei didn't seem to use much strength, but the pain was so intense it felt like her bones might break. "I hate it when people point at me with their fingers. If you dare do it again, I'll break whichever finger you use." Yi Lingwei looked at Wang Fong coldly, as if she were looking at a clown. In fact, shortly after Wang Fong started causing trouble, Yi Lingwei had returned but was standing at the door, not entering. She had wanted to see a good show, but didn't expect herself to be the main character. Yi Zentai, you good for nothing. Are you just going to watch your wife be bullied and do nothing? Are you even a man? Seeing Yi Lingwei let go, Wang Fong, afraid to provoke her further, turned her anger back onto Yi Zentai and the others in the Yi family. I am a proper wife of the Yi family now. Yet, on my own land, I am being insulted and bullied by younger family members. Your entire family is gathered here, and not one person steps forward to help. You are all useless. I believe the Yi family will eventually fall because of you. Since the brothers of the Yi family work in different cities, we rarely see each other in a year. Even when we do meet, everyone is too lazy to argue with Wang Fong. This gave Wang Fong the false idea that she has control over the Yi family, so she can act recklessly. Mom, can you please be quiet and stop acting crazy? Yi Chen sees everyone's face turning pale with anger and knows that his mother has offended all the members of the Yi family. Yi Chen, you ungrateful person, I am your mother. How can you say I am crazy? I gave birth to you. You don't help me, but help others. You really are an ungrateful wolf. Wang Fong, exhausted from yelling, slaps Yi Chen hard a few times. Her eyes are filled with disgust, with no motherly love. You were born by me, but you weren't raised by me. It was Grandpa and Grandma who raised me, the Yi family members. If you can't tell right from wrong, then go ahead and act crazy. I don't want to bother with you. Seeing Wang Fong's disgusted look, Yi Chen's heart still aches. His eyes turn red as he runs outside. Nana, Yi Yuan and Yi Fan teamed up to bully me. Please help me get revenge and beat them up. At that moment, Yi Hao runs in crying. Grandma, don't cry. Tell me how they bullied you. I'll go help you fight back. Wang Fong doesn't even look at Yi Chen as he leaves. She quickly hugs the crying Yi Hao in her arms. Yi Yuan, Yi Fan, and Yi Yi all had beautiful stones, given by their little aunt. I also want one, but they won't give me. Instead, they teamed up to hit me. Yi Hao cries as he explains the situation roughly. Great, this is too much. Grandma will go fight back now. Wang Fong is about to leave when a calm, steady child's voice sounds. Yi Hao is lying. Yi Hao saw the pretty stones given by our little aunt and asked for them. We didn't give him any. He then tried to take Rui's brother's stones and pushed his brother to the ground. Lu and Lu went to help and got the stones back after helping their brother up. We didn't hit him at all. He just didn't get any advantage and came back crying to complain. Yi Hao saw Yi Yuan expose him and avoided speaking. Yi Hao, come here. Tell me the truth. Did you lie? Yi Zhentai pulled Yi Hao forward and asked sternly. I lied. Facing Yi Zhentai, Yi Hao didn't dare to deny and could only admit quietly. Why are you so angry? If the kids lied, what's the big deal? Who told them not to give the stuff to Yi Hao willingly?
Dabao, we don't care about that.
It's just a few broken stones. Such a country bumpkin, born to scratch a living from the dirt, using broken stones as gifts? That's hilarious.
Ha ha ha.
Wang Fong found this so funny. Yi Lingwei had been a village girl for nearly 20 years. Even now, back at the Yi family, she was still petty and unrefined, not fitting for the occasion. Dabao, don't call her little aunt anymore. She's not worthy. With her embarrassing behavior, she'll just make people laugh if you take her out. Seeing Wang Fong's arrogant attitude, Yi Lingwei didn't want to argue with her like a mad dog, but her constant barking was really annoying. Smack! Smack! 2 loud slaps sounded, and Wang Fong cried out in disbelief. Little brat, how dare you hit me? Wang Fong covered her sore cheek with both hands, her eyes filled with ongoing hatred. I already hit you, and you're still asking if I dare? Are you crazy? Yi Lingwei took a tissue and wiped her hand that had just hit Wang Fong, as if it was dirty. I didn't say anything to you. Why are you hitting me? Wang Fong was naturally timid and afraid of the strong. Over the years at the Yi family, no matter how much she caused trouble, she was tolerated because of Yi Feng and Yi Chen, and she believed in the principle of speaking instead of fighting. The Yi family members never laid a finger on her, which made her more and more arrogant. Now, with Yi Lingwei, who would fight back at the slightest provocation, Wang Fong felt a bit scared and fearful.
Why?
Because you're rude. Because you keep insulting me. Yi Lingwei threw the tissue into the trash and didn't even look at Wang Fong. You? I was insulting Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhanmin's daughter. What does that have to do with you? How ran? Tell this crazy woman who I am. Seeing that Wang Fong still didn't understand the situation, Yi Lingwei decided to kindly remind her. You are my little aunt, the most beautiful and kindest little aunt in the world.
Ye Yuan deliberately shouted loud.
Because he really liked Yi Lingwei, and just now he heard Wang Fong constantly belittling and insulting her, he felt very angry. Stinky boy, what did you say? That she's your little aunt? No way. You must be mistaken. How could she be your little aunt? That's not right. You must be lying to me. Wang Fong kept looking at Yi Lingwei over and over again. She simply couldn't believe that the extremely beautiful girl in front of her was Yi Lingwei. Wasn't Yi Lingwei kidnapped into the mountains? Shouldn't she be dark and ugly? Shouldn't she lower her head and look timid and shy, afraid to see people? This girl in front of her has a good appearance and demeanor, and she exudes confidence. She looks like a wealthy young lady raised in a big family. How could she possibly be that useless girl Yi Lingwei? So, she must have heard wrong. Yes, that's it. It must be Yi Yuan deliberately lying to her.
Impossible.
How could you be that useless girl? But both of you are equally annoying. Yi Yuan, you stinky boy. How dare you deceive me? Just wait. I'll beat you to death. After trying to convince herself, Wang Fong wanted to hit Yi Yuan to vent her anger. But unexpectedly, Yi Lingwei was quicker and grabbed her wrist first. Are you planning to hit me again? Wang Fong had already been hit twice by Yi Lingwei, and she was surprisingly strong. She was a bit scared now. Vivi, how can you hit your second aunt? Let go of her quickly. Before Yi Lingwei could speak, a pretentious voice sounded. Two girls entered the room, White Ruolin and Su Jieyue, and the person speaking was White Ruolin. I've never seen someone so arrogant, even when acting as a lover. Su Jieyue was furious when she saw Yi Lingwei. Last time she asked someone to deal with her, she spent a lot of money but didn't even touch a strand of Yi Lingwei's hair, and she almost got involved herself. Fortunately, White Ruolin stepped in front, but maybe because she was afraid of the Su family's power, she ultimately didn't get harmed. Seeing White Ruolin, Yi Lingwei was stunned for a moment, and Wang Fong took the opportunity to break free. For over a month, Yi Lingwei has been busy stockpiling supplies and fixing her space, so she has completely forgotten Bai Ruolin. Now, seeing Bai Ruolin, she suddenly remembers those little troublemakers. Because she has been busy, she hasn't had time to meet them. She checks her phone and sees many missed calls and a few emails. Yi Lingwei opens the emails and finds some private photos of Bai Ruolin along with a message. If you want more photos and videos, bring money to the underground parking lot of the shopping center. Ha! Well done, very impressive. Seeing that Yi Lingwei ignores them and is instead focused on her phone, Bai Ruolin and Su Jieyue feel ignored and humiliated. Wei Wei, I know that last time at the shopping center, I caught you and my uncle doing something which made you feel embarrassed. But even so, you shouldn't come to the Yi family to cause trouble. To put it nicely, you're someone else's lover. To be blunt, you're just a man's plaything, discarded once he's tired of you. Watching Yi Lingwei's dress and her increasingly beautiful face, Bai Ruolin is filled with jealousy. Why did the thugs sent to ruin Yi Lingwei end up humiliating her instead? And Yi Lingwei remains unharmed. Fortunately, from today's situation, it seems Yi Lingwei has been abandoned by Yi Zhanmin. That's probably why she came to cause trouble during the family banquet. Bai Ruolin, stop spreading lies here. Today is the Yi family's banquet. You, an outsider, are not supposed to be here.
Who allowed you in?
Hearing them insult and belittle Yi Lingwei, Yi Zhanmin really wants to tear their heads off and throw them down the mountain if he doesn't want to ruin his daughter's party. Uncle, I am your real niece. How can you say such things about me just because of this shameless woman? Or are you really planning to marry her? How can you be so unfaithful to my aunt and my lost cousin? Bai Ruolin lifts her head and looks at Yi Zhanmin. tears brimming in her stubborn eyes, as if they might fall but don't, making her look especially pitiful. Since Yi Jinmin is unkind, she won't hold back anymore. Today, she must tear off his mask and make him feel what it's like to lose face in front of everyone. Bai Ruolin believes she has found a handle on Yi Jinmin and Yi Lingwei, thinking she can use it to get revenge. A wave of satisfaction crosses her mind. Oh, I thought you were from a big family or something. I didn't expect her to be Yi Jinmin's lover. Such shamelessness. I really overestimated you before. Wang Fan couldn't believe that Yi Lingwei was Yi Jinmin's long-lost daughter. Now, with Bai Ruolin's words, she thought she had uncovered a big secret. Don't you know? Today is the day for Yi Jinmin's royal daughter's family reunion. She must be about your age. To think he found such a big daughter out of nowhere. Your stepmother really struck it rich.
Ha ha ha.
Wang Fang opened her mouth wide and laughed loudly, leaning back and forth. Wang Fang, shut up. Auntie, what are you saying? Wei Wei is clearly third uncle's daughter. Yi Jintai and Zhao Jiaqing's voices almost spoke at the same time. Not only Zhao Jiaqing couldn't understand, but all the Yi family members present were confused. Yi Lingwei is Yi Jinmin's daughter. This is a confirmed fact. Why does Wang Fang refuse to believe it? She is ruining a good family gathering. Now, two troublemakers suddenly appeared, making the scene even more chaotic. What are you saying? Whose daughter is Wei Wei? Bai Ruolin stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Jiaqing's arm, stared with bloodshot eyes, and loudly questioned. Bai Ruolin, stop acting crazy here. Who I am the daughter of is none of your business. And I told you not to call me Wei Wei anymore, or I'll break your legs. You really don't learn, do you? Yi Lingwei yanked Bai Ruolin's hand off Zhao Jiaqing's arm, then suddenly forcefully threw her to the ground. Wei Wei is my daughter. You remember that. If you dare speak nonsense or curse in front of me again, I won't forgive you. Yi Jinmin pointed at Wang Fang, Bai Ruolin, and Su Jiue one by one, his eyes cold and fierce. In Yi Jinmin's eyes, Wang Fang saw a murderous rage, and she was so scared she immediately lowered her head. Even if she didn't want to believe this fact anymore, she didn't dare say anything. No, I don't believe it. This is impossible. Yi Jinmin's words were like a bomb in Bai Ruolin's mind, destroying her years of illusions and greed. She collapsed to the ground, shouting loudly with a hoarse voice. Yi Lingwei, you shameless girl born without a mother. You should live a hard and poor life, forever following me around like a little shadow. How could you possibly be Yi Jinmin's daughter? The Yi family only has one girl, and that is me, Bai Ruolin. When Bai Ruolin kept insulting Yi Lingwei again, Yi Jinmin wanted to step forward, but was gently blocked by Yi Lingwei. Revenge is better when you do it yourself. Yi Lingwei crouched down, reached out, and grabbed Bai Ruolin's neck, lifting her into the air. Bai Ruolin was already small and delicate. Now, lifted into the air by Yi Lingwei, her feet were completely off the ground. Yi Lingwei was surprisingly strong. Even if Bai Ruolin used all her strength, she couldn't break free from Yi Lingwei's grip and had no way to fight back. The feeling of suffocation, as if facing death, made her very scared. She kicked her legs wildly and struggled hard. Bai Ruolin, you're really asking for trouble. Are you in such a hurry to die and go to heaven? Yi Lingwei looked at Bai Ruolin with a blank face, trying to suppress her murderous intent. Yi Lingwei, haven't you seen that Lin Lin's face is turning red? Quickly let go. Do you want to kill Lin Lin? Su Jiue saw Bai Ruolin was about to give out and tried to pull Yi Lingwei away.
Bang. Ouch.
That hurts so much. Yi Lingwei kicked Su Jiue far away, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Yes, I want to kill her.
So?
Do you want to go with her? Hearing Yi Lingwei's cold words, Su Jiue was so frightened she quickly shut her mouth and dared not lift her head. Vivi, give her to Dad. Dad, we'll handle it. Don't dirty your hands. If you want her dead, I promise she won't see tomorrow's sun. Since the last time, Yi Jinmin noticed that whenever he saw Bai Ruolin, Yi Lingwei's emotions became very intense, and the hatred in her eyes seemed almost tangible. If killing Bai Wolin was what Yi Lingwei wanted, he didn't mind taking action himself. No need, I want to do it myself. Bai Wolin, hold on to your life. I will come to take it myself. Just as Bai Wolin was rolling her eyes and about to faint, Yi Lingwei suddenly released her hand. Bai Wolin fell heavily to the ground, clutching her neck and gasping for air. She was sure she saw correctly. Yi Lingwei really wanted to kill her. Having narrowly escaped death, Bai Wolin didn't understand why Yi Lingwei harbored such intense malice toward her. Could it be that Yi Lingwei found out the truth about her kidnapping years ago? That couldn't be. That matter was only known by her and her mother. No one else knew about it. Also, how did Yi Lingwei return to the Yi family? They had only been on vacation for a little over a month, yet everything seemed completely out of her control. Could it be that during their last meeting, Yi Lingwei already acknowledged Yi Jinmin as her father? Has she worked so hard for years only to end up back at the starting point? Would she then become a joke? No. Since Yi Lingwei wants to harm her, she must take the initiative first. She blames herself for being too young and kind-hearted back then, only selling Yi Lingwei without eliminating her completely, which brought her so much trouble now. At this moment, Bai Wolin thought of many things, but her resentment and anger ultimately took over. Vivi, if you really are Big Aunt's daughter, then I am your real older cousin. This is truly a case of the water rushing into the Dragon King's temple, family members not recognizing each other. It's so wonderful that you're back. I'm so happy. From now on, we'll be the closest sisters. I will take good care of you. Bai Wolin hid her hatred in her eyes and looked sincerely at Yi Lingwei, seeming genuinely happy for her return home. All the grievances and humiliation she suffered today, she planned to settle with Yi Lingwei once she left. She would make sure Yi Lingwei paid dearly. Bai Wolin, who do you think you are to be my sister? Do you deserve it? I've warned you again and again not to call me Vivi, but you just wouldn't listen. Since you're so forgetful, I have no choice but to do it myself. Yi Lingwei finished speaking with a cold smile and stepped on Bai Wolin's lower leg. A sharp sound like a bone breaking echoed.
Ah!
Bai Wolin let out a painful scream, clutching her injured leg and rolling on the ground. The intense pain made her lips turn pale, cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her body twitched uncontrollably. Vivi, that was too fierce. Zhao Jiaqing was so frightened he covered his eyes with his hand, but couldn't help peeking through his fingers. But it's really cool. I like it. Hearing his wife mumbling, Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. When Wang Fong caused trouble, he felt impatient, but because she was an elder woman, he didn't dare interfere. As for Bai Wolin, they had disliked her since they were very young. At that time, Bai Ruolin actually wanted to replace Wei Wei in the Yi family. It was truly a foolish dream. If it were up to him, he would have told Wei Wei that as soon as Bai Ruolin entered, she should be beaten and thrown out. Now, there's no need to listen to her crying and wailing here. Yes, Wei Wei truly is a member of our Yi family, full of spirit. Yi Zhenghua expressed strong approval of Yi Lingwei's actions. Of course, just look at who Wei Wei's grandmother is. The old master was proud and didn't forget to criticize someone secretly. Unlike some people who take forever to do things and never handle matters clearly after so many years. Yi Zhentai didn't speak. He always thought carefully before acting and never lived recklessly according to his own wishes. Wang Fong was already trembling with fear from Yi Lingwei's fierce attitude. Hearing that the Yi family not only didn't blame Yi Lingwei's rashness and cruelty, but even praised her, was simply beyond her limits. Wang Fong felt that compared to the Yi family, she was just pretending to be crazy, but the Yi family was truly crazy. Fortunately, she was Yi Zhentai's wife. Otherwise, based on what she said about Yi Lingwei, her fate would be much worse than Bai Ruolin's. From now on, she must stay far away from this crazy Yi Lingwei. Thinking of this, Wang Fong quickly patted her chest and lowered her head even more. Yi Shan naturally agreed with Yi Zhenggua's view, feeling that Yi Lingwei, his sister, suited his taste. Sitting beside him, Lin Lin looked up and frowned slightly, seeming to disapprove of Yi Lingwei's behavior. But she usually didn't like to interfere in others' affairs, so even if she was unhappy, she wouldn't say much. Su Jing-yi was even more so. She had always treated Yi Lingwei as her own daughter and loved her dearly. The slander from Wang Fong and Bai Ruolin had already made her furious. But due to her status and manners, she had never cursed anyone or raised her hand to hit someone. She couldn't speak harsh words or physically act, so she could only be angry and frustrated inside. Now, Wei Wei's kick finally let her vent her anger. Don't talk to her about doctor's compassion. Although she had been a doctor all her life, she still had her basic sense of right and wrong. Helping a kind person or a good person was an act of virtue. Helping a malicious person or a bad person was aiding evil. Su Jiyue, if you don't want to follow Bai Ruolin's bad example, stay away from her in the future. And don't keep having bad ideas, or next time, I won't be so easy to deal with. Su Jiyue was suddenly called by Yi Lingwei's name, which startled her and made her shiver. She quickly nodded and said, I promise I will cut all ties with her and never contact her again. Also, I didn't mean to retaliate against you. Su Jiyue wasn't stupid. Yi Lingwei was the only daughter of the Yi family and very fierce. She wouldn't dare to have any bad thoughts now. It was Bai Ruolin's fault. Because she hadn't married into the Yi family yet, she had already offended Yi Chen's sister, which caused her to be disliked by the elders of the Yi family. Yi Lingwei admitted she had softened towards Su Jiyue because she remembered how, in her past life, she was also deceived and used by Bai Ruolin, becoming her tool. Plus, she and Su Jiyue didn't have deep hatred. They had conflicts, but it wasn't worth dying over. However, if Su Jiyue didn't know her place and dared to provoke her, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Since you brought her here, you can take her away together. Hurry up and leave, so I won't regret it later. Make sure to shut her mouth. Yes, I will take her away immediately. Bai Ruolin was already too hurt to struggle and kept moaning. Su Jiyue crawled to Bai Ruolin's side, found a cloth to stuff into her mouth, grabbed one of her arms, and dragged her outside. Yi Lingwei looked at the two struggling figures, but she didn't feel any happiness. This was just a small appetizer. The end of the world hadn't come yet, and the real game hadn't started. Bai Ruolin, you better live well, because there will be even more painful days ahead. Just enjoy it slowly. Manager Wang, from now on, Bai Ruolin and Su Jiyue are not allowed to step into the Yi family again. And you, handle today's matter, clean up the mess, and don't cause trouble for the young lady. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will take care of it immediately. The old master called Manager Wang over and gave him detailed instructions. Then, he looked around the living room at everyone, understanding each person's expression and thoughts. Whatever you think about today's matter, I hope you won't discuss it too much. Don't let this get out. If there are any rumors outside, as long as I find out who started it, I won't forgive them. At this point, the old master looked at Wang Fong for a long time as a warning. Although Wang Fong was unhappy about the old master's indulgence of Yi Lingwei in her heart, she dared not show it now. Today's matter is mainly Vivi's own issue. How she handles it is her decision, and others have no say. Moreover, as Vivi's grandfather, I think she did very well. People in the world need to show some strength. You shouldn't be happy and clap when others step on you. If someone sells you out, you shouldn't be counting money for them. That's not kindness, it's weakness and foolishness. The old man's words clearly show he's protecting Yi Lingwei and also reveal his stance. My daughter is my bottom line. Anyone who tries to cross it must first leave their life behind. I don't care how outsiders judge Vivi. That's not important. I will always stand with my daughter. Even if one day she has to do something bad, I will be the one handing her the tool. Wang Fong felt the cold gaze from Yi Jinmin on her, making her feel uneasy and tremble. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Because of me, I disturbed everyone's mood. Dear elders, I apologize. Second uncle, if you think I disrespect elders or blame me, I accept it. But I don't think I did anything wrong, and I don't agree with Wang Fong as an elder. Yi Lingwei bowed to the old man, then looked at everyone in the Yi family, especially Yi Jintai. She knew her actions today might seem extreme to some, but she didn't regret it. In this life, she is in charge of her own life. She doesn't care what others think and has no right to interfere. Vivi, the mistake is others, not you.
You don't need to apologize to Grandpa.
In Grandpa's heart, you will always be my most precious and closest granddaughter. The old man stood up, affectionately patting Yilingwei's head, telling her not to worry. Vivi, Wang Feng's matter is because second uncle involved you. It's not your fault. Yi Zhentai didn't think Yilingwei did anything wrong. The problem started with him and Wang Feng, and only then did it affect Yilingwei. Wang Feng was about to speak when a few children ran in and interrupted her. Mom, look. This is my little ant stone. Isn't it pretty? Rue ran excitedly to Zhao Jiaqing, showing off the stone he was holding. Grandma, look. I have one too, and my brother has one. Do you think it's beautiful? Lele quickly followed and came to Su Jingyi's side. He forcefully raised the stone in his hand, trying to make Su Jingyi see it more clearly. Lele didn't look for Lin Lin because his mother was always cold and not fun at all. Also, he and his brother were raised by their grandmother, so they were closer to Su Jingyi than to Lin Lin. It's just a few broken stones. What's so interesting about them? Wang Feng still kept her head down. When she heard the children's words, she only dared to whisper quietly. Oh my gosh, this is... Zhao Jiaqi picked up the stone in Rui's arms and looked at it carefully again and again, her eyes wide with surprise. My little ancestor. Quickly give the stone to Grandma. If it gets broken, it will be a big loss. Su Jingyi, usually elegant and graceful, also became unsettled after seeing the stone Lele was holding. She hurriedly took the stone from Lele's hand, holding it carefully as if it were a rare treasure. Everyone can really pretend. It's just a few broken stones. Why make such a fuss? Wang Feng finally couldn't hold back. She looked up and glanced over. It's so green, it looks fake. They really know how to fool kids. Actually, at first glance, this fake stone looks quite like jade. Could it be made of glass? You should be more careful. If it falls and breaks on the ground, the glass shards could hurt the kids. Wang Feng covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes full of schadenfreude. Maybe you should say less, or you'll be laughed at. Is that glass? That clearly looks like jade, especially top quality and rare, imperial green jade. Don't you have any sense? Do you think others are as stupid as you? Yi Zhentai really didn't understand how Wang Feng's brain worked. Was her mind full of water? She just got scared a moment ago, and now, after a short while, she's causing trouble again.
What did you say?
Those broken stones are actually imperial green jade? No way. How does Yilingwei have so much imperial green jade? Wang Feng saw that Yi Yuan, Yi Fan, and Yi Yi brought over 3 stones, all about the size of a football. She thought if all of these are imperial green jade, how much would they be worth? She still remembered that shortly after she married Yi Zhentai, she accidentally discovered her mother-in-law had a set of ancestral jade jewelry, made of emerald. Although the emerald is not as rare or precious as the imperial green, just seeing it once left me deeply impressed. Its smooth texture, rich green color, and exquisite setting all showed its nobility and grandeur. Since then, I have been thinking about it for many years, even directly asking my mother-in-law for it. However, she clearly refused. She said that the jewelry was her mother's inheritance, a family heirloom, not belonging to the Yi family. Moreover, it was passed only to daughters, not sons, so she planned to give it to her daughter, or if she had no daughter, to her granddaughter. Wang Feng found this very funny. To her, daughters are just a burden. Once married, they are like water spilled on the ground. Who in the world would be so foolish as to give family heirlooms to daughters but not to sons? Besides, since the old lady had married into the Yi family, she was part of the Yi family, so her heirlooms naturally became Yi family heirlooms. Wang Feng thought the old lady just didn't want to give it to her, so she made up many excuses. Unfortunately, the Yi family was like a monastery that only had boys, not girls. Wang Feng even mocked the old lady several times about this. Later, the birth of Yi Lingwei finally shattered Wang Feng's illusions. The favoritism shown by the old lady and the Yi family towards Yi Lingwei was beyond her understanding. Whatever Yi Lingwei wanted, she got. If she wanted stars, she wouldn't get the moon. At this rate, the old lady might really pass the jewelry set to Yi Lingwei. All these things added up, making Wang Fong more and more jealous and resentful of Yi Lingwei. Until later, when Yi Lingwei went missing and the old lady passed away, Wang Fong felt her chance had come again. She quickly asked the old man for the jewelry set, but unexpectedly, he still refused. He clearly told her that the jewelry was left to Yi Lingwei by her grandmother. Once Yi Lingwei was found, he would give it to her immediately, so she shouldn't keep thinking about it. At that moment, Wang Fong was so angry, she wished Yi Lingwei would die outside. Even when someone offered millions of yuan to buy it later, the old man didn't budge and kept it until now. Thinking of this, a terrifying idea suddenly crossed Wang Fong's mind. Could it be that the old man already gave the jewelry to Yi Lingwei? If so, all her years of longing would be for nothing. No way. Absolutely not. Even if it had already been given to Yi Lingwei, she must get it back. Yi Lingwei was just a burden. She would marry sooner or later, so what right did she have to the Yi family's heirloom? How is that impossible? This piece of jade is nothing special. Yi Wei has many good things. Yi Zhenen's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Wang Fong's thoughts. He saw Yi Zhenen and Yi Wuyang walking in from outside, each carrying a large box. Come, everyone, take a look and see what this is. Yi Zhenen placed the box on the ground. When everyone saw what was inside, the living room instantly fell silent. They all widened their eyes, faces full of disbelief. These are imperial green jadeite. A gasp broke the silence. Yes, these are the gifts Vivi gave us to meet.
예전한 시밀렛 하필.
Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, he felt proud. He had handled much larger and more valuable top-quality jadeite before, but these were specially kept by Yi Lingwei. Although the pieces weren't very big, their quality was definitely top-grade. Zhenen, is this what you and Vivi have collected over the past month from the major jade markets? The old man picked up a piece of jade and looked at it, nodding in approval. It was indeed the top-grade imperial green. Jade markets? You guys actually went to gamble on jade? No wonder you have so much jade. Vivi must have bought it at high prices from the jade markets, right? Thinking about how much money it would take to buy so much imperial green, Wang Fong felt distressed. How much must that have cost? But she didn't think carefully. Imperial green is rare and hard to find. It's priceless. How could Vivi have easily bought so much? Unexpectedly, at such a young age, you're not learning well. You just came out of the mountains and started gambling on jade. You're such a spoiled child. Tell me, how much did you spend? Where did the money come from? Whenever Wang Fong thought about the value of these jade pieces, which was beyond measure, she felt heartbroken and lost her reason. She sternly questioned Yi Lingwei. What's wrong with me gambling on jade? None of your business. How I spend my money has nothing to do with you. Where the money came from, do you have the right to ask? Anyway, it definitely wasn't given to me by you.
예 링웨이 스미렛.
Wang Fong was truly relentless, always trying to interfere. Yi Lingwei, you have no manners. You disrespect your elders. After being repeatedly criticized by Yi Lingwei, Wang Fong was so angry her head was about to smoke. Elder? Who are you to be my elder? Are you in charge of what I eat? Or what I drink? I haven't asked you to control anything. Why are you acting so bossy?
Ha ha ha.
Hearing Yi Lingwei's words, Zhao Jiaqing had been holding back her laughter all along. Yi Zhenen and Yi Wuyang laughed out loud without any hesitation. I'm not going to argue with you here. Anyway, you are not allowed to spend Yi Zhenmin's money anymore. All of Yi Zhenmin's earnings belong to the Yi family. You're just a girl who will marry someday and is a burden. What right do you have to spend his money? Wang Fong, when did my money become part of the Yi family? And my daughter spending my money? She needs your approval? Yi Zhenmin was about to laugh from anger when he saw how greedy and foolish Wang Fong was. He had seen greed before and foolishness before, but never like Wang Fong, greedy and stupid at the same time. Of course, you don't have a son, so in the future, you'll have to rely on my grandson Yi how to take care of you. Any money and property you earn naturally belong to my grandson. Yi Lingwei can't take a single cent. Yi Lingwei, if you really care about your father, you should understand this. When she heard this, Wang Fong immediately straightened her back. No matter how much money Yi Jinmin had, without a son to inherit the family business, he would ultimately rely on her grandson to support her and live according to her face. You wicked woman, get out quickly. Uncle's money all belongs to me. At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly rushed out and charged at Yi Lingwei. Yi Lingwei quickly grabbed Yi Hao by the collar and lifted him into the air. Then Yi Hao started crying. You wicked woman. How dare you hit me? Grandma, come and save me. She hit me so hard. Everyone saw Yi Lingwei hitting Yi Hao's backside repeatedly, and from the sound, it was clear she used a lot of force. But this mischievous kid deserved to be hit. He often bullied other children, relying on Wang Fong's protection. Today, when these two met Yi Lingwei, they truly met their match. Yi Lingwei, put Yi Hao down quickly. He will be your family member in the future and your support. If you dare offend Yi Hao today, be careful you won't have a good future. Wang Fong, having seen how fierce Yi Lingwei was, dared not step forward and could only threaten with words. Vivi, give Yi Hao to me. I'll deal with him. At this moment, Yi Zhentai suddenly spoke. Okay, just a mischievous kid. Even if Yi Lingwei hit him, she couldn't hold on to him forever. So she happily threw Yi Hao in front of Yi Zhentai. Grandpa, avenge me quickly. Beat this brat to death. Yi Hao thought he was saved and didn't notice Yi Zhentai's face growing darker and darker. Yi Hao, who taught you all these words? Of course, my grandma told me. What else did your grandma say? Yi Zhentai forced down his anger and asked slowly. She also said that Uncle San will have no children, no matter how much money he makes, and that everything will be mine in the future. A bad woman shouldn't come back to fight over the family property with me. It would have been better if she had died outside. Everyone present at the Yi family was shocked to hear Yi Hao's words. They couldn't believe Wang Fong was so greedy and mean. Yi Zhentai was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed a belt and whipped Yi Hao hard. I told you to stop swearing and disrespecting elders. I told you to stop being greedy and coveting others' things. I told you that at such a young age, you are lazy and can't tell right from wrong. If you don't realize your mistakes, I would rather beat you to death today. With each word, Yi Zhentai struck Yi Hao fiercely. Ah, it hurts so much. Grandma, help me. Yi Hao rolled on the ground, but he couldn't escape Yi Zhentai's belt. Yi Zhentai, are you crazy? Yi Hao didn't say anything wrong. It's all true. Yi Hao is your grandson. Do you want to kill him just to please others? Wang Fong tried to pull Yi Hao away. Wang Fong, if you dare come any closer, I will divorce you. I don't want this grandson anymore. You can take him away with you. Yi Zhentai looked coldly at Wang Fong. His desire to divorce had never been so strong. For many years, Yi Zhentai didn't mention divorce, not because he loved Wang Fong. On the contrary, he had been holding a grudge about what happened in the past and never forgave her. Even the birth of Yi Feng and Yi Qin was part of Wang Fong's schemes. Because his life had already been ruined by Wang Fong, he couldn't ruin his two children and let them grow up in a single-parent family. But at this moment, Yi Zhentai realized that his years of persistence might have been wrong. Wang Fong not only failed to fulfill her duties as a mother but also set her sights on his younger brother. Even their grandson Yi Hao was spoiled by her. What did you say? You want to divorce me? This was the first time Wang Fong heard the word divorce from Yi Zhentai. She knew Yi Zhentai never joked and always kept his promises. Their marriage was a scheme she devised. If she hadn't been pregnant back then, Yi Zhentai would never have married her. So, to secure her position in the Yi family, she carefully had another child, Yi Qin, after giving birth to Yi Feng. Wang Fong knew very well that if it weren't for the child, Yi Zhentai would have already abandoned her. Yes, I'm not serious. I know you're angry with Yi Hao. Yi Hao, hurry up and apologize to Grandpa. No matter what, Wang Fong would never divorce Yi Zhentai. She would never do that. All these years, thanks to the prestige of being Mrs. Yi, her parents and brother looked up to her, and she could show off outside. If she left Yi Zhentai, she would have nothing. She couldn't even return to her family, and her parents might be so angry they'd disown her. Grandpa, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. Knowing that Grandma couldn't help him, Yi Hao could only cry and beg for mercy. Tell me, what did you do wrong? I shouldn't have scolded my sister-in-law.
And?
I shouldn't have said that uncle earns all the money, and it's all mine. Good, you understand now. If I hear you say that again, I will definitely break your legs. I won't say it anymore. I promise I won't say it again. Yi Hao was so scared of Yi Zhentai's punishment that he quickly promised. I'll take Yi Hao home first to apply some medicine. Wang Fong was afraid Yi Zhentai would bring up divorce again, so she took the opportunity to leave after helping Yi Hao with his medicine. Now, let's start on the jade, 1 piece of emperor green each. Vivi said everyone here has one, except for those leaving. Just as Wang Fong was about to escape at the door, she heard Yi Zhen's words and almost stumbled and fell. Although her desire for the emperor green reached its peak, thinking of Yi Zhentai, Wang Fong forced herself to resist the urge to go back. After this period, she would settle the score with them properly. You can take the jade home and have it made into jewelry according to your wishes. Yi Zhen and carried a box around, letting everyone choose for themselves. I can't take it. It's too valuable. Although Zhao Jieqi's eyes kept fixed on the box, she had to refuse painfully. Vivi, you should keep it yourself. Your aunt hasn't had a chance to give you a gift yet, so it wouldn't be right to take yours. Su Jingyi naturally had prepared a gift, but she planned to give it privately to Yi Lingwei after the family feast. Yes, we, the men, definitely can't take it. You should keep it for yourself. If it's really too much, you could even sell it for money. Yi Shan and Yi He, rubbing their hands nervously, spoke shyly. Oh, just take it openly. Wei Wei has plenty. She doesn't need this. Women keep their own, and the men leave it for their wives and daughters. Yi Zhenin saw everyone feeling shy and handed each of them a piece. After Yi Zhenin finished distributing, he saw that each family member was holding a piece of bright green jade in their arms. Yi Lingwei couldn't help but laugh. Hearing her laughter, everyone looked at each other in confusion, then started laughing too. Everyone, this is so funny. Are we showing off by doing this? I don't know why, but it feels like winning a prize at school. Thanks to Wei Wei, we all became rich suddenly.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone there was happily laughing, except Wang Fong, who had already left. Let's start the meal and celebrate Wei Wei returning to the Yi family. The old man's words officially marked the beginning of the family feast. Because many people attended the feast, including men, women, old, and young, the old man considered that everyone has different tastes, so he asked the butler to arrange 3 types of food, Chinese, Western, and buffet, so everyone could choose freely. This family feast was mainly to let Yi Lingwei meet everyone and get to know them. Since it was just family gathering, it wasn't a formal banquet, so there were no strict rules. Just eat well and have fun. The Yi family members drank, laughed, and enjoyed themselves, creating a warm and happy scene. It seemed that the unpleasant events earlier in the morning were forgotten by everyone. Even Yi Zhentai and Yi Chen drank quite a lot, but neither called Wang Fong to come for the meal. After the feast, Yi Lingwei received many gifts, including thoughtful presents from Haoren, Lele, and Ruiwei. She saw that the old man and Yi Zhanmin protected her, and she also felt sincere kindness from Su Jingyi. Although Wang Fong was like a rat dropping, it was clear that the Yi family members generally got along well, with little scheming or fighting. Wei Wei, come with me, Yi Zhanmin called Yi Lingwei, who was playing with Haoren, saying the old man needed her. Okay. Haoren, little aunt has something to do, so I'll leave first. You can play with your brothers. Little auntie, you go ahead and busy yourself. I will watch over the younger brothers. Yes, our Haoren is really great. Petting Haoren's head, Yi Lingwei, along with Yi Zhenmin, headed toward the old man's study. The second floor is the old man's study and bedroom, which is his private space. Every day, only at specific times, a dedicated person comes to clean. Unless there's a special reason, no one usually goes up at other times. When they reached the door of the study, Yi Jinmin knocked first and said, "Dad, it's me. Come in." After hearing the old man's response, Yi Jinmin pushed open the door. Once Yi Lingwei entered, Yi Jinmin closed the door behind her and followed inside. "Grandpa, do you need something?" "Vivi, sit down first. Grandpa will tell you slowly." The old man was sitting in a solid wood chair in the study, brewing tea, and gestured for Yi Lingwei to sit beside him. Yi Jinmin naturally took the teacup and poured tea for both the old man and Yi Lingwei. "Vivi, your eldest uncle and second uncle can't stay at home long due to work. I wanted to buy some medicinal herbs from your dad to take to them. But your dad said this matter needs your approval. I have no objection. Besides, these herbs no longer belong to me, so I don't need to ask for my opinion." Hearing Yi Lingwei say this, the old man teased, "Your dad doesn't think so. He told me these herbs are just being temporarily kept for you, and they will be returned to you eventually. Without your permission, even if he sells them to me, that's not allowed. This unfilial son, once he has a daughter, he forgets his own father. Vivi, my life is so hard. I am truly pitiful." Seeing the old man's playful expression, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Jinmin had already turned his face away, seeming to avoid seeing the old man's embarrassing antics. "Third brother, what do you mean? Are you criticizing me?" "No. How could I dare criticize you, old man? You wouldn't have the guts." The old man glared at Yi Jinmin with a serious look, showing some of the sternness of a father. "Since Vivi has agreed, then quickly prepare 2 sets of each type of herb. Pack them separately. 1 set for your eldest brother and 1 for your second brother. Calculate the total cost at market price, and I will transfer the money directly to you." The old man looked very official and didn't think about asking Yi Jinmin to give the herbs directly to his 2 brothers. "Dad, isn't that a bit unfair?" Although the herbs were meant for his daughter, Yi Jinmin didn't want his father's money. He could pay for the herbs himself and could reimburse his daughter later. There's no need to feel guilty. Even brothers need to settle accounts honestly. This money isn't coming from the Yi family's public funds, nor is it my private money. I'll make sure your eldest and second brothers pay for it themselves. These herbs are very rare and expensive. Even if your brothers are rich, they won't find a place to buy them. All right, I will organize the herbs quickly and give them to you." At this moment, Yi Lingwei increasingly felt that the old man, as the head of the Yi family, was very open-minded and wise. Brothers and sisters should be united, friendly, and help each other. But this should be mutual. One side shouldn't always be the one to give. In a family with many children, parents should try to treat everyone fairly. Only then will the siblings get along well, and the family atmosphere will be more harmonious. Ring ring. A phone rang. Yi Lingwei picked it up and saw it was a call from Yi Zhenan. "Hello, little uncle. Wei Wei, where are you?" "I'm in Grandpa's study. Wait for me. I'll come right over." Right after hanging up, the old man said, "Your little uncle may not be very reliable, but he's not a bad person. And I see that he truly cares about you." "Yes, Grandpa, I know. I also think little uncle is very good. I like him a lot." Yi Lingwei took a sip of tea and smiled.
Who's praising me?
Such good judgment. Before she could put down her teacup, there was a loud crash. The door was pushed open, and Yi Zhenan stormed in like a gust of wind. "Hey, kid, can't you open the door properly? If you break my door, I won't hesitate to break your legs." The old man scowled and glared at Yi Zhenan, regretting that he had just spoken well of him in front of Yi Lingwei. "Dad, I was just in a hurry to see Wei Wei. I promise I won't hit the door again." After apologizing to the old man, Yi Zhenan pulled Yi Lingwei aside. "Wei Wei, I just received news that my people have sold all the jade." "Really, so fast? You're amazing." Yi Lingwei had previously thought that giving Yi Zhenan half a month was already a big favor. "I didn't expect that. In just 3 days, Yi Zhenan had sold all the jadeite. Of course, you should know who I am. I used all my connections at home and abroad to make sure our selling price wasn't pushed down too much." Yi Zhenan wasn't exaggerating about this. He didn't sleep for 2 days and nights to sell the jadeite quickly and avoid low offers. He was too curious. He really wanted to know why Yi Lingwei insisted on selling all the jadeite in such a short time. But Yi Zhenin had no idea what shocking secret Yi Lingwei was about to reveal. Vivi, now you can tell me the reason, right?
Now? Oh.
Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Zhenin, who was eager, and just wanted to tease him. Oh, my little auntie. Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me already. Yi Zhenin clasped his hands together, looking pitiful as he gazed at Yi Lingwei, begging. He wanted to know what secret Yi Lingwei was hiding as soon as possible. It took Yi Zhenin a lot of effort to sell all the jadeite in such a short time. Fourth brother, what are you mumbling to Vivi about? I see you look just like when we want to get bones from Wang Kai.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Yi Fanmin and Yi Lingwei couldn't hold back their laughter when they heard the old man's words. Dad, how can you compare me to Wang Kai? If I were a dog, what would you be? A dog's son and a dog father? Yi Zhenin's head was really tough. He dared to say such things. Yi Fanmin and Yi Lingwei, father and daughter, wanted to laugh but also felt embarrassed, so they lowered their heads, shoulders shaking, blushing. The old man was so angry that he turned the tables on Yi Zhenin and blushed with a thick neck. He grabbed a feather duster and swung it at Yi Zhenin. All right, you little brat, how dare you insult me? You really are going 2 days without a beating and then tearing off the roof. Wait and see, I'll beat you to death. Yi Zhenin's quick comeback was definitely a case of hurting the enemy by 1,000, damaging oneself by 800. Vivi, save me. Seeing the old man charging fiercely, Yi Zhenin immediately hid behind Yi Lingwei without any grace. Little brat, if you have the guts, come out and face me. A grown man hiding behind Vivi, what kind of skill is that? I'm not brave enough, I won't go out. You. Grandpa, please don't be angry. Little uncle is just blunt. Isn't he always like this? You know that, right? Let's not argue with him. Yi Lingwei helps the old man sit down, then looks at Yi Zhenin, signaling him to sit as well. This time, because of Vivi, I'll forgive you, kid. Grandpa glared at Yi Zhenin and said irritably, Grandpa, I have something very important to tell you, and little uncle. Vivi, whatever it is, just say it. Grandpa turned to look at Yi Lingwei, smiling gently. Earlier, while Grandpa and Yi Zhenin joked around, Vivi had already decided to tell them about the end of the world. In the Yi family, the person who truly cares for Vivi is definitely Yi Zhenmin. But Grandpa and Yi Zhenin also genuinely love Vivi. In the last life, the head of the Qinglong base, the Yi family, was Yi Xinghua, not Grandpa. Because Grandpa seemed to have died before the end of the world. Whether it was because of the illness at the airport last time, Vivi wasn't sure. That's why she wanted to quickly cure Grandpa's heart disease. She didn't want the tragedy of her past life to happen again. Facing those who truly care for her, Vivi didn't want them to face the coming end blindly. Seeing Vivi's expression turn serious, Grandpa and Yi Zhenin also put away their playful attitudes. They sat up straight, ready to listen carefully. As for Yi Zhenmin, he seemed to have guessed what Vivi was about to say, and his face also grew serious. Little uncle, haven't you always wondered why I was in such a rush to sell the jade? Actually, it's because the end of the world is coming. And I need a lot of money to stock up on supplies. Vivi paused here, not saying more. She just looked calmly at Grandpa and Yi Zhenin. She didn't know if they would believe her or think she was joking, just teasing them, or that it was nonsense. Grandpa looked confused, as if he didn't quite understand. In contrast, Yi Zhenin's expression was the opposite. After a moment of surprise, his eyes lit up with excitement. Vivi, is it really the end of the world? Like in the movies? Are there zombies and superpowered people? Yi Zhenin quickly grabbed Yi Lingwei's arm and asked urgently. Yes, just like you think. As soon as Yi Lingwei finished speaking, the old man immediately asked, Is it the end of the world? What is the end of the world? Is it the same as the apocalypse we often talk about? Kind of like the end of the world, but a little different. First, the global temperatures became very uneven, with the northern and southern hemispheres experiencing heat waves and cold spells one after another. Extreme weather like heavy rain, snowstorms, floods, and ice storms appeared alternately. Volcano eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters also happened one after another. Then humans started to mutate, and zombies and superpowered people appeared at the same time. Plants and animals also changed in strange ways, posing serious threats to human safety. Humans' living areas kept shrinking, and their environment became more and more harsh. The whole planet fell into chaos. While recalling the changes on Earth before and after the end of the world in her previous life, Yilingwei spoke softly. I knew you had a big secret. It turns out I was right. Hearing this, Yizhenin couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up, clasped his hands together, and kept rubbing his palms. He muttered to himself as he walked around the study. The old man seemed to fall into deep thought after hearing Yilingwei's words. He sat quietly for a long time without speaking. More than half an hour later, he finally calmed down and slowly said, Wei Wei, what you're talking about is hard for me to accept. But I believe that if there weren't solid evidence, you wouldn't speak so casually. So, I believe what you said. Grandpa believes you. Although the old man didn't want to believe the end of the world would come, he understood that Yilingwei wouldn't lie to him about such things. Because of this, he felt very conflicted and troubled. Don't worry, Wei Wei, I definitely believe you. Even if you tell me that the sun will never rise again tomorrow, I won't doubt what you say. Yi Zhenin said this not because he blindly supported Yilingwei, but because she had spent the most time with him since returning to the Yi family over the past month. Therefore, he knows more about Yilingwei than anyone else in the Yi family. Whether it is Yilingwei's precise skill in identifying jade raw stones, her extraordinary carving techniques, or the magical potion she produces that can cure heart disease and strengthen the body, all these things are beyond what an ordinary person could have or possess. Since Yilingwei is so special, why not add one more skill, the ability to see the future? Vivi, I understand now. You must have the ability to foresee the future, right? You saw the changes coming to Blue Star soon, so you knew the end of the world was coming. Am I right? Yes, you're right. I do have some ability to predict the future. I knew I was right in my guess. I am so clever. Yi Zhenin was proud when he heard Yilingwei acknowledge his guess. But my ability has some limits. Yilingwei paused and continued. The things I foresee are random and not under my control. I can't predict everything that will happen in the future, nor the exact time and scope of these events. So my ability has big limitations. Yilingwei hadn't yet decided how to explain how she knew the end of the world was coming. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhenin, after doing some mental guessing, directly gave her the answer. However, because in her previous life she hadn't traveled much or interacted with many people after the end of the world, she was quite isolated and didn't know much about what happened afterward. That's why she said her predictive ability was limited, to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Vivi, having such a miraculous fate is already a great blessing. When water is full, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. Sometimes a little imperfection is good. We must learn to be content. The old man was worried that Yilingwei might be too stubborn, so he spoke earnestly to her. And the reason he believed her wasn't just because she was his granddaughter, but also because she had previously been able to produce so many rare treasures at once, and because she had the ability to cure his heart disease. His heart condition only improved after Yilingwei gave him 2 bottles of water, and he had realized this long ago. Although no one told him directly, everyone says that as people grow older, they become wiser. At his age, he has certainly lived a full life. For whatever reason, the children didn't tell him the full truth, and he was happy to pretend he didn't know, so he never pushed for details. But Yilingwei's act of saving his life wouldn't be forgotten just because she is his granddaughter. He saw it as something natural and expected. In the future, if Yilingwei needs help, the old man will support her with all his heart. Grandpa, I understand. I will cherish everything I have now. Dad, you're just worrying too much. Vivi is very smart. She's not the greedy type of girl. Yi Zhenmin quickly responded to the old man and then turned to Yilingwei. With big, admiring eyes, he praised her. Vivi, right now, I am absolutely sure that you are a reincarnation of a fairy. And before the end of the world, you came down to save me from danger, like a little fairy. Vivi, please accept my admiration for you. Hearing Yi Zhenin's words, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but twitch her lips. Her gloomy mood improved a lot. Her little uncle really is a funny guy. But Yi Lingwei still wanted to say, I am not a fairy reincarnated, nor am I a little fairy. And I am not the one saving you from danger. That's the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Xian. Hey kid, what are you joking about at this time? Vivi, tell Grandpa, when you think the end of the world will come. The old man glared at Yi Zhenin. Is this kid stupid? He can't tell what's urgent or important.
Dad, Vivi told me about it.
I'll tell you. Vivi said that on the night of October 10th, the end of the world will officially arrive. But starting next month, disasters will happen more often, and prices will rise rapidly. Vivi told me this 2 days ago, but even now my mind is still a mess. Yi Zhenmin pinched his furrowed brow, looking very worried. So, we only have about a month to prepare. Exactly, that's right. Yi Lingwei then added, the best time to prepare is before mid-September. Because by late September, due to various disasters, communication and transportation will be widely disrupted. Prices will soar and stockpiling supplies then will be much harder. Only 20 days, it's really too short. The old man looked increasingly serious upon hearing this. In such a short time, it would be impossible for him to prepare secretly and smoothly. Although he didn't want to act selfishly, his first priority was to protect the Yi family. As for how to pass the message to the upper levels of Long Country without exposing the Yi family and still escape safely, he couldn't think of a good plan at the moment. If he couldn't find a good opportunity, he wouldn't force it. It's undeniable that the old man loves Long Country and has a spirit of dedication. But he doesn't want his personal feelings to cause the destruction of the Yi family. Everyone has their own interests, and the old man is no exception. Vivi, can I discuss this matter with my eldest and second uncles?
Yes.
Don't worry, I will only tell them, and I will ask them to keep it secret. The old man didn't want to reveal Vivi's special status, but this matter was too big. It's a disaster for all humanity, and a challenge the Yi family must face. It's better if it doesn't get out, but even if it does, it doesn't matter. No one would believe it anyway, as people constantly talk about doomsday scenarios online, and everyone is used to it. Can you tell Grandpa what major event is about to happen? Otherwise, I'm afraid. The old man hesitated, feeling embarrassed to continue, mainly worried Vivi might misunderstand him. Grandpa, it's okay, I understand what you mean. Tomorrow night, after 11 o'clock, in the northern part of Sunset Island, there will be a huge earthquake of magnitude 8.2, causing a tsunami. But since Sunset Island is already prone to earthquakes, this one, despite its strength, hasn't attracted much attention. Vivi understood the old man's concerns. He was mainly worried that Yi Zhengua and Yi Zhentai wouldn't believe her. After all, they just met today and they don't know each other well, so mistrust is normal. That's good, it also gives me a day to think. Tomorrow morning, we will go together to honor your grandma, and in the afternoon, I will talk to your uncles about this matter. Please come again the morning after tomorrow. The old man thought carefully and made arrangements. Okay. Vivi had no objections to the old man's plans. As the saying goes, one person's plan is short, 3 people's plans are long. She also wanted to listen to the opinions and strategies of the old man, the eldest uncle, and the second uncle regarding the coming end-of-the-world situation. Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead. Yes, go ahead and do your thing.
Grandpa is fine.
As Yi Lingwei turned to leave, Yi Zhenin called her back. Vivi, wait for me. I'll go with you. You go ahead too. Let me have some quiet time alone. The old man signaled Yi Zhenmin to leave together. Dad, if anything happens, remember to call me. After saying this, Yi Zhenmin also left the study and gently closed the door. Vivi, do you have any plans next?
Yi Zhenmin asket Yi Lingwei.
I want to go home as soon as possible. There are some things my father needs to know. After the family banquet, she planned to go back and see her father. Then I'll go with you. I must personally thank your father. If you're not busy. Dad isn't busy now. I've sold everything that needs to be sold at the company. Now Dad just hopes to spend more time with you in the future. Alright, then you can come back with me when the time comes. Okay. Hearing that Yi Lingwei agreed, Yi Zhenmin looked as happy as a child who had just received a sweet treat. When shall we leave? Dad, you should also book the plane tickets early. As for the time, I think we need to wait until Grandpa's matters are settled before we can leave. But I don't want to fly. I want to drive back. This way, I can get familiar with the route and buy some local specialties along the way. Plus, I can enjoy the beautiful scenery of our great country. All right, Dad, I'll listen to you. Yi Zhenmin thought Yi Lingwei's idea was very good, and spending more time together on the trip could strengthen their father-daughter bond. But what Yi Zhenmin didn't expect was that there was someone nearby causing trouble. Vivi, take me along too. I'll be your driver. Yi Zhenmin raised both hands, eager and ready. What are you doing? Why are you everywhere? Yi Zhenmin looked at Yi Zhenmin and said with a bit of annoyance. Third brother, you just don't understand, do you? I'm going to support you guys and make us look good. The more people we have, the more it shows how much the Yi family values Vivi. Besides, your first meeting with Vivi's father will probably be a bit awkward anyway. Bring me along with me in the middle to talk to you all, that's so great. Seeing Yi Zhenmin still hesitant, Yi Zhenmin added fuel to the fire. You make a good point. Vivi, what do you think? I have no opinion. You two decide. Anyway, both of them knew many of her secrets. Whether she went with them or not, it wouldn't affect her much. Then you should come along too. Thanks, Vivi. Thanks, third brother. Vivi, let's go. I'll transfer the money from selling jade to you. After saying that, Yi Zhenmin left Yi Zhenmin and pulled Yi Lingwei to run together. Once the money arrived, Yi Zhenmin took Yi Lingwei shopping for a large amount of high-quality cigarettes, fine wine, and tea. Don't think that these things are useless just because they aren't edible or drinkable. In fact, quite the opposite. In the end-of-the-world scenario, people face huge survival pressure, constantly on the brink of death, and their personalities can become violent and aggressive. So, items like cigarettes and alcohol that help relieve stress become very popular, like gold in a prosperous time. Tea, on the other hand, becomes a luxury item, a symbol of noble status. After all, no matter the time, people are still divided into social classes. Think about it. During the end times, others are fighting desperately to survive, risking their lives for a sip of water or a piece of moldy bread. Meanwhile, some can leisurely enjoy tea, one cup after another. Yi Lingwei wasn't stockpiling cigarettes, alcohol, and tea for fun, but to prepare for the end of the world, to fiercely profit from others when it arrives. After unloading the goods, Yi Lingwei returned home late at night. She finished washing up but didn't go to her space. Instead, she lay on the bed, exhausted and falling asleep. The next day, Yi Lingwei got up and put on a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. She went downstairs to the dining room, had breakfast with Yi Zhenmin, and then they went together to see the old man. Seeing the old man's dark circles and slightly weathered face, she knew he hadn't slept well last night. They waited in the living room for a while until everyone in the Yi family arrived. Then, they all drove together to the cemetery. The cemetery wasn't far from the Yi family villa, just behind the mountain, about 10 minutes by car. It was a private family cemetery, guarded by dedicated staff. The road to the cemetery was built by the Yi family themselves, and unless there was a special reason, outsiders weren't usually allowed in. Old partner, today I came to tell you good news. Our beloved granddaughter has returned. The old man held Yi Lingwei's hand and approached a tombstone. Looking at the photo on the stone, he spoke softly. Grandma, I am Weiwei, your granddaughter. I have returned. Thank you for always remembering me, and thank you for the gift you sent. Don't worry, I will take good care of it. I will also look after Grandpa and make sure he stays healthy. Hearing Yi Lingwei's words, the old man's eyes filled with tears, and he choked up. Old partner, can you see this? Our little granddaughter has grown into a beautiful young lady. Old partner, can you hear me? Our granddaughter is so good to me and very filial. You must be very jealous, right? Why can't you wait a little longer until our granddaughter comes back? Grandpa, don't be sad. If you get upset, Grandma will feel sad too. Yi Lingwei took out a tissue and gently wiped the old man's tears. Grandpa, don't be sad. You're just feeling sorry for Grandma. Feeling sorry that Grandma left so early and didn't get to see you grow up. She never had the chance to see how wonderful you are now. While everyone in the Yi family was feeling down and upset over the old man's sadness, Wang Fong stood to the side, head bowed, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Sure enough, her guess was right. The old man really did give Yi Lingwei that set of emerald jewelry.
But why?
Yi Lingmei, just a troublemaker, has no right to claim the family heirloom. After paying respects to Grandma, the old man was too exhausted to entertain everyone, so they all went home. Yi Lingwei and Yi Jinmin had just finished lunch when the old man called Yi Jinmin away with a phone call. After tidying up the dining area and preparing to rest upstairs, Yi Lingwei heard loud shouting at the door. She looked through the doorbell camera and saw Wang Fong yelling and cursing outside. She didn't know what this greedy, sharp-tongued woman was so angry about. Yi Lingwei didn't want to pay her any attention, but unexpectedly, Wang Fong pushed her luck and started throwing stones at the door. It was like a tiger not showing its claws until it's provoked. Wang Fong, a petty person who fears the strong and bullies the weak, wouldn't stop until she saw some reaction. Yi Lingwei quickly pulled the door open, just as Wang Fong was about to throw another stone. Because she used too much force, she lost her balance and fell to the ground, biting her lip and bleeding. Oh no. Why are you giving me such a big gift before the new year? Although I didn't prepare a red envelope for you, I do have 2 leftover bones from lunch. Do you want to eat them?
Ha ha ha.
Wang Fong saw Yi Lingwei laughing wildly, ignoring her pain, and quickly got up, pointing at Yi Lingwei's nose and shouting, "You brat, how dare you call me a dog?" Before Wang Fong could steady herself, Yi Lingwei kicked her to the ground again. "I not only dare to scold you, I also dare to hit you. What can you do about it?" Dealing with someone like Wang Fong, a petty troublemaker, is really no challenge at all. Yi Lingwei, with nothing better to do in the middle of the day, just wanted to tease her and have some fun. "Yi Lingwei, if you dare to hit an elder, aren't you afraid of lightning striking you? You, a toad-turned-spirit, aren't afraid of lightning? What do I have to fear? Who are you calling a toad? I'm talking about you, always not doing your work and causing trouble everywhere. It's like a toad jumping onto your foot and bothering you." Wang Fong had been bullying her in the Yi family for many years. This was the first time she met someone as difficult as Yi Lingwei. At such a young age, her words were sharper than Wang Fong's, and she could say all kinds of insults. She couldn't fight back physically, nor could she argue verbally. Now, she finally met her match. "You little brat, since you've lost so many years, why don't you just die outside? Why come back to the Yi family? You're destined to marry someone and become a burden. Why do you still have the face to want Grandma's heirloom? Hurry up and find the jewelry for me. If you do, I'll let you go. Otherwise." It turned out to be about this matter. It must be said, Wang Fong is truly exceptionally greedy. Not only does she covet Yi Jinmin's inheritance, but now she even wants to take Grandma's heirloom for herself.
What if I don't give it to you?
"The jewelry is with me, but I won't give it to you.
What can you do to me?
Besides, you know that it's Grandma's heirloom. Grandma can give it to whoever she wants. Who are you to interfere?" Yi Lingwei dragged over a chair, sat down, and looked down from above at Wang Fong lying on the ground. Since Grandma has married into the Yi family, her belongings naturally belong to the Yi family. You, a burden, will eventually belong to someone else. Why should I let you take the Yi family's things? As a woman, I truly feel sorry for you. You're just an old burden. Give me the heirloom. At least I still have the Yi surname and am in the Yi family. What are you to me? You, a person with the surname Wang. I must say, Yi Lingwei's words are very direct. Over the years, Wang Fong's biggest fear is that no one in the Yi family has ever truly considered her part of the family. You little brat, I'll fight you." Wang Fong, touched on her sore spot, acted like a madwoman. She crawled up from the ground and reached out her hands to grab Yi Lingwei's face. Her nails were freshly manicured, sharp and long, and scratching Yi Lingwei's face could definitely cause disfigurement. Thinking of this, Wang Fong's face twisted into a wicked smile, as if she had already imagined Yi Lingwei's miserable look.
Ah! Ah!
2 sharp screams echoed, and Wang Feng's arms hung limply, sweat pouring down from the pain. Just as Wang Feng rushed forward, Yi Lingwei quickly and cleanly dislocated her arms. "You little brat, how dare you break my arms? Wait and see, I'll call someone over." "Go ahead and call." "I'm waiting," Yi Lingwei sneered, watching Wang Feng sway as she tried to leave. If it weren't for the face of the old master and Yi Chen, Wang Feng might have lost more than just her arms. "Yi Chen, come down here now." Because Yi Zhentai was called away by the old master, only Yi Chen and Yi Hao were at home. Wang Feng could only ask Yi Chen for help. But it was also because Yi Zhentai was not home that she dared to ask Yi Lingwei for that set of emerald jewelry. In the middle of the day, "Why aren't you staying at home?" Hearing Wang Feng's sharp voice, Yi Chen felt a headache. He couldn't understand what he had done in his past life to deserve such a mother. "My arm was broken by that dead girl Yi Lingwei. You'd better go and avenge me." "Your arm is broken?" Hearing Wang Feng's words, Yi Chen hurriedly ran downstairs to her side. No matter what, Wang Feng was his mother, and he couldn't just ignore her completely. "Let me see."
Careful, kid.
"Do you want to make me hurt even more?"
Ah.
"What are you doing?" After Wang Feng's sharp scream, she clenched her fist and hit Yi Chen's chest a few times hard. "Your arm isn't broken, just dislocated. Didn't I put it back in place?"
Huh?
"It's really fine now. I didn't expect you to have some skill." Wang Feng shook her arm to test it. It was indeed movable and no longer painful. "I said that girl was just trying to scare me, and she wouldn't really hurt me." "Mom, please behave and stop provoking Sister Weiwei." "Who is your sister? Don't call her so affectionately in front of me. I, Wang Feng, have only had 2 sons in my life and never produced any troublemakers." "Mom, can you stop calling people troublemakers? Aren't you a woman yourself?" "You brat, I am your mother. Don't you know how to support me? Instead, you side with outsiders. Weiwei is my sister, not an outsider. If that's the case, then you should be able to get your good sister to give you Yi Zhenmin's entire inheritance." "Mom, you're still scheming for someone else's estate. No wonder Sister Weiwei cut your arm off. I am doing it all for you and the family. No need. Whatever I, Yi Chen, want, I will earn with my own hands." All right, since you have courage, then I won't take it. When I get your uncle's inheritance, I will give everything to Yi Hao." "Mom, if you dare to think about Sister Weiwei or uncle again, I will tell Dad and have him divorce you." Yi Chen looked at Wang Feng with cold eyes, no longer showing any emotion or attachment. Wang Feng felt nervous under Yi Chen's gaze, but her anger finally overpowered her reason. She slapped Yi Chen hard and shouted loudly, "You unfilial son, get out of here.
Get out.
I don't want to have a son like you." Ignoring Wang Feng's hysterics, Yi Chen left the house and called Yi Lingwei. "Hello, Weiwei. 4th brother?" On the other end of the phone, Yi Lingwei's clear and gentle voice sounded. "I'm sorry for the trouble my mother caused you." "I'm sorry." Hearing Yi Chen sound a bit down, Yi Lingwei didn't know how to comfort him. "No need to apologize. It's not your fault. As long as you don't mind me being too harsh. I know you held back, and my mom was too much." Yi Chen never thought Yi Lingwei did anything wrong. If Wang Feng wasn't his mother, he would definitely dislike and stay away from such a selfish person. 4th brother, as humans, we can't choose our parents or what kind of family we're born into. All we can do is not carry the consequences of others. Learn to respect others' fate, whether good or bad. Parents and children are independent individuals. There is no need to blame one person for a mistake and expect others to share the consequences. Vivi, thank you. Because Wang Feng is his mother, Yi Chen always feels responsible whenever something goes wrong, so he keeps apologizing and admitting fault. After hearing Yi Lingwei say this, the problem that had troubled him for years suddenly became clear. Yes, although Wang Feng is his mother, she is also an independent adult. How to behave and handle things is her own business. Even if Wang Feng does something wrong, speaks harshly, or has selfish ideas, she might cause trouble, get into big messes, or get hurt. But so what? All of this is her own matter, her own choice, and she should bear the consequences alone. It has nothing to do with others, including him. Yi Chun. No need to thank me, I'm glad you understand. After hanging up with Yi Chun, Yi Lingwei decided not to go out. She closed the door tightly and turned to go upstairs. She hadn't had time to enter her space yesterday, but today afternoon she was free and decided to check on her crops and dig a few more fish ponds. She locked the bedroom door and pulled all the curtains, then slipped into her space. First, she went to see the crops in the field, which were growing well. The endless fields were filled with lush green, and the fresh scent of grass and trees made Yi Lingwei feel very happy. This feeling is so wonderful. Yi Lingwei couldn't help but sigh happily, a joyful smile on her face. Behind the house, Yi Lingwei chose a large area and decided to dig a fish pond there. Since she had already planned this, she didn't plant crops on this piece of land behind the house. At first, when she used her mind to dig the hole, because she was unfamiliar, it took her 2 hours to make a pond about 100 square meters and 2 meters deep. But as she got more skilled, she dug more easily, and before she knew it, it was past 7 p.m., hearing the doorbell downstairs. Yi Lingwei had to stop and leave her space to see who was there. Yes, even when she was in her space, she couldn't see outside, but she could hear sounds. This was something she discovered after her space was upgraded. Miss, this is the dinner that the third master asked the kitchen to prepare for you. Third master said he will eat and stay overnight at the old master's place tonight, so you don't have to wait for him. Okay, I understand. After the butler left, Yi Lingwei sat at the dining table, eating while taking out her phone. Sure enough, there were several missed calls, all from Yi Jinmin. However, because her phone had been taken into the space earlier that afternoon and there was no signal inside, the calls couldn't get through. After replying to Yi Jinmin's message, Yi Lingwei happily continued eating. Once she finished, she cleared the table and returned to the space to keep digging the fish ponds. Until her mental energy was exhausted, she finally dug out 20 large fish ponds. Each pond was at least 1,000 square meters and over 2 meters deep. Although Yi Lingwei didn't know how to raise fish, she was willing to learn. Moreover, she believed that if she added some spiritual spring water to the ponds later, the fish would grow well. Yi Lingwei found 10 plastic pipes and directed water from the small creek into each of the 10 ponds. She planned to use these 10 ponds for freshwater fish farming. The remaining 10 ponds, once she found time to go to the seaside and fill them with seawater, would be used for marine fish. Because the creek water was flowing and the current was not strong, it was impossible to fill all the ponds at once with her mind. So, compared to using her mental power to draw water, she thought this method was more practical. As for why she didn't use external water sources, it was because she believed the water inside the space was better quality. Good water quality meant better tasting fish. She looked at the clock. It was only 9:30 p.m., still early. Yi Lingwei decided to do something else. She went to the warehouse, found some flower seeds, and scattered them around the front and back of the house. She covered the soil lightly and watered them. Immediately, tiny green sprouts began to emerge from the soil, layer after layer. They looked fresh and vibrant, very beautiful. Yi Lingwei then selected a few pretty flowers and green plants, placing them in the bedroom, living room, and study. Seeing her cozy little wooden house becoming more warm and inviting, she felt incredibly happy. This was her own personal little world, and just thinking about it made her smile. Meanwhile, inside the space, Yi Lingwei was busy working, unaware that in the old man's villa, the lights were still on brightly. Dad, where did you get this information? Is it really reliable? Since this afternoon, Yi Jintai had asked this kind of question at least 10 times. Second brother, asking the same thing over and over again. Aren't you tired? I'm already tired of hearing it. That's right, Yi Zhen, and had also been called over by the old man. The Yi family has 5 members, none missing. Can I not ask for clarity? This is the end of the world. Such a ridiculous story. How can I believe it? If it weren't for the old man's authority still being respected, Yi Jintai would definitely think he was joking. Although this summer has been unusually hot, with temperatures higher than normal, he would never believe it's because the end of the world is coming. Second brother, why are you so anxious? Father already said to wait. It's almost 11:30. If the earthquake and tsunami in Sunset Country happen on time, then it proves this is true. You all keep talking about the end of the world and prophecies. Such fairy tale stories, not just I don't believe. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Yi Zhentai thinks his idea makes sense. The problem lies with the old man, Yi Zhenmin, and Yi Zhenan. Yi Zhenhua hasn't spoken much. He doesn't doubt the old man's words, but also doesn't easily agree. He always looks at facts, not just hearsay, to judge truth. Almost 11:30 now, only 3 minutes left. Yi Zhenan looks at the clock on the wall, excited, his voice trembling slightly. The old man and Yi Zhenmin's expressions grow more serious, their hearts filled with inner conflict and doubt. They hope the earthquake and tsunami will happen on time, proving Yi Lingwei right, but they also hope they won't happen, which would mean the end of the world might not come after all. It's already 11:30. Second brother, quickly call your friend at the Earthquake Bureau to ask. Okay. Yi Zhentai eagerly dials his friend's number.
Hello, Lao Yu.
I want to ask if there have been any major earthquakes tonight in the country or abroad. No, I'm on night duty at the Earthquake Bureau now, and I haven't received any unusual reports. All right, thank you. No problem, it's nothing. Yi Zhentai hangs up, speaking to the old man with a helpless tone. Dad, my friend says there haven't been any major earthquakes at all.
Huh?
Impossible, right? Yi Zhenan exclaims in disbelief. You must have been tricked. I told you not to believe such absurd stories. Tell me who lied to you, and I'll go find him. Yi Zhentai's words are fierce and energetic, like a proud rooster that has just won a fight, full of pride. Find who? Quiet your mouth. The old man glared at Yi Zhentai and said irritably. Although he was a bit surprised by this result, he felt more relieved. As for Yi Zhenmin, he had no particular thoughts. He trusted Yi Lingwei unconditionally. Although the earthquake and tsunami didn't happen, it was probably due to some other deviation and had nothing to do with Wei Wei. Wei Wei had already said that her precognitive ability was limited and couldn't accurately judge the timing and scope of events. So, tonight's situation was quite normal. All right, it's late now. Dad, you should go to bed early. We're leaving first. Yi Zhenhua stood up, greeted the old man, and prepared to take his brothers downstairs. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, Yi Zhentai's phone suddenly rang. Is it Lao Yu? Yi Zhentai looked at the caller ID and said with some confusion.
Hello, Lao Yu.
Old Yi, just now, the Earthquake Bureau detected that our neighboring country, Sunset Country, experienced a magnitude 8.2 earthquake. And, according to predictions, the chance of a tsunami caused by this earthquake is almost 100%. Lao Yu, what did you say? Yi Zhentai asked loudly, in disbelief. We just finished our call, and the Bureau detected a big earthquake in Sunset Country. But because they needed to confirm the earthquake's level, it took some time. Since you asked me about earthquakes earlier, I wanted to tell you as soon as I got the confirmed news. Okay, I understand. Lao Yu, thank you. Yi Zhentai tried to control his emotions and spoke as calmly as possible. We're old friends, no need to be so formal. All right, you go ahead and busy yourself. I won't bother you anymore. Yeah, let's meet up another day when we have time. Good. After hanging up, Yi Zhentai stared blankly at the old man, unsure of what to say.
Oh.
I knew Wei Wei wouldn't lie to us. Yi Zhen exclaimed excitedly. What did you say? Zhenan, are you saying Wei Wei told you this? Yi Zhenhua could no longer stay calm and asked excitedly. At this level, he naturally had access to some unknown extraordinary people and strange events. There are indeed a few experts in Dragon Country with great abilities who can predict future events through divination. He had always thought the old man had contact with such people, which is how he got some information. This was also the reason he didn't question the old man's words at first. But now, Yi Zhenan surprisingly said that the expert who made the prediction is Yi Lingwei, the niece he just found back. Even he has only met such an expert a few times, and he has no right to ask them to intervene. You're just quick to talk, aren't you? Seeing Yi Zhenan covering his mouth, looking like he had caused a big problem, the old man was furious. All right, Since you've already said it, there's nothing to hide anymore. Vivi never said you can't tell your older brother and second brother. The old man then turned to Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai with a serious look and warned, although Vivi doesn't mind you knowing her ability, you two must guarantee that no one outside your family will find out about this. Especially you. If you dare to let Wang Feng know, I will kick you out of the house. The old man stared coldly at Yi Zhentai and said sternly,
Dad, don't worry.
I definitely won't tell anyone. You may doubt my ability to manage marriage, but you can't doubt my character. This matter not only concerns Vivi's safety, but also is very important to our Yi family. Yi Zhentai, who holds the position of Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Dragon Country, is clearly very capable and has good character. Yi Zhenghua nodded to the old man, indicating he would keep the secret well. Dad, rest assured. I will do my best to protect Vivi's safety in the future. Yi Zhenmin, worried that the old man might be anxious, quickly promised. Good, I trust you brothers are all ambitious and capable. Now, what we need to do is discuss how the Yi family should respond to the upcoming apocalypse. Facing this catastrophe for humanity, our individual strength is just too small. As the old man finished speaking, the brothers all sat back on the sofa, frowning and looking serious as they pondered. 20 minutes passed silently, with no one speaking. The study was extremely quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Thinking like this alone is useless, because there are countless things to prepare and handle, and it's impossible to think everything through. The old man was the first to break the silence. My mind is filled with many different ideas, and I can't sort them out clearly. So, I decided to tell you all about this. It's said that many people working together can accomplish more, so our family together can come up with better and more complete ideas than I can alone. Now, let's each share our thoughts and write them down. Finally, we can organize everything and rank the ideas by importance. This will help us create a plan to face the coming end of the world. All right, let's do as Dad suggests. Zhenin, explain to our older brothers what Vivi told us about the end of the world, so they can understand and be prepared. Yi Zhenmi nodded and then found paper and pens, giving each person a copy.
Great.
Then, Yi Zhenin repeated exactly what Yi Lingwei said yesterday to Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai. After listening, they gained a basic understanding of the end-of-the-world situation and realized how harsh it could be. Dad, can I talk to Vivi myself? Yi Zhenghua looked serious and asked the old man. I already told Vivi she will come tomorrow morning. It's too late now, so let's not disturb my granddaughter's rest. If you have questions, wait until tomorrow to ask her.
Ah.
All right then. Unexpectedly, the old man was so fond of Vivi that Yi Zhenghua had no choice but to agree. The old man's study was brightly lit all night. Clearly, the father and son stayed up all night without sleeping. Dad, I've organized everyone's opinions. Please take a look and see if it's okay. Yi Zhentai handed the organized documents to the old man for review. Second brother, make a few copies so everyone can check if anything is missing or needs adding. The old man took the papers and gave a few more instructions. Dad, why don't we go downstairs and have breakfast?
I'm hungry.
Suddenly, Yi Zhenmin clutched his stomach and looked pitiful.
Eat, eat, eat.
What time is it, and all you think about is eating? The old man was almost laughing at Yi Zhenmin's obsession with food, even though he was furious. No matter the time, people still need to eat. Plus, once the end of the world comes, there won't be good food to eat anymore. We should cherish the limited good times we have now. Eat what you want, drink what you like, play when you can, and enjoy life. If there are any wishes you haven't fulfilled, hurry up and do them. Don't leave regrets in your life. Dad, I think Zhenin is right. Yi Zhenmin looked at the tired old man and felt very sad. You haven't eaten well or slept properly for 2 days in a row. If this continues, before the end of the world arrives, your body will give out first. That's right, Dad. Even if something huge happens, we must first ensure we are healthy so we can better face the upcoming difficulties. Hearing Yi Zhenmin speak, brothers Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai also agreed. The old man looked at his worried children and felt very comforted. He smiled and said, All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go downstairs and eat first. After eating, you should rest for a while. When Wei Wei comes, we can continue our discussion. Yilingwei finished her work in the space, and then went back to her bedroom to sleep, unaware that the old man and others hadn't slept all night. After washing up and having a fragrant breakfast downstairs, Yilingwei headed to the old man's house. She wanted to finish everything related to the Yi family as soon as possible, so she could go home early to see her father. Although she called her father every few days to check in, her father was usually quiet and worried about phone costs, so they could only say a few words before hanging up. Yilingwei now had money, but Yizhan didn't know. Plus, explaining her relationship with the Yi family over the phone was impossible. So, out of practicality and respect for her father, she could only wait until she was home to explain everything face to face. When she arrived at the old man's house, she saw the father and 4 sons with unshaven faces and sleepy eyes, and knew they had stayed up all night. Wei Wei is here? Grandpa, you didn't sleep again? The old man looked at Yilingwei and, feeling a bit guilty, said, I slept a little. I just got up. That's good. Grandpa, you're getting older, so you need to take better care of your health. Make sure to eat well and sleep on time. Okay, Grandpa, I'll listen to you. Still, Wei Wei cares about Grandpa. Yi Zhenin saw the old man lying without blushing or beating around the bush and rolled his eyes disdainfully. Yilingwei knew the old man wasn't telling the truth and probably just didn't want her to worry, so she didn't expose him. Come on, Wei Wei, let's go to the study with Grandpa. Please help me review the plan we made together, including your uncles and me. Is there anything that needs improvement? Also, please tell us more about the details of the end-of-the-world scenario. Okay, Grandpa. Following the old man back to the study, Yilingwei picks up a plan and carefully reads it. The plan details what the Yi family needs to pay attention to and prepare for in case of the end of the world. First, they should sell off the family's assets quickly, gather cash, and stockpile supplies in large quantities. This includes, but is not limited to, daily living necessities, survival supplies, industrial and agricultural production materials, assembly lines, electricity, oil, medicines, and medical equipment. There are many types of raw materials for production. The small stockpile Yilingwei managed to gather seems insignificant compared to the large-scale plans of the Yi family, like playing house or just having fun. They are not on the same level at all. The Yi family aims to achieve self-sufficiency in industrial and agricultural production within a certain area. It's not just about stockpiling supplies, taking a little or a lot. The key is to be able to produce and recreate supplies again and again. That's the long-term plan. Even if the end of the world comes and the Yi family is cut off from the outside world, they won't need to worry about basic survival for at least a few decades. Next, they plan to prepare various vehicles, planes, and ships. This includes everyday cars, RVs, off-road vehicles, and specialized machinery. Even military vehicles and armored cars are included. Private planes, large passenger planes, and various fighter jets are also part of the plan. Large cruise ships, deep-sea fishing boats, transport ships, and even warships and nuclear submarines are included. This covers land, sea, and air. Yilingwei wonders where the Yi family managed to buy all these things. She's both shocked and envious. She also wants to have them. Even if she doesn't know how to use them, buying and storing them in her space won't hurt. It seems she needs to find a way to cooperate with the Yi family. They also plan to prepare various offensive and defensive weapons. This includes personal melee and ranged weapons, swords, spears, knives, guns, individual combat weapons, and artillery. Even long-range attack weapons are part of the plan. Finally, they plan to build defensive structures. No matter how many supplies they prepare, being able to defend themselves is the real skill. Otherwise, it becomes, neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile guns, neighbors become my granary. Without the ability to protect oneself, the more you have, the more likely you are to attract danger. The most important area is naturally centered around the Yi family's hillside villa, with several nearby hills enclosed. They plan to build walls on the surface and dig underground warehouses, using both methods. Then, he bought all the land within 100 miles to serve as the private territory of the Yi family. He fenced it with 10-meter-high steel wire mesh and electrified it, creating a buffer zone for the Yi family. The third line of defense naturally extended to the entire Donghai city. Donghai City, as the main base of the Yi family, has been rooted there for generations. The Yi family's control over Donghai City has become almost unimaginable. Just a few days before the end of the world, they sealed off and reinforced Donghai City. Yi Lingwei took over half an hour to read through at least 30 or 40 pages of plans. Honestly, the Yi family's boldness and vision are beyond what Yi Lingwei can match. It's not that Yi Lingwei isn't capable enough. Her environment and upbringing have limited her perspective. Vivi, what do you think of this plan? The old man asked eagerly as Yi Lingwei finally finished reading. I think it's good, except for some details that still need attention. Oh, Vivi, tell me. What else do you think should be improved? Yi Zhenghua also wanted to hear Yi Lingwei's opinion and see if she had different ideas. Grandpa, eldest uncle, second uncle, I want to work with you. Work together? What does that mean? The old man was confused, and Yi Zhentai and Yi Zhenghua also looked puzzled. The supplies listed in the plan, I want them too. Vivi, you are a child of the Yi family. The supplies are already part of your inheritance. You can have whatever you want. What I want is for you to help me buy a share of these supplies when you purchase them. Of course, I will pay for that part myself. Vivi, what do you mean by this? Why do you want a separate share? The old man became more confused the more he listened. Vivi means she wants to be independent and, after the end of the world, not live with us. From the moment Yi Lingwei said she wanted to cooperate with the Yi family, Yi Zhanan understood. She didn't want to stay in the family. Vivi, is there something the old man or the Yi family did wrong? Made you feel like you don't belong? So, you want to leave the Yi family? The old man looked at Yi Lingwei sadly, his tone low. You treat me well, and the Yi family is good too. It's just that I still have my father and the villagers who took care of me before.
So,
you can bring them all to the Yi family. We will make sure they are well taken care of. Grandpa, that's different. You also said that this is the Yi family's place, not theirs. Even if the Yi family treats them well, they will still feel like they are living under someone else's roof. My father only has me as his family, and I must go back to stay with him. Knowing that Yi Lingwei has made up her mind, the old man, even if he feels upset, did not try to persuade her further. Yi Zhenmin said nothing, but it's clear he will be with Yi Lingwei wherever she goes. Wherever his daughter goes, he will follow. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhentai also didn't comment on Yi Lingwei's words because they didn't know what to say. Yi Zhen felt more conflicted. He is the fourth master of the Yi family and should stay in the family home. When the end of the world comes, he should fight alongside his family. But he also wants to stay close to Yi Lingwei because she always surprises him and gives him a thrill. If only one person could survive until the end, he always feels that person would be Yi Lingwei. If only one person could end the end of the world, it would definitely be Yi Lingwei. Vivi, you know how hard it is to buy these supplies. Money alone isn't enough. Many things can't be bought in Long Country. We have to buy from abroad. Sometimes, we can only buy from certain underground arms markets overseas. This requires a lot of connections and channels. If you only need small weapons, my uncle can even decide and give you a set. But if you want everything listed in the plan, I definitely can't agree to that. As the heir of the Yi family, Yi Zhenghua always keeps his personal and family matters separate. Today, not only Yi Lingwei, even his own son wouldn't be able to take advantage of the family. Uncle, I don't want just one set. I want the same amount of supplies as the Yi family's original purchase. That means I want double the amount. Yi Lingwei spoke softly, as if she didn't think her request was too much. Vivi, you know how hard it is for the Yi family to buy these supplies. And you want so much? That's just greedy. Yi Zhentai thought Yi Lingwei was still too young, too simple-minded, with a big appetite and a somewhat rude attitude. Yi Zhenghua didn't speak, but his furrowed brow showed he didn't agree with Yi Lingwei's words. Yi Lingwei didn't care about Yi Zhentai's comments since they weren't close, so she didn't mind. Second brother, stop talking nonsense here. Is there anyone more greedy than your wife in this world? Hearing Yi Zhentai's words, the old man was furious and shouted loudly. Second brother, this is the first and last time. From now on, if I hear you say such things about Wei Wei again, don't blame me for turning against you and disowning you. Yi Zhenmin looked coldly at Yi Zhentai, his face dark and frightening. Yes, second brother, you really don't understand Wei Wei at all. How can you judge so easily? That's an insult to Wei Wei's character. You must apologize to her. Yi Lingwei also looked at Yi Zhentai and scolded him. The support from the old man, Yi Zhenmin, and Yi Zhenan made Yi Lingwei feel touched. That's one reason she was willing to work with the Yi family. Yi Zhentai didn't understand. He just said a few words about Yi Lingwei, and suddenly everyone was angry. He really doesn't know how Yi Lingwei managed it. She just returned to the Yi family a month ago, and her position has already surpassed his. Anyway, I don't think I was wrong. Besides, didn't Big Brother also stay silent? That proves Wei Wei's demands are too much. Yi Zhentai looked stubborn and said with his neck stretched out, "Are you ignoring a problem? I'm not just letting you help me for nothing. I want to cooperate with you. These are just the terms of the deal." Yi Lingwei quietly watched Yi Zhonghua, as if the earlier argument didn't affect her at all. "Oh, so tell me, what do you have to cooperate with the Yi family? How do you plan to cooperate?" Seeing Yi Lingwei's calm attitude, Yi Zhonghua became interested. "First, I want to ask you a few questions. You need a lot of money to buy these supplies abroad. I want to know if you have a way to transfer funds out of the country quickly without anyone noticing. Even if you can do that, how will you smuggle the large quantities of goods back into the country? Don't tell me you dare to bring them back openly because there are all kinds of weapons involved. Ships, nuclear submarines, fighter jets, armored vehicles, these big items, even if you manage to get them, can you bring them back? And food, daily necessities, raw materials, these quantities probably can't fit into a single port. Maybe you could wait until the end of the world, when social order collapses, and then bring these things back. But are you sure it's still possible at that time?" Hearing Yi Lingwei's series of direct questions that hit the core issue, the father and son from the Yi family fell silent. They hadn't slept all night, and coming up with a plan in such a short time was already their limit. Yi Lingwei was right. The Yi family risking everything could indeed buy those items. But how to bring them back? They hadn't thought about it, or maybe they were deliberately avoiding the question. Because achieving it secretly was simply impossible. They just thought, by first and see, maybe they would find a way later. Our Yi family is a big, prestigious family in Manhwa, with connections and relationships that ordinary people can't match. We can't do it alone. Do you think a young girl like you can? Yi Zhentai felt that Yi Lingwei was definitely spoiled by her grandfather and was truly arrogant. Maybe you don't believe it, but I really do have. Yi Lingwei didn't even look at Yi Zhentai and said with a light laugh,